stuck a little bit. But the idea that they're going to continue to try and be number one instead of sufficing for living in the shadow.
I don't know about number one.
Right.
That's the
That's
thing.
kind of like
They're
that's what
trying.
Lisa Sue portrays when she talks about this stuff. But I feel like deep down we all know that they've been kind of living in Nvidia's the wind behind them.
Yes, it's very much the elephant in the room when they're like, we're focused on being the most advanced day. You're like, okay, well, you're not winning that race. You're clearly the clear second. But hey, I mean, it could be at least a closer race. We can move the needle a little bit.
Yeah, and it keeps it entertaining. So not giving up. But obviously the numbers just haven't been there. But anything that's going to take that mix of their revenue of trailing legacy stuff that's a drag, and then forward-looking AI growth stuff, anything that's going to shift that needle more towards the forward side and what's coming instead of what's already there, that's going to be good for the valuation for the stock, I think, because that's the stuff that actually gives it that kind of AI premium.
And right now, I feel like the AMD honestly has lost its edge in that space. Like we've lost like the headline, the buzzworthy. I feel like we talk about the ARMs, the Nvidia, the super micros. I mean, like the Taiwan Semi, they need to have a reason, and we're even like bringing them into the conversation again, which maybe this helps.
Yeah, look at the way the rest of them bounced back. Taiwan Semi, Nvidia.
Even last week, it was like even Micron had this like phenomenal week.
Yeah.
Where was AMD? I mean, like I feel like they just have not been at the forefront of the overall conversation.
True, fair enough. AMD and SMCI both kind of muted in their bounce back, saying here the last week, thanks, Jenny. Okay, $5 billion deal, still not one that can be ignored. Let's come back and continue the prep for the Fed minutes and Jerome Powell. Jackson Hole begins Friday. A lot of expectations for this man to clearly lay out the blueprint for interest rate shifts downward. Many of them between now and the rest of the year, according to the market's pricing. We'll be right back. Futures are up.
All right. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a fine Monday morning. Had a nice little rainstorm last night for a few hours. Always good to get free water from Mother Nature instead of having to use the irrigation system. It is Monday, the 19th of August. The days and weeks are flying by. We got about 12 minutes to go. 12 minutes to go. Thank you, Corey. Okay. All right. So the monkeypox related names, Jeff from Arizona, Sundog, you know him as, posted a couple of names in there, GOVX and VRAX. I'm sure there are others that you might want to check out. Those popped on Friday. If you look at BRAX from a long-term perspective, if it gets anywhere near these ranges up here, of course, a lot of people are most likely speculating that that'll be the case. Last time VRAX ran up, it went to looks like 290, 280, 290. Now, I'm not even speculating that it's going to be the case, but it's at 5 and change right now. I bought 100 shares just to track it, VRAX.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market.
All right, so that's VRAX. I just bought 100 shares. just to track it. I like to track these names. The best way to do it for me is to buy shares. Meta had some news on Friday. I didn't catch the news. It was somewhat negative. Obviously, stock pulled back. Let's go look at the New York FANG index stocks. We reviewed that in the weekend video. Looking pretty strong. New York FANG. Okay, the New York FANG stocks, 10 stocks. Most of us have traded. Okay, we're above the 50-day moving average. RSI is rising with plenty of room to get to 70. So the way I look at it is, as long as the trend is improving, I'll look to buy dips and sell rips, so long as the markets are moving higher as well. In these names, when RSI is rising, that gives me room to the upside. So I'm looking at it as, okay, we got upside potential. Strength of trend is improving and has a ways to go before it gets to overbought or embedded. Looks like muscle. I call it muscle. Some other people call it muscle. It looks like a bicep in profile. A lot of people use RSI differently. They'll look to take profits and look for a turnover. Others, like Sunrise Trader and myself and a few others, look at that muscle as look at what happened the last time this ran up. Okay, before the start of July, muscle, it just kept going for several days, showing immense strength of trend. All right, so right now we're above the 50-day, a key moving average. You got the 90-day crossing back up through the 21-day, most likely today. We'll be watching for volume. MACD showing momentum is clearly in the bulls' court, and for them to lose at this point, looks like we could continue a bit more. Stochastics is starting to get embedded. Last time it got embedded, May and June. Remember what happened? It just kept moving higher. So the odds are with the bulls, stop underneath Friday's low or today's low as we start the day. Give it a few minutes. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table. Reassess the markets after 9:45, 9:50. Looking for stocks with high relative volume. Some caveat or some news catalyst to help propel it higher. And then I'm looking for VWAP up and to the right for bullish trades, down and to the right for bearish trades, and flat VWAP for range bound strategies. All right, let's get ready for the opening bell. All right. So watch those monkeypox vaccine related names. Do a little research. Some of you, if you would, just do a little research. Find out what other names besides Novavax, besides VRAX and GOVX. Always a good idea. If you find anything worth looking at, we'll take a look at it. Futures are pulling back a little bit, but Bitcoin is starting to bounce. Bitcoin, ooh, you know what? Let me send my son the link. He's over at the gym. Let's see. There we are right there. Antoine. He bought some Apple over a week ago. He's doing really well. He also has some Bitcoin. He's still working out. Okay.
There's a lot of hope, Joe, that as the Fed eases things up here, the economy might get a second, third, I don't know, maybe it's fourth wave at this point, given all the deep recession predictions and signals over the last 18 months.
Morning, Antoine.
Major economic ramifications to the Fed downshifting in its cycle, or is there structural damage that is still going to limit us at this point?
Well, I was on Schwab TV back in June, and I predicted that we'd see one rate cut before the election. It looks like that's going to come to pass.
He's that age. My son, 14 years old, he started working out. I was in shock. I checked out his biceps and triceps. It's like, wow, what a change. You're that age where, you have testosterone and growth hormone at nighttime. He sleeps really good now instead of staying up all night. Yes, it is. Yes. Yeah, the market should be fine, buddy. Futures are moving higher. You can see supply over here on the right. Futures just dipped a little bit. Going into the opening bell, we got about 3 minutes to go. No rush to do anything first thing in the morning. Okay, watch Tesla. We might get a nice follow through. Thank you, David. Thank you. Scott, good morning. Google was off last week. Maybe Google gets something going this week.
So my point is, I think we're going to have a Goldilocks period for the next 2, 3, 4 years under either administration. But both administrations where candidates are really focused on bringing business back to the United States. Biden has been pushing it, Trump's been pushing it, and I think that's an irreversible trend. And so I think ultimately we're going to see inflationary pressures, very significant inflationary pressures.
Okay, you can see in the bottom right of my chart, we've got bullish indications in Apple, Broadcom, Microsoft, Meta, Netflix, and NVIDIA. Okay, that list is looking for bullish chalk or bullish break of structure to the upside. So watch these names. Okay, we've got less than 2 minutes to go. Let's look at Apple. Apple looking for it to push higher today. Okay, these are as of Friday's close. So let's see what these do today. Broadcom pulling back a bit. Microsoft futures pulling back to the 105. Microsoft on the watch list looking for a follow through and what Microsoft this week. Meta had some news last week. Netflix was strong last week. Okay, hanging out near the highs. And NVIDIA with earnings this week as well. Okay, looking for an opportunity with NVIDIA. Less than a minute to go. Let's get ready. Oh. They're paving right outside my front door. They're redoing the streets, paving. My wife's got to leave here shortly. Oh boy. All right, we're open. We are open. Okay, give it a few minutes for the markets to settle down, give us a true direction. We had a nice pop last week, so I wouldn't be surprised to see some tight price action today.
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Choices?
Yeah, at Schwab, I can get full service wealth management advice and invest and trade on my own.
Come on, Carl's the only choice you need, right?
All right, VIX moving a bit lower in the teens, 15. VIX at 15.
Have a choice in how you invest.
We want to stay above the S&P cash. We want to stay above 5,500. Okay, we're at 55.60 and pushing off of this little dip that we saw a few minutes ago. Pre-market. Okay. S&P cash. We'll keep an eye on this for a few minutes. Review other stocks.
All right, little chop, little sideways action, a little bit of nothing. Futures right now trying to start off higher and get something going, but the moves are fairly muted. Bond market basically unchanged right now. Dollar is down though pretty substantially. So if you think stocks want lower dollar, which generally has been a decent bet, then dollar suggests we should be getting some risk on.
All right, so futures trying to push through supply. You can see on the right side, S&P as well. S&P cash gets above 55, 65. We should run. Let's look at the 0 day. 0 day is bullish. 0 day setup is bullish. Okay, maybe we'll buy some S&P S&P big cap options. Still haven't gotten used to how to do this. S&P. Okay. Oh, I want to go to trade S&P, and then I'm going to grab S&P calls. Let's see for 0 day. Okay, so 0 day, the 19th, and just a little bit out of the money. I don't want a spread.
I think Warner Bros. Discovery is one that a lot of people lament. A lot of people want this one to work. Yes. And I think that people at home have to realize there are some characters in the world that a lot of people like. And they root for it. Even though, so you've got the one, you got the balance sheet. And the other
single. All right, so single.
Because he's just kind and exciting and has a feel for people. And you just say, oh, come on, man, get this thing moving. And what are they going to do with NBA if they lose NBA? Will Barkley stay with Barkley's loyal? And what does that have? And I just want people to understand why he's talked about. He's not talked about because he bit off more than two.
Okay, futures breaking through supply. Whoa, look at the move here. Wow, nice. 0 day, bullish. Okay, let me just go back to what I was looking at there. Charts. Okay, I'm starting to get used to Thinkorswim. Okay, S&P. Where did it go? Where did it go? Oh, charts. Where's my 0 day? Oh, there it is. Okay, all right. Okay, we got supply right overhead. S&P cash need to get about 55, 65, 55, 70 should do it. 55, 70. Watching the supply. Okay, Apple pulling back a little bit. A little profit taking. Lyft. Lyft looks like it might go again. Lyft. Lyft might go again. We take a look at the daily. Lyft looks good. A little dip. Still early, but it's coming out of a squeeze. Ulta, that was one that Warren bought. Ulta. Speaking of all of this and innovation, Jim, you want to talk about this AMD deal? Lisa Sue's going to be on this afternoon. Okay, so Lisa Sue, when I talked to her, what she's doing here, this is almost a $5 billion deal. It's buying a private company, so you can't. It's 75% cash, 25% stock. You can't head to the stake. Look when it was up 3, people didn't really know what was going on. I want to look at this thing. Okay, looking at Ulta for a follow through. It's something that actually keeps her up with NVIDIA because the big custom projects that go with the NVIDIA platform, she hasn't been able Okay, we want to get above 55.70, 55.70.
This is about working for Meta. It's about working for Amazon. It's about working for Azure. And I think that Google Cloud, and it's very smart. But the one thing I think people have to realize, it's got 12 billion, remember? The one thing people have to realize is that she is sticking by her $400 billion 2027 AI projection. And if that's the case, you need every engineer possible. And think about the 25% stock.
Okay, watching the S&P. Advanced decline is green. We've got a cyan bar building, a cyan colored bar building on the 5-minute. TTM Squeeze Pro. S&P coming out of a tight Bollinger Band setup to start the day. Up volume on the NYSE is 3-1, 2-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 1.75 on the SPY, 1.3 down on the Qs. That's only because we have a little bit of profit taking in the FANG stocks. We got 3-1 on the diamonds, 30 stocks on the Dow Industrials, and 2.3 on the IWM. Okay, so looking at S&P cash, looking for a push above 25.65, 25.70. What's Pinterest doing? Let's go take a look at some stocks from last week. PINS. What was that? Okay. Pinterest. Pinterest looks pretty good. Pinterest. Pinterest for the follow-through week. We've got resistance at 32.50. Then 35. Then 36.50. 36.50. You're going to hear a lot of background noise. I have the windows open because it's really beautiful out. But they're paving. Got heavy equipment out there. Woke the cat up. The cat did not like that. Dump truck slamming its rear gate. Oh, wow. That's really nice looking. Yeah. That looks really nice. Nice paving. Cool. It's funny. There's like 5 guys walking around watching the guys pave, the supervisors or whatever. 5 guys watching and 2 guys working. Okay, watching the S&P. All right, Pinterest looks pretty good. Pinterest looking for a follow through. Let's see, Palantir. We were looking for a follow through as well. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. A little bit of profit taking first thing this morning. Let's see, PayPal. PayPal. We're looking for a follow through as well. PayPal with a follow through. No, that's PayPal's fine. Palantir is flat at the moment. Some of this is just like go substitute Estee Lauder, take Mac out and put ELF in, but turn the bottle around. Okay, looking for a follow through. TTM is building, Frano. SPXW, TTM, cyan bars, building. bullish.
On the chart, you were saying, why didn't I buy ELF and why did I buy EL? But I did because Fabrizio Raymond had been one of the most remarkable CEOs in the packaged goods for a long, long time. And he made his bet with China.
All right, so Street Smart Edge is finally kaput.
Make your bet with China.
Street Smart.
Don't have an alternative plan. That's not good. I do think again, Nike, no alternative plan. But Starbucks.
Thank you, Edmund.
So
Thanks,
China
Edmund.
is a black hole, and I think that it wasn't so hard in 2016 when President Trump was elected to realize this thing's not going to work. And then hardliners come in. President Xi became hardliner. And you know what? You're not going to get a.
Hold on a second. My wife's got to pull out. Let me just tell her to go. All right, sorry about that. I had to get my wife out of the driveway. New paving, as it should be. All right. All right, PayPal looking pretty good. PayPal, S&P Cash looking for a grind higher, looks like. at the moment. We need to get above this level right in here. You can see supply just overhead on this 4-hour chart. Okay, here's your 4-hour chart. We make it through this supply. Look for a break higher. One-hour chart. Okay, let's look at the Japanese yen, AUD. Okay, that's still fading from the high. Okay. Daily. All right, we want to see this fading. On the daily, you can see that we bounced a little bit, but we faded. So we're looking for a fade. That would be bullish for equities. Okay, AMD. A lot of talk about AMD this morning. AMD. Let's take a look at AMD. Okay, here goes AMD. All right, looking good on the daily. AMD. When is AMD earnings? Anyway, we had earnings already, right? AMD. AMD, October 29th. AMD. July 30th reported earnings. All 4 metrics are bullish. All right. I'd like to see these numbers a little bit larger, but that's good. Good revenue growth, good earnings growth. AMD looking good. AMD. Okay, AMD, you can see the squeeze. We're coming up against the 50-day. 50-day next. Okay, tight Bollinger Bands on AMD. Okay, looking good, AMD. All right, so what do I want to do here? I want to buy some AMD. AMD. Okay, let's see. AMD, it's got earnings out in October, right? October 29th, AMD. Okay, they beat last time around. I'd like to see these metrics more bullish, but hey, that's fine. AMD. Okay, looking to buy some AMD. Let's see, October 29th. Let's go out to October 18th. I'm looking for a spread vertical. October 18th. Let's see. At the money, a spread on the 150, 155. Where is price again? 150, 155. Okay, 150 is just in the money. So 150, 155. I'm going to buy a couple of these for now. 150, 155. All right, filled 150, 155. AMD. October monthly. 150, 155 calls. Vertical. Double dip the clip chip. Okay, S&P still grinding higher. Looks good. Okay. All right, so that's all I'm going to do for now. That's all I'm going to do. Let's see. Okay. Tesla. Let's take a look at Tesla. Tesla was looking pretty good. Tesla. Okay, Tesla above the 50-day. Tesla looks very strong. Tesla above the 50-day. Tesla looks good to go. Buyers at the low of the day. You can see the wick underneath today's candle right at the 50-day. Buyers stepped up Okay, S&P still watching. Okay, Meta reclaiming. Reclaiming lost ground. Meta reclaiming lost ground. Looks bullish. Okay, let's take a look at Meta. Meta had a dip. What happened on Meta on Friday? I was out on Friday, but there was some negative news. Something to do with advertising, right? It was advertising or something. It had to do with drugs. Had to do with drugs and Meta letting someone actually advertise for drugs on the platform. It was approved, so whatever. They didn't like that. So shorts came in and clobbered it. Okay, a gap down from that 539, 540 area down to 525. Okay. So it lost 15 points. Now it's starting to move. All right, so higher highs, higher lows. The overall chart looks good for Meta. 9 and 21 day up and to the right. Let me just get my son. Hold on a second.
Jim and Stop Trading. There's a just fascinating piece by Morgan Stanley today. How is Amazon going to drive durable EBIT even as consumables surge? Now, this is very important. What this piece says is that those consumables that you're really kind of taking the place of going to a Walgreens, it's got low margin, 20% versus the regular margin, 28. So if you move up the consumables, you are going to have a not as good margin. What's interesting is, remember, in the big sell-off that we had, it was that Prime was not good.
retail was holding off. The selling. This doesn't even mention that. It's really about how people. There's a great, tremendous paragraph. Very well run piece. Very well. Daily habits create behavior change. This is the existential threat to a Target this week. Why would you go to their food aisle? Why would you go to their consumables aisle, which is CVS, when you can just order the stuff and have it there? They do steer, obviously, to some versus others. But this piece is the first piece I've read, which is, wait a second, don't give up the ship just because they're doing the consumables. Don't worry. Longer term, the gross margins are going to be good. Right now, you can order chapstick and it comes, and they're losing money on that. But I think that don't bet against Andy Jassy for a way to be able to figure out how to do this profitably.
I was just thinking about the best Dow names of the year. You want to guess the best one?
Okay, AMD. AMD still looking good on the daily. Let's go look at some. Okay, a little dip there. Looking for a follow through. Push to the upside. All right. What's Roku doing? Roku, last week there was some news on Roku. What was it? Earlier in the week? Roku. All right, Roku is clearing some levels. Okay, looks like we're gonna squeeze again on the 0 day. No follow through. Okay.
We don't want to get people hung. There's CrowdStrike problems. We also have a fiscal year issue. I just think don't get ahead of yourself. Some of these stocks have had big runs.
All right, that stock ASTS, the satellites, looks like it's going to go ASTS. ASTS looking good. ASTS. Okay, it had a rocky day on Friday. Popped up, had a really nice pop, and then it backed off. Okay, had a big pop on Friday, early in the morning. For those of you who sold into strength first 15 minutes, reassess, buy back here at 28, nearly $8 lower, $9 lower. Now it's headed back up to the highs. Looks good. Okay, 33.30 ASTS. I mean, this is fairly inexpensive stock, $32, but it is very volatile. So don't play this with your house money. Okay, watching the S&P 0 day, no follow through yet. Still squeezing. Ulta looks pretty good. Ulta, Warren Buffett disclosing a position in his 13Fs last week. Okay, looks like Lyft might go. Lyft. Apple still drifting a bit lower at the moment. Meta trying to regain lost ground. Okay, Lyft, I don't need two charts. Let's see, who do I want to put here? Okay, that looks good. Okay, ASTS looks like it wants to go. Starting to get used to this Thinkorswim platform. I just have to look different places than I'm used to with Street Smart. Street Smart is Kerplunk. Kerput, that's gone. Street Smart's gone. Zero day? What do you mean? Did they go away? No, you can still trade them. What platform are you using, Dave? Are you using Street Smart, right? Or are you using Thinkorswim, right? Okay. ASTS had a nice pop up. And they got a nice move here so far. ASTS.
During justice.
34.36. Okay, got supply up there at 36. ASTS.
David and Sarah have the morning off, kicking off a busy week between Jackson Hole, the DNC, retail earnings, some benchmark revisions to payrolls, and some Fed speak. We'll watch all of it as we get to a pretty nice start here. Dow's up about.
Okay, let's see. ASTS. Lots of volume on ASTS. Thursday, Friday. Friday it hit 36 and change. Got sold.
AMD shares gaining on news the chipmaker is buying server maker ZT Systems for $4.9 billion in cash and stock. AMD says the transaction will boost its ability to make AI hardware. And don't miss an exclusive interview with CEO Lisa Su later today on Closing Bell Overtime. Also, take a look at shares of GM, the company laying off more than services divisions. We'll bring you the details later this hour, but shares down about 0.1.
What is Coinbase doing? Coinbase, Bitcoin still sitting there.
Yes, LEI. This is leading economic indicators, Carl, for the month of July. And what's fascinating here is that it is now out at down 0.6%. That is not as good as the estimate, which was only down 0.4%. And the magic number here is 29. It's been 29 months since we had a positive integer for leading economic indicators. The last positive integer was February of 22, up 0.3. And in between then and now, the best we've had is February of this year when it was unchanged. So down 0.6 is the worst since October of last year. And you can see yields moving slightly lower on the long
What's up?
treasuries, like 10-year. We see 2s and 3s.
Yeah, sure. Give me 5 minutes, guys. I'll be right back.
So we want to slower economic news that's coming out is taking a bit of a toll, and that toll seems to be more on longer maturities. Carl, back to you.
All right, Rick. Thanks so much, Rick Santelli. Stocks are coming off their best week of the year so far. S&P, Nasdaq with some
Oops.
Sideways as we wait some of the more closely watched events of the week. But yeah, a very busy week when you're talking about Fed clues potentially, and
we'll take anything. Any clues they give us.
Yeah.
You mentioned Chinese markets, even with the yen firm overnight, that doesn't seem to be creating too many problems.
Yeah. No, and the yen has recovered quite a bit. I think the real question here, it kind of ties into that carry trade as far as have we seen the unwinding, or is there more to come at some point? And I think, Alex Coffey brought up a really good point on the Future Show this morning. Excuse me. He talked about how the carry trade in itself isn't an unhealthy situation or environment to be in. It's when everybody gets weighted on one side and creates this, spiral effect or tailspin for the market, and it's tough to kind of come out of. So it can carry on for a couple days. In this instance, somewhat short-lived, but definitely tied to some of the selling we saw 2 weeks ago today. And I think a lot of people are trying to figure out if it's over. Yeah. I do want to point to the fact that we are also seeing strength in the euro currency, Oliver, and that's been weighing on the dollar. And interestingly enough, the dollar traded below that low from a week ago. I think it was August 3rd or something.
Yeah, right? No, that was a highlight of the morning to me, too. The dollar breakdown continues.
That's right. So now the next stop here is the lows we saw earlier this year, if you remember, down around that 100 level. So this should be interesting to watch. But yields have come off. They're even lower today. 10-year down around 0.4% as we speak, down below 3.88 here. And, I did want to just also mention that we Speaking of yields lower, I mean, look at U.S. leading index, which just came in down
Yeah, let's talk about it.
0.6. I think that's a weak number, weaker than expected. They were looking for down 0.4, prior down 0.2. Now, no surprise here to see this come in negative, right? I mean, this has been the trend, to say the least. I think it was 5 weeks in a row now that we've been negative.
Yep.
But a sharp decline here. And only once positive, I think it was this spring, if I remember back in April.
Correct.
And then
February, March.
Basically since April of 2022, I think we've been negative across the board. So again, there you can see the numbers. I mean, this is
LEI has
no
been weak
surprise,
for a long time.
But yeah, look at the sharp increase there, down 0.6%. So, I guess if yields going lower, if the economy's slowing is good for stocks, then, we could get a little bit of a lift off here. But I think this is a week where we're waiting for the Fed on Friday and Powell's,
Well, to your point, it's a really big question whether or not, stocks are going to keep liking the lower yields, lower dollar, weak data.
Yeah.
Obviously, that worked for a really long time. Lately, it hasn't worked quite as well with the freak out around some of the economic concerns. So that's going to be a big test here, because dollar down, as big as it is, usually is the type of thing that bulls put into their narrative, because that generally has worked. But then you look at something like a Bitcoin down today. The dollar's been coming off now for some time. Bitcoin's been lower as well. So maybe it's a Bitcoin thing. Maybe it's a risk tolerance thing. To me, it does kind of connect with the notion that the top for the NASDAQ did align for the high for yields. So yields down has been bad for the NASDAQ since July 10th. Now, if we turn it around, we start making highs again, then okay, maybe we kind of go back to that theme of lower dollar, lower yields, good, but hasn't really been the case. So how we respond to kind of every little piece of information still is a bit up for grabs here.
Yeah, and I would agree. Bitcoin a bit of an outlier. I'm not sure if it really provides any clues in terms of
Fair enough.
grabs. I would argue more that gold has been the one that's provided clues and clarity. Bitcoin's been stuck in a bit of a range, and as much as disappointment for the bulls that it hasn't really regained composure along the same lines that stocks have off the lows that we saw a couple weeks ago, it hasn't necessarily invalidated, I think, the working assumption that we're trending higher. So we're kind of just testing that lower extreme of that range that we're in, 58,000. I think it is up to, we'll call it 74, the all-time highs. But it hasn't rallied back to the same extent that stocks have. But look at what's been going on with gold. I would think and kind of argue that lends itself to the argument that there is still some concern out there, and that the worst isn't over yet. So,
But gold's been kind of catch-all. Works when there's concern. Works when generally the expectations are for the Fed to cut. Gold,
political tension,
that too.
Feeding of the dollar. I mean, we were talking about weakness there. Yields coming off.
Gold's been the best place to be essentially throughout a lot of this for just the consistent gains. The last point here is that when we look at potential volatility this week, I mean, when you've got Fed-centric stuff from minutes to Jackson Hole, gold bulls might need to be wary on that subject, because if there's any, mismatch between the market's expectations for 100 basis points, basically between now and the end of the year, gold probably has been benefiting from that too. So if it doesn't work out, then gold might take a hit.
I would argue even today's intraday price activity, a reflection of how the bulls need to be a little bit, concerned here. I mean, we spiked up, Oliver, 25.49.90, talking a tick off that 25.50 level. Now we're trading negative at 25.36. I mean, the intraday swings have been tough to stomach for most retail, smaller type traders. You got to have, quite the staying power to stick with some of these moves that we've seen here. But gold, again, has definitely rewarded the bulls, and as of this morning, continues to. But yeah, I think this week could be very interesting in terms of the waiting game for Fed Chair Jerome Powell. But I guess in terms of stocks, I have to argue, as long as those lows that we have put in, 5,100.
Yeah, staying in stocks is pretty darn good.
As long as those stay, then all of this is kind of just a little bit of a chop, kind of consolidation in some ways, which is very healthy for the market. And again, the bulls want to see us post new all-time highs, but that low from 2 weeks ago is the critical level at this point.
Yeah. We've come so far from it. So we've got plenty.
But it doesn't mean that we're not going to go right back down to it either.
Sure, but we're trying to get above the August high today. That's what we're looking for. If we're basically there. Actually, S&P is getting back above it. So like by a hair. Thanks, Ben. Appreciate it.
For sure.
Thank you. Host of Futures. All right, let's talk some tech. Let's talk some earnings. Then we'll do some more trading. Jeff Pierce joins us, Senior Manager of Derivatives Trading at Charles Schwab, looking at Palo Alto Networks. We've got earnings coming out after the bell. Palo Alto, kind of a key tech player for us this week, Jeff. Pretty close to the highs, but also a decent amount off them.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be an important report for a few reasons for the entire sector, especially looking at CrowdStrike later this month. I think investors will be looking for some clues to that report. Also, Palo Alto themselves have been a bit of a transition period as they work on a few different things, including this platformization technique that they've been using, basically giving away services. So investors are wanting to see what sort of growth is coming from that and whether or not they're seeing any more slowdown in spending. Expectations for the quarter, about $1.41 in earnings, revenue $2.16 billion. That would be up almost 11% year over year. And that revenue growth slowed down from the 26% we saw last year. Billings are expected to come in around $3.43 billion to $3.48 billion. It's worth noting, if you look at the history, Palo Alto really rarely misses estimates. They've met or exceeded estimates in 16 of the last 17 quarters, but we've continued to see revenue, billings, and earnings per share all slowing over the past few years, over the past year, I should say. So this earnings, they're really going to be looking at billing. We're really going to be looking at outlook. We're going to be looking at for that platformization and whether or not that's starting to work. And for fiscal 2024, are they going to hit their expectations for billings to grow 10 to 11% and revenues to rise 16%? Also, looking closely at any guidance for fiscal 2025, analysts are expecting somewhere around $9.09 billion in revenue.
Okay. So if we can live up to expectations, and it seems like you've got the momentum back of higher lows, possibly higher highs, seems like an important report for Palo Alto, because if we can pop clearly above that $340 level that's kind of been a ceiling in this, that'd be a big move that puts the all-time highs back in contention for stock that got slammed in the first quarter. I mean, Palo Alto was like, it threw the whole cloud sector into, a tailspin basically in the spring.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at some of the demand we've seen from other names, that's certainly a positive. Also, good news for this company. So far, 2024 is on track to be one of the worst years yet for ransomware, beating out 2023, which is a very bad year worldwide. Cybercrime is predicted to cost about $9.5 trillion this year, according to research firm Cybersecurity Ventures. They expect that to reach $10.5 trillion by 2025. And if you look at what Palo Alto has to offer, Strata, which is their firewall network security service, Prism, which is the cloud-based side of things, and then Cortex, which is the AI side. That's a pretty strong set of tools, and they're really been focused on that AI side. There are some headwinds, of course, macro headwinds, customers, waiting, not locking in those higher value contracts. These interest rates are really elongating some of these sales cycles, and we're seeing the slow growth over last year. But if we look at this bundling service, and I think this will be a main focus specific to Palo Alto, this platformization, they're trying to drive off these smaller companies and secure these larger, longer contracts by bundling everything together. That's a trend that seems to work for some other companies, and we've seen it pay off from a value-wise. Customers who bundle all three platforms are sitting closer to $2 million in ARR as opposed to $200,000 when they just buy one product. The problem is they've been offering these products for free and deferring revenue deals in order to try to get this business. Now, there's some insights this might be working. In Q3, they captured about 65 new platformization sales, up 40% over Q2. And even though these free promotions, they were losing revenue, Q3 sales still rose 15% year over year to $2 billion. So there is some positive there, but investors want to hear more.
Yeah, all right. Sounds like they're getting new customers, fresh customers, trying to diversify that portfolio of business. So, I get that part of the story. That's an important one to point out. So very good there. The expectations too for sales to still hit, into the double digits, but maybe not as kind of ballistic of growth that we were used to for a while in the stock. Still something that maybe the valuation will have to reckon with, but it seems like, barring some unforeseen problem with the customer, then we should be expecting pretty good numbers. But yeah, it was basically the top for the whole cloud trade in the cyber trade back in February. So could be representative for the whole group. And it's going to have to justify 60 times forward earnings. So no misses, I don't think, for this one. The market will tolerate. Thanks, Jeff. All right, let's look at the market. Let's do some trading with Alan Nuttman. Joining us, Chief Market Strategist at BullseyeOption.com, taking a look at Nike after a rally last week. But I know you're going to want to set the tone for this week on a Monday, Alan. So bull us up, baby.
How can I not? How can I not? Now, your previous guest.
Oh, God. Here we go. Don't do it, Alan. Don't do it. Don't wade into the lion's den.
So someone was concerned that the market had its best week of the year. That's not concerning.
I didn't hear that. Who's concerned we had the best week of the year? We're above the August high.
Okay, watching S&P, looking for a break higher, S&P 500.
But anyways, it's either half full or half empty. But the key is, I think that we want to focus on the best part of all of this.
We are expecting that the S&P and the indices might stay range bound in a tight range today, early this week, as we had a really nice push last week. 55, we need to get above 55.60 or so in order to break above this supply over there on the right. You can see a little bit of a doji so far on the daily. Let's break it down. Let's go to the hourly chart. You can see we're running up against that resistance inside. As long as we stay above 5,500, that's what we want to see. All right, so S&P futures just pulled back a little bit. Okay, ASTS looks like it wants to go.
So you're thinking we're basically in the clear now that we've done that 180.
Something about the New York Stock Exchange I want to point out. New York Stock Exchange is at a triple top. Okay, we're at a triple top, so be aware. Triple top.
So that held as a super support level. Now we've popped above the 50-day moving average in everything as well. So everything looks very, very much positive, but at some point there could be a secondary profit taking. And again, I've talked about how important it is not that the profit taking happens, but how the market reacts after that. So there is some caution in the fact that the markets have come by very, 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 very fast. And if you didn't take a swing at it when you had a chance, looks like you missed out again, just like you did in April.
Okay. So it's the main message here.
All right, triple top on the New York Stock Exchange composite. Okay, so we have to be aware of that. Okay, futures pulling back right now. Futures pulling back.
It is imperfect. I follow the charts, and the charts have been very much positive. We're in a bull market, and if you don't use the risk reward to your advantage when you have the opportunities, that's when you've gotta load up. You can't be thinking about what's happening.
Futures dropping off pretty quickly here.
Some pullbacks, here in the future, you've got to use that to your advantage. And if it doesn't rebound from those pullbacks, at least you got in at a discount as opposed to chasing it.
Back to an area of liquidity, looking for a bounce here actually.
There's a little tension within the market. Main point too, just come back before getting your Nike trade. You think generally dollar down still something you want to root for as a stock bull?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. So, and there are forces at play. We always know, I don't get into the the outside forces, but most people will agree that that investors want the dollar to go down because that is helpful for all assets that are priced in dollars.
Fair enough. Okay. Hey, let's trade some Nike. Alan, taking a little stab at a comeback story here.
All right. Tesla. Keep an eye on Tesla as well. Tesla at the highs. Supply.
tend to kind of buy these high growth tech companies at the IPO, they think of Google and perhaps a FOMO trade there. Where do you see kind of the next Google as it pertains to kind of 2 decades of just amazing momentum, amazing growth and execution from the date of that IPO?
All right, so I'm just watching this triple top on the New York Stock Exchange. Up volume still leading. Up volume is still leading.
Interesting emerging stories on the other side. Private companies like Perplexity, and I've said this repeatedly, like
Tesla looking for a push higher.
that system versus Google, I think, are rising because consumers want a choice, and I think Perplexity has been a great choice for consumers. We'll see what happens. Again, obviously, these are all private companies. We don't know when they're going to come public. But right now,
S&P with a bounce. Okay, it's only 10:20 on the East Coast. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. You can see this liquidity grab right there. They just brought it back down to this area of liquidity near 55.50. They grabbed that and pushing it higher right now. Keeping an eye on this. A lot of people probably got short just now in reaction.
Still to come this morning, Piper Sandler cutting Shake Shack, Dutch Bros, and Sweetgreen this morning. We'll talk about why after this when we're back in a couple of minutes.
Okay. All right. Hope everyone's having a good day. It's only 40 minutes into the trading day. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Monday the 19th. Just watching the markets, looking for a clear direction. Right now, we're just chopping around in a tight range. Just pull back to the low. More than likely, a lot of people just got short, only to get prices move right back up to the high or right back up into the range. S&P is chopping around inside of Bollinger Bands. Okay, what is Apple doing? Apple pulling back a little bit, looking for a bounce in Apple. Lyft looks pretty good. Lyft looks like it wants to follow through. Lyft, excuse me, LYFT. Lyft coming off the lows. Looks pretty strong to me. Lyft. Okay, Lyft, watching for the follow through. It's got an ATR of about 68 cents or so. It's up 37 cents. Lyft looking for a follow through. From last week, had a nice little rally last week. Higher low, looking for a push higher. Stocks moving back into the middle of the range. Up volume is still leading, better than 3-1 on the New York Stock Exchange, 2.7 on the NASDAQ Composite, 3-1 on the SPY, 2.7 on the Qs, 1-1 up on the Diamonds, and 2-1 up on the small cap Russell 2000. Yeah, I like Lyft too. Acceleration. School's back in session, right? School back in session.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Schwab Network.
Shares of Hyperion X, ticker IPX, are up more than 55%.
Okay, Lyft looking for a push higher. 1 hour chart, Lyft.
CEO Anastasios Arima joins us, co-founder of Hyperion X. Anastasios, thanks for being here on the Schwab Network this morning.
Hi, Oliver. Thanks for having me again. It was about a year since we last spoke.
That's right. You're based in Perth. You're in Australia?
No, I'm based in the United States. I grew up in Perth.
Okay.
But I'm based here in
That's
Australia
cool.
for the last 10 years.
Next Monday. All right.
You guys are based there, right? Because you're in ADR. Hey, Anastasios, we got to jump in actually because, well, even though he's stateside, we did lose the audio there.
Estee Lauder right now swinging between a pre-market loss to now a gain of 0.75%.
Estee Lauder had earnings. Estee Lauder. Let's take a look at Estee Lauder. EL. Yeah, Estee Lauder looks pretty good. Estee Lauder.
Appear to have topped estimates, but it gave a full year forecast that fell shy of expectations. It also announced that CEO Fabrizio Freda would be retiring and that the board is starting a search for a replacement, Leslie. So Estee Lauder was down about 4 to 5% pre-market after earnings and that announcement for the CEO stepping down, but now swinging to a gain of 0.75%.
Estee Lauder.
Yeah, quite the day for that company. Dom, thank you. After the break, Goldman Sachs cutting its recession odds, saying recent data shows no signs.
Yeah, I would say so. I would agree. I would agree.
Joins us next. Don't go away.
The thing about Estee Lauder is you walk into any of these major department stores, it's like the first counter you see. They have the prime real estate. Plus, they have good products. You know, that Estee Lauder. What's the other one my wife uses? I forget. AMD looking good. AMD. All right, let's take a look at AMD. AMD. Nice mean reversion trade. All right, with the 50-day right there. Notice the Bollinger Bands. Okay, let's look at the 60-minute time frame and get a little bit better, more granular look at this. AMD. Okay, that's a beautiful chart. AMD. $60-minute chart. That's a beautiful one. That's a beautiful chart. Estee Lauder. Okay. Excuse me. AMD. AMD. Easy as 1, 2, 3. All right. AMD. All right, what happened to my feed? They went off. Okay.
10 times more expensive than stainless steel to almost the same cost as stainless steel. You should be able to start seeing it in not just the existing products, but in replacing a lot of those metals that today we take for granted. So that's our mission, is to reshore a sustainable, low-cost American titanium supply chain. And what we achieved last week and what we are going to achieve over the next 12 months is just showing that we're on our way to doing that.
Okay, so tell us about that process, HAMR, hydrogen-assisted metallothermic reduction furnace. That's the Virginia plant that you're getting up and running now. So what does that process look like? Do you run it once? How much titanium do you get out of that? And how do you kind of assess the timeline for the volume you can produce? Do you have to
AMD looking good.
Make sure everything's working with the machine, or when this thing is up and running, can you just start pouring out material?
That's a good question. So hammer, as we like to call it, is again order of magnitude difference. Absolutely, you got it completely right. We call it hammer. It's just a nice way to call it. But it is definitely an order of magnitude difference over the more complex way we traditionally made titanium metal with the Kroll process. So we have just started up the furnace. We've got some ancillary equipment left to commission in the Virginia facility. We'll be ready to start ramping up and optimizing our facility in fourth quarter and into the first quarter of next year, and then we start ramping up production. Then from there, it's really
This guy sounds like he's from Australia.
Expansion on adding more of these types of furnaces to continue our ramp up towards whatever capacity we really want. We've said that we want to be at 10,000 tons per annum by the year 2030. I think we can achieve that and potentially even exceed that materially. That would reshore everything. That would reshore a big chunk of the titanium supply chain in the US. And we can go even further than that as well as we continue to optimize the process.
10,000 per annum, and how much will this plant produce per annum?
This initial furnace, we said 125 tons per annum, but again, it's quite easily modular expansion. You could have 10, 50,
AMD.
split across the
All right, there goes the S&P shakeout, man. That was a nice shakeout. Get everybody short and then reverse it. I love it. I love it.
So an important update, right from last time we spoke, then is now the operations start to kick in, and it seems like the market's excited about it too. But the share's still climbing from single digits a year and a half ago. Thanks for the update, Anastasios. We'll be in touch. Keep us posted.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Oliver.
Thank you, Anastasios Arenas, CEO and co-founder at Hyperion X. All right, cool stuff. All right, spinning out some cheaper titanium and better for the environment. Coming up, we're going to talk retail. TJ Maxx, Ross, Urban, all fun names. Those have been some big winners too, here and there over the last couple of years. Ross always trying to keep up with TJ Maxx, and it's been somewhat of a cutthroat business for Urban.
Okay, it looks really good. Looks really good. I like what I'm seeing on AMD. AMD. Okay. Okay, Lyft. All right, looking for that to follow through. AMD looking strong. AMD clearing some supply levels. Clearing supply levels. You can see 156 is where we get supply again. AMD 156 supply.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help.
Okay.
Email and in-platform chat. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
AMD looking good. S&P back up to the high of the morning. 56. I'm sorry. Futures back up to 55.92. Got rejected there. 55.92.
Technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't just be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes.
Yeah, there goes AMD. AMD clearing levels. AMD.
Download the Schwab Network app and join us to follow all the market trends. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free.
Okay, let's go to the 4-hour chart. That's inside of supply there. Let's look at the daily. Okay, MACD also turning, looking good. MACD.
Some retail earnings this week. TJ Maxx, Ross, and Urban. Let's start with Urban Outfitters. Jenny, I feel like that's the outlier here since TJ and Ross have lost similarities. Wednesday, we're going to get the report. Both Urban, Abercrombie, and American Eagle, they've kind of slowed down the last
What happened?
They
What
haven't, and that was to be
happened?
expected, honestly. I mean, like, some of these companies were growing with a pace in which I think was unprecedented, especially for companies that have been established as long as these have. I mean, it wasn't like these were these brand new names. Like, I feel like On has become this upcomer. Urban Outfitters, as well as its other various brands, Free People, Anthropology. I mean, this is a pretty established name. Also, I have to say an honorable shout out to Newly, which is a subscription service, which has seen a huge portion of its growth. And I also think an increasingly higher and higher retention rate, because some of these subscription services, that's frankly hard to come
Okay,
by.
Future's trying to get back and follow through.
Hearing their report Wednesday after hours.
Apple.
Expecting earnings to
Okay,
start
Apple.
to moderate here as far as their growth expectations, but still growing. I mean, my second quarter estimates as far as earnings is around 98 cents per share. That would mark growth from a year ago. We are expecting to see an overall improvement on sales of around 1.34 billion. That would mark about a 5% year-over-year jump. And as we go into this report, we have seen about 2% moves to the upside as far as revisions to the analyst price targets into this print. So Street getting more and more optimistic, and hey, 1.5%.
AMD needs to break through the level at 153.50.
After retail, I will say, not necessarily an area that has been like broad strength, but the clear winners and losers have prevailed. And we had a really nice week last week for discretionary names. So will this week be the same? I think a lot of the
VRAX looking good. VRAX mentioned by Jeff. VRAX.
skeptic when it comes to like, are we going to move just on these numbers, or like, are we going to move because the broader market is moving either in one way or the other?
Yeah, well, they kind of get consumed by the general drift. I hear you on that. Urban has done a decent job of kind of carving out its own chart over the last couple of years, right?
Yeah, and a lot of the territory that they did carve out was between about 39 to about 43. You can see we've got a very large volume node area on the chart here. That's what our volume profile study tells us. So now we can see that the broader shape is one of kind of a triangular pattern here. We've got connections of these lows on the downside and then these highs to the upside. We also had this steeper blue trend line going to the upside that's been broken here. So now we're in a situation where we've fallen below our two shorter term exponential moving averages, our yellow 21-day and orange 63-day moving averages here, which are still fairly close together.
Okay, come on, S&P. Give us a green light, S&P. All right, AMD. Trying to clear these levels.
Was supportive during our recent downswing, and now we are finding ourselves coming back up to a resistance area near 41 that matches up with these lows and subsequent highs. Looks like we're pushing to the upside. Now stopped near our volume profile point of control, the thick red line here on our volume profile study that denotes the area of heaviest trading. RSI also looking kind of interesting, coming close to invalidating a downward trend line here. The next step would be then to break above the 50 midline and reassert bullish momentum in our RSI study here. Support and resistance, we've got our moving averages that we reached after the gap down near about 42.58. Beyond that, our
Let's see. Noted by, actually, it was Brother Bill.
to the downside, we've got our trend line and our 252-day EMA quite close together, roughly around 39.
Okay. All right. So it seems like Urban kind of getting pinched into that $41 area again, basically. But that's kind of a positive function in a way for a chart.
Yeah, Zim integrated. Nice move on Zim. Ali would definitely be happy about it.
After holding the lower end. So, all right, Urban looks pretty decent. TJ Maxx, the leader in the discount world. Jenny, what are we looking for?
Okay, so I think this one is kind of interesting because, like, TJX, all we talk about is the e-commerce presence, the growing importance of like the Walmarts, the Targets, increasing their e-commerce. But I have to say that TJX is like the overall complete outlier, the one that bucks the trend. I mean, amazingly so. They do have somewhat of a website, but gosh, if you've been on it in the last few like decades, you know that it has not changed one bit. So, like, it's amazing to me the way that this company truly operates, and still like the discovery element. They have tried to mention their omni-channel offerings on some of their
VRAX looking for a break higher.
That's not what this company is. This is a company where you walk in, you try to spend, or they want you to spend more, obviously, than you would have hoped for, but that's still in which the way they operate. It's like the old school retail model. So The company has been trying to see some of these initiatives to boost its online sales.
VRAX trading. Looking for more time and sales. Looking for more green on the time and sales on VRAX.
I don't know what omni-channel presence they're really talking about. They have been dealing with the adverse effects of, like right now, higher cost of sales, higher operating expenses. Their margins are pretty thin. This is a company that obviously serves a more discount, more lower end consumer. So right now, this is the most strapped consumer as well. But as we know from looking at Walmart, it's not like consumers aren't spending. They're just being more selective with their dollars. So somehow TJX has been actually one of the more interesting retailers to watch. Can they do it again for another quarter? That is the big question.
Yeah. Well, I did just go on the website. I found some sunglasses for $10, so I like it. It's right in my price range there for sunglasses. Okay, Rick, generally pretty good and reliable over time, and not much breakdown lately either.
Yeah, actually looking quite strong recently. We had a pretty solid upside move here between our two blue lines. We just drew a conventional trend line going across these lows here, and then we just extrapolated it, matched up pretty well with the highs. Turned out to be right around where price topped out near like
VRAX.
35 or so. Since then, giving back a little bit of those gains here. We can see now
VRAX.
Price has once again reclaimed this volume node near about 111 though, but still down about 3% from those highs. We are above our yellow 21-day EMA. Our orange 63-day EMA was supportive recently. That also lined up with a price point that I had my eye on based on some highs and then subsequent lows after the upside breakout near about 108. So a key area there. Price did hold on and managed to move back to the upside here. Now we are finding ourselves stuck right around this downward sloping trend line going across those highs, pretty much forming a doji today. Very close to where price opened here, but the day's still quite young. We've still got a lot of trading ahead of us today here. RSI
Coin
here. We had this move into the overbought area and the subsequent decline here. We are back above the 50 midline though, and invalidating that downward trend line here. So perhaps a bit more optimistic according to our momentum indicator, but still need to break above that trend line. Support and resistance. Resistance after the trend line, of course, recent highs near 114.19, and then our subsequent highs near 115.35. Those are the marks to beat. To the downside, the area I mentioned earlier, orange 63-day EMA, pretty close to our support line near about 108 or so.
All right. TJ, it seems like the job for the stock this week is to get above the lower highs pattern that it's put in since July, which doesn't seem like too much to ask as long as the numbers are okay. It continues to generally show strength like we got to kind of gap up from the last earnings too. All right. Okay. Ross Stores, always in the same breath as TJ, and has managed to keep up stock-wise, Jenny, for the most part.
Okay, yes, and I recently went into one of my first Ross stores.
Oh, wow.
So yeah, I had
What a delightful experience.
It was a delightful experience. It was actually very, very clean. So don't get it twisted that some of these more lower price point stores are a mess.
Ross is always a disaster anytime I've been in there.
I know. I was so pleasantly surprised by my Ross experience. So we are expecting it for this upcoming report. Overall earnings around $1.49 a share. It would mark about a 13% year-over-year increase on revenue. That's expected to be around $5.2 billion, which would also be about 6% growth. Over the last month or so, analysts have revised their earnings forecast by about 0.1% to the upside, but not much of a change really over the last several trading sessions. But when it comes to
Frano mentioned the GM was laying off.
Year to date, it really hasn't been the same degree of like a strong performer as TJX, and I know 6% is still relatively resilient in retail, but I do feel like
Okay, AMD looking for a follow through and a break higher. VRAX having a day. VRAX. Looking for that to follow through. Big move today. VRAX.
Also, some other factors to consider is gains of their core business, which has been buoyed, frankly, by the consumer's continued focus on value and their ability to deliver on this value. Some have said that major supply chain headwinds for this company have then created stocking issues. You walk into a Ross, and they just don't have the same degree of supply they once did. I think that's kind of the case at most brick and mortars these days, but Ross Stores has been consistent with its execution. They've also been expanding their store footprint and trying to build into some of these newer markets. So while I will say that they do well in the markets they're in, they're not a super common store. Like they're just, as far as their footprint goes, they're growing. So with that growing pains, what do the costs look like, and what does really now their balance sheet look like, I think are two major questions going forward.
Good stuff. All right, nice. Yeah, Ross, a little more complicated than meets the eye, perhaps. Chart-wise, Rick, a little bit worse, a little bit better than TJ. How do they compare?
Well, this one is quite a bit different, I would say, because here we have a pretty persistent.
All right, there goes the S&P. All right, so S&P.
Between about 151 and 153, these areas right around here, about where price has topped out, kind of forming like an M-type shape here. Although more recently, we are moving to the upside, broke beyond this short-term, rather narrow downward sloping.
Yeah, monkeypox stocks moving. Moving.
So things are looking a little bit more optimistic here, but we haven't made a lot of movement since then. That big green candle that we saw on Thursday last week here, kind of just meandering sideways right at this point now. So another push to the upside as well.
Okay, just hit a high of 9.
RSI also kind of interesting. Downward sloping trend line going across the highs, looking like it could be
Excuse me. Excuse me while I kiss the sky.
These two boundaries here for further directional clues, but right now we're above the 50 midline. We had a nice breakout. Things seem more geared toward the upside.
VRAX having a good day. VRAX.
151 to 153 that I mentioned earlier for further upside. To the downside, this area
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. Looking good. SPY. Bullish. All right, there goes Lyft. Lyft looking pretty good. Higher lows, higher highs. Apple at an area of liquidity, looking for a bounce in Apple. You can see it pull right back down to an area of liquidity, but expect to see some buyers in this area. Let's go to the 15-minute. You can see a little bit more clearly. In this area, there's a lot of, okay, there's 485,000 overhead in shorts, but there's a 1.5 million in liquidity right in this area. So we're watching for a bounce in Apple. Down a couple of notches, looking for a follow through. S&P looking for a follow through. S&P looking for a launch. S&P looking for a launch. TNXP. All right. Thank you. Thanks. Yeah, buy 100 shares of any of these names. Probably going to do well. Just buy the dip, sell the rip. You know, you don't have to like sit there and hope that you get the stock to blow up like it did. It was trading in the 200s. VRAX. Okay, S&P on the move. All right, let's see what AMD looks like. S&P looking good. AMD. Survey says bullish. Okay, you can see it came right down to this area of supply, or rather liquidity. Okay, it came right down to that. Now we're headed back up to resistance. AMD looking really good. S&P looking really good. S&P looking really strong. Breaking to the upside. Okay, you can see we're running up against supply. Came down and tapped that liquidity and took off to the upside. S&P cash looking good. Okay, they shake people out, they make you sell, and then turn around, they buy right there, and they pop it back up to the highs there. It looks good. S&P.
Stocks are firming up this morning. Equities rallying. The Nasdaq trailing, but still positive. Kind of going back and forth. There's some tech stuff is mixed. Caroline Woods.
Okay, what do we got there? We got 55.75, 55.75, getting close to my max gain.
Yeah, I mean, I think what's important for this week is going to be the Jackson Hole meeting on Friday. I mean, that's basically what everybody should be paying attention to, and whether or not Powell gives any type of a path for where the Fed will be heading.
Okay, nice move on the S&P. Nice move on the S&P. Yeah. Slow-mo.
But I do think that there's other things that we should be watching this week as well too. I mean, look, not only do we have PMIs coming out this week, we had leading indicators this morning that showed, once again, a decline a little bit more than expected. But I think the general tone of the market in the last, say 4 or 5 trading days has really kind of changed to, very positive, and a lot of it's based off the data we got last Thursday, where we get retail sales.
All right, nice move, S&P. All right, looking good. All right, so we were anticipating a follow-through in the weekend video, and then Brent updated this morning looking for tight price action, unless, of course, we take off to the upside, in which case we're in a positive gamma state, so we're looking for continuation. That turned out to be a good one. All right, Novavax, VRAX. All right, VRAX. All right, S&P looking really strong. S&P. Okay, let's go take a look at. Oh yeah, Dell. Yeah. Forgot. We got earnings today. Next week, Thursday, right? Dell. I'm looking for the dip in Dell to get bought. Okay, the dip in Dell is getting bought. Okay, so you might want to look at Dell. Dell. I don't have a position. Let me look at Dell. Dell. Let's see. Trade Dell. Friday calls. Dell Friday calls. Okay.
All companies that are lower year to date. Moderna, Match Group, American Airlines, McDonald's, Darden, Ulta, Expedia. So, quite a bit of dip buying going on. And I heard you talking about, with Jenny, Ross Stores, TJX, of course. Also mentioned the consumer back in focus today.
Okay, Dell looking for. Oh, there goes the S&P. Kaboom. S&P.
Seeing some strength in Target, Macy's, Lowe's, Urban Outfitters, which are also reporting. So
Dell.
Optimism around the consumer ahead of those earnings reports.
Yeah, it's a good point. A good observation of those two as they fit together pretty well. A lot of these
Friday at the money calls I like.
Do overlap with the consumer side. If I look at IVE, for example, the iShares value.
Dell Friday at the money calls looking good. Okay, S&P blasting higher. S&P. I like it. Thank you, Listar, for reminding me. Thanks for the reminder.
Yeah, I mean, we do. I mean, look, the bottom line is we've seen Brett expand over just last week. A pretty big and substantial move, Oliver. I mean, I'm just looking at the S&P, coming off that August sell-off where we got down to maybe about 55% of the components.
All right, looking good. Okay. Nice follow through. All right, Lyft looks like it wants to make a higher low now. AMD, looking at AMD. Easy as 1, 2, 3.
They started to wind back up again last week too. So there's a lot of reporting that people are starting to put down that trade again, and we'll see kind of how that carries forward. But when you have an event like that, right? And whether we want to call it a correction, whether you want to call it some kind of technical event, basically what happens is you have a lot of delevering in the system because everybody's unwinding the same trade at the same time. And what we saw that big tech sell-off was everybody that had kind of loaded the boat.
All right, nice move, nice run up on the S&P. Dell's in an area of liquidity, looking for these buyers to show up. Okay, you can see that large swath of green.
Yeah, it seems like we are cruising at this point without any, impediment from the news flow.
Looking for that to bounce back up towards the highs. Dell has earnings this week, Thursday after the close, I believe.
We're moving this morning already. Thanks, guys. Caroline Woods, Joe Mazzola. Good look there at the value leadership of the market ahead of a Fed.
It's about time. Live Nation. Taylor's top of the list. Yeah, it is. People want to go see a concert. Spend $500, $1,000 for a ticket. I mean, that's crazy. How do you tell your kid, no, I can't take you to see Taylor Swift? I don't particularly care for her, but if you want to take your kid who likes Taylor Swift, I mean, $2,000 for a couple of hours, give me a break. That's just reprehensible. Dell looking good. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay, so very decisive, up by him, leading the way, 4-1, almost 5-1 on the New York Stock Exchange, 3-1 on the NASDAQ Composite, 4.5 on the SPY, 3.5 on the Qs, 2.6 on the Diamonds, 2.6 on IWM. All U.S. indices are seeing up by him, leading by more than 2-1. SPY 4-1. New York Stock Exchange almost 5-1. All right, so that's a lot of buying activity. Speaking of buying activity, let's go see what breadth looks like. All right, AMD still looking good. AMD cruising along. AMD looking good. 60-minute time frame. 20 EMA is the green line. The red dotted line is the reference for the 20 EMA on the daily. On this 60-minute time frame, the strategy is you want to be short below the 20 EMA. You want to be long as the 20 EMA turns up and to the right. Steven's been in this one a few days, right? Looks really good. Turning the corner. Yeah. Nazar, Portugal. Oh my gosh, that wave is insane. I mean, I like surfing. I liked surfing in Hawaii. I would always surf double overhead, South Shore, Oahu. Threes, Kaisers. Never went to Ala Moana because it was all the tourists. But yeah, Threes, Ala Moana, Kaisers, that was a good area. And of course, the North Shore, Haleiwa, but nothing like Nazar. Jesus, that wave is just like what? 10 times overhead. Okay, S&P is still going. Looks really good. Everything is a go. Everything is a go on S&P 0-day. Just don't chase it. Everything is a go. Yeah, agreed. Agreed.
There's no fear of missing out on Next Gen Investing. 1 p.m. Eastern, only on the Schwab Network.
Yeah, I agree with you, Brian. Freeport McMoran looking good. Yeah, the S&P is bullish. We're a little bit extended now. I wouldn't buy anything up here, obviously, but buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay. Dell. Okay, so here's another one. Let's go. Whoops. Let's go look at Dell through this. Let's go look at Dell through this lens. Got a pullback. Dell. Okay, where did Dell just pull back? It pulled back to the 50% retracement being identified. Oh, that looks good, Sundog. Thank you. Intel, looking for the follow through. If you like Intel, I like the 22s. No, excuse me, the 25 call or the 20 call. The 20 call for January 2026. The only issue I have with Intel is the lack of dividend or the cutting of the dividend. So a lot of ETFs that follow dividend stocks are going to cut Intel. So once that selling's done, we should see a follow through. Looks good. Dell looks good. Okay, looking for
retailers. We have a deal, AMD deal we'll tell you about, and more, and NVIDIA. In the meantime, we are watching Estee Lauder. Jenny Horn, markets correspondent here on Schwab Network.
Estee Lauder.
Look here at Estee Lauder, fractionally higher. Report some of what people are saying. So, Nicole, I think what was mainly in focus here was some of the overall shakeup that they're seeing in their company as far as leadership.
Okay, looking for Dell to head back up towards 112 or so. VRAX, a little dip there. Looking for a pop back up to the highs.
Increase their speed to the market. The elimination of around 3,100 positions was estimated to result in between around 500 and 700 million of restructuring and other charges. Now, Estee Lauder did say the restructuring initiative is on track and expected to drive around 1.2 to 1.4 billion in savings in fiscal 2025 and 2026, with more than half that realized in the first fiscal year. A lot of the weakness, though, also was tied to some of their specific declines in China. They did say that persistent weak sentiment among Chinese consumers was a major headwind. Now, amazingly so, shares are actually, like you said, still modestly higher on the session, as we did see the CFO expects mainland China sales to be flat to down now in the high single digits in fiscal 2025. Also, again, weaker outlook on some of that lowered expectation of the China region. However, quarterly dividends was announced at around 66 cents a share, payable on September 16th. Shareholders on record as of August 30th. That was a bright spot. And
okay, S&P looks like it wants to keep going. Dell looking for the follow through.
Reignite and revigorate this brand, which is somewhat fell into the wayside of some of these newer, more popular brands that have really made a splash on social media. So I will say Estee Lauder has been a bit of a disappointment for the better part of the last several years, but looking for at least maybe a turnaround story, and a new leader is definitely one way to do so. So, well, this move today isn't the all clear. It is at least a sign of some confidence from the street that they like the degree of turnaround that Estee Lauder is attempting to make.
Yeah, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Guidance a little bit disappointed that you did mention that. So a lot of news to watch pertaining to Estee Lauder and the developments ahead, and who will replace the president and CEO. Let's get some insights to the market.
Okay, futures continue to rally ho. All right, AMD looks like it wants to go. You can see the supply over there on the right on the hourly chart. There's 2.9 million, 2.39 million there. Okay, so buyers, you got about 875,000 changing hands right near the open this morning. Let's look at the daily. Daily AMD. Daily AMD. Survey says. Okay, supply up there at 180 and change. You got some intermediate levels between here and there, but AMD looking really strong. AMD.
You have about over $1 trillion in consumer credit card delinquencies are going up a little bit, but overall the economy is still strong. And so if the economy is still strong,
Good work on the 0-day.
Interest rate cuts. I think that bodes well for the market the next 12 to 18 months because it's just not them. It's the global economy. Looks like it wants to reliquidify.
Yeah, understood. Are you expecting the cuts that people are expecting, like maybe September and December?
All right, so 0-day looking good. I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of profit taking up here at the highs, but you never know. If you're trailing this, looks good. Looks like AMD wants to go. AMD want to go. McDonald's. All right, so McDonald's I exited on Friday into strength. I had the 280 calls. I bought by mistake. All right, so too bad for me. McDonald's sold Friday. Sad face. Yeah, but congrats, Corey. Yeah, that looks good. So, Frano, you got something? Thanks, Lori. What do we got here? What do we got? What are we looking at? 120. Is that AMD? AMD. No, that's not AMD. What is that? What is that? Oh, McDonald. What is that? Laurie, what's that? You might have already said it. Lori, what's that? What symbol is that? All right, 125, 130. 125, 130. Okay, S&P is still going. All right, looks very strong. The market's very strong, holding the up volume. Up volume's holding up. VRAX looking for a pop. VRAX. So according to Bloomberg, investors are nervous about NVIDIA's downside. According to Bloomberg, I don't know. I'm not worried about NVIDIA downside. Why are they worried about NVIDIA downside? According to Bloomberg, they got the pulse.
So we have an investment in ONE in Williams. We like that area. They're both giving about a 4.5% dividend. We like Chevron with that balance sheet, right? We think that it's already priced in a lot of negative news. And if you're getting almost 5% in dividend, again, that's an area that we like in energy.
Yeah. What about consumer discretionary? I mean, what are we talking about here? I mean, how discretionary are we talking? Are we talking about a big spend or, something just, hey, I'll get myself a treat, a new sweater? I mean, what are we looking at here?
Well, sort of like what you said in both ways, right? The new trend will be, housing's been suffering, right? People aren't selling their homes. It's harder to finance at the higher rates. So imagine, if you will, we're 6 months forward and interest rates are down.
Okay, according to Bloomberg, investors are worried. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thanks, NVIDIA. NVIDIA top contracts. All right, so it looks good. Yeah, NVIDIA is ripping. NVIDIA 125, 130, probably not a bad idea, right? NVIDIA trade. Let me look at NVIDIA. Okay, NVIDIA, where's the supply? Supply at 132, 133. And we've got levels for Money Magic.
Thank you, Nicole. Great seeing you.
Plenty more to come here on Trading 360. Up next, it's the big three. 3 stocks, 3 charts, 3 trades. That much time we'll go through the technicals. Jill Hawthorne will take us through trades for Tesla. Michael Straps Be right back.
All right, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, check the 60-minute. All right, so we got a nice move on NVIDIA. NVIDIA clocking some new highs over the last few weeks. We've taken out some pivots, 125, 130. McDonald's, Amgen. Thank you, Corey. American Express, Caterpillar. All right, let's go take a look at breadth real quick. All right, here's NVIDIA. NVIDIA is ripping higher. All right, S&P looks like profit taking. S&P profit taking. All right, S&P takes some profits off. Okay, Tesla fading from the high of the day, fading. All right, so we're Lyft looks okay. Let's look at AMD. All right, AMD trying to take out the high. It's not going to be too successful I would think, unless we get the indices to push higher. Okay, AMD, we've got a bullish chalk on AMD. Bullish chalk on AMD. Okay, so what time frame is that? 15 minute? Okay. Bullish chalk on AMD. Okay, yeah, it's over there. All right, so pre-market. Looking for AMD to follow through. Okay, let's go down a few time frames. Let's look at the 2-hour chart. Looking for supply on AMD. AMD supply. That's the 2-hour. Let's look at the hourly chart. AMD. All right, so 156. You got 156. Supply level overhead. AMD. S&P looks good.
Things have since seemed to kind of calm a little bit, at least for now. We have a lot of economic data, like you said, Jackson Hole. We have FOMC minutes this week, so there could be a little bit of
VRAX looking for a pop. VRAX looking for a higher low and a pop. S&P just like somebody took some profits there.
SPX is up about 22 handles right now. The VIX has since come down, and we'll see how things go. We do have some retail earnings to report this week, so.
All right, so whenever you see a few down bars, S&P, generally I'm thinking profits. Okay, so you got one little pause right there, but we haven't slowed down per se. So if you zoom into like 2-minute chart or whatever, you'll see a couple of down bars, but then the trend will resume. We'll see if that's the case. Okay, VWAP is below. Price looks good. Okay, no immediate supply right over here. Yeah, we're right in the middle of supply on the hourly chart. All right, looks like profit taking for now. Looks like profit taking.
Obviously, Elon and some of the comments he makes on social media, and some of the
Elon to David Faber from CNBC. Faber interviewing him, and he says, "What do you think about people that think you're causing problems or chaos or whatever?" And he says, "I don't care." I love Elon. He's got the money to say, "Go F yourself." I just love it. Fighting the system.
220. I mean, if people were scratching their heads, right? But that's exactly what happened.
Some people don't like him. I personally do. Elon. All right, so S&P is still showing very strong volume by price. TTM bars. TTM bars are still very cyan. Okay, looking for a bounce. Okay, AMD. Apple starting to bounce. Okay, so look at Apple. I want to show you something. I just told you a few minutes ago that we're going to come down to this area of liquidity. Okay, where do we bounce? Right on that area of liquidity. See that? And we bounce right above that and just start to move higher. Now we got resistance overhead about 126. Looking for 127.50, 128, 129.50 for targets this week. Apple, Tesla fading a bit more. ASTS is still going. ASTS back up to 36. Okay, ASTS, that one had a little shakeout on Friday. Okay, there it goes. It's up 16%. Satellite cell. Got my eye on you. Thank you. Thank you, Lori.
Again, built momentum to this 230, 250 area, and I think the Bulls are back in charge here.
So they have a chance. You have a chance, Joel.
Okay, starting to see more profit taking, more profit taking. More profit taking. Take it off. Don't. Maybe we'll get another dip for another rip. AMD. AMD. ASTS. Nice move on ASTS. Okay, looks good.
And we'll look and see how that plays out until the end of the year. But right now, I'm a bull.
Yeah. All right.
AMD. All right, looking good. Thank you, Corey.
Yeah. This is one that obviously want to watch the crypto space, the Bitcoin space, and this is a name that I like to look at. Definitely, with
Coinbase. Looking good. All right, so Bitcoin looks like it could get going here. Coinbase looks good. All right.
Using this company to buy Bitcoin, leverage Bitcoin, and things of that nature. So if I'm going to participate, this is a name that's very attractive to me for that. It is a bit aggressive and very volatile. So right here, I'm a bull because I think this price action has been a bit of a support level for Bitcoin right now. And so because of that,
Okay, Bitcoin trying to reverse, put in a higher low. Hasn't really done much. Friday was I hit a high and then pull back below Thursday's low of the day. Volume starting to pick up on Bitcoin. Could see a follow through.
Sideways consolidation. You guys know I like this pattern, right? It's high conviction on the left side of your screen, and then it's value, which is being formed. It's basically a meeting of the minds between the bulls and the bears after a big move higher.
Okay, BRAX looks like it's going to make a higher low. Looking for a higher high.
Take a step back. Let's move away from a 30-minute candle chart into a more intermediate time frame. You're going to see the move up that we just looked at again from 102.
Apple's betting on in-house cellular chips. What does that mean? In-house cellular chips? Okay, so we're up about 0.4% on the S&P, 0.3% on the NASDAQ. The Dow's up 0.5%. NYMEX crude is lower. Brent's lower. It was nice to see gasoline prices backing off a little bit. In-house chips to replace iPhone modems. Huh. Man, that campus is something else. That's a beautiful campus. Okay, so Apple trying to turn the corner. I don't have a position in Apple. Maybe buy the dip in Apple. Let's see, Apple. Let's see, Apple. Is that a 50% retracement there, Lee Star? Rick, it looks like it. Apple looks like it wants to do something here. Apple. Trade Apple.
Yeah, it's interesting. It also gives you a little
Let's
bit of a
see,
crypto
Apple.
play. And I read an article about whether or not people are
Let's take a look at Apple real quick. Nice little bounce. We're in an area of liquidity, looking for a bounce on the 1 hour chart. Not quite there. Apple. Apple looks like it's going to bounce, right?
It's currently trading 134 and change, up slightly over 1% today. We know that could quickly change for a name like this, because there is a lot of volatility around the stock along with crypto. But as of right now, I think the overall price of crypto right now trading under 60, there's a bit of a support level. So if that holds, I anticipate that crypto will probably get a bit higher, and then the stock should hopefully follow suit.
I saw Needham reiterated a buy on SoFi recently and put a $10 target. It's at $7.35 today. The recent low was $6. Some of your thoughts on SoFi?
Yeah, it's up over 4% today, almost 5%. I think the high today is about 737. This one has just simply been very aggressive to the upside today. I didn't anticipate that overall from when I was looking at the chart here pre-market. I did think that it was going to get a bit higher, but I'm very pleased with what.
Okay, AMD looks good.
I'm looking at right now. This is just one of those banking names that I think is just really truly a hidden gem for the price action that it has on a regular basis per the stock price.
AMD.
Just looking at that chart. So I'm
AMD. All right.
This is one that I'm going to be watching closely for the foreseeable future. But I do like the bullish sentiment that I'm looking at right now.
Right, good. So feeling bullish and watching some of the recent tops that we've been hitting. What are your thoughts here, Ben?
Okay, AMD looks like it wants to do something. It's just sitting here. ASTS, I'd probably take some off at 36. That's where we topped on Friday. ASTS.
Let's take a look first and foremost the bullish sentiment, because it's on a tear today, and in fact it's in a vertical phase right now. So it's a great opportunity for us to look at these two phases of development, price development, and that transition that occurs from one to the next. Again, basically when you see green candles like this, we are seeking value higher. The market's actually breaking out of a range that we established, a very short-term range, Thursday, Friday. Again, 15-minute.
All right, AMD looks like it wants to go again, right? All right, S&P looked like a little profit taking on the 1 minute chart, but now it's starting to turn higher low. Okay, I'm not keen on taking any S&P at this point, but it does look good for the follow through. That'll help other stocks that we're looking for follow through, like AMD, looking for a pop, looking for Apple to come off the low. Apple.
Losing some of that momentum as of recent. Again, this is one of those patterns where there's just not a ton of structure here. So when in doubt, zoom out. When you do that, you're going to understand why I think SoFi has some room to go to the upside potentially, but could cap out here as the bears have been in control for a while now, to say the least. You can see the stock sold off in 20.
Apple. What's Apple doing? Apple, where are you, Apple? There you are, Apple. Apple trying to go.
Around 13, 14, it looks like 12, 13. So again, you got a bit of a range that's been established around 7. We always say
Okay, Bitcoin trying to turn as well. Bitcoin. All right, so S&P futures moving right back up to the highs. So a little bit of profit taking for the last 10 minutes or so. And futures continue to rock and roll. Let's see if they sell some more as we push back up to the highs. Trailing stop is still right below at 55.72, 55.73. Trailing stop 1.5 times ATR on the S&P big cap All right, so trailing stops at 4 points lower. We're currently trading 55.76. Trying to negotiate 55.80, 5600. I would imagine is gonna be resistance if we do manage to get there today. What is a bit, I won't say alarming or any kind of negative, but the New York Stock Exchange is trading a triple top. Okay, so we'd like to see a resolution of. Okay, looks like we're going to break out. New York Stock Exchange looked like a triple top. We're actually breaking out. NYSE. ASTS, that was mentioned. Somebody mentioned that. Somebody mentioned that. I believe on Thursday. NYSE triple top showing a new high. New high. Okay, looks like a new high. Yes, it does. Okay, so if we continue, watch the NYSE. It's leading with 4.3, 4.4 to 1 up bomb. Okay, 4.4 to 1 up volume. Ooh, that looks pretty nice, huh? Okay, triple top breakout. That's pretty amazing, actually. New York Stock Exchange. That's a big deal. Okay, let's go look at advanced decline percent. Advanced decline, New York Stock Exchange, advanced decline 2. Okay, advanced decline. All right, we're at S&P is at plus 30%. That doesn't mean you have to sell. It just means reduce your exposure because you got the mid cap, small caps, and the NASDAQ all turned up. So that looks good. We also had a turn and a crossover on the NIMO, NYSE, the summation index, gave us a crossover on Friday. All right, so you got the crossover right here. See that? Bullish crossover. So after a little dip over the last couple of weeks, now we're turning back up. Okay, moving average is hooked higher. This looks good, folks. This looks really good. Let's look at the New York Stock Exchange. Advanced decline. Advanced decline is also higher. Okay, follow the money. Follow the money. If you just exercise this analysis every day, a couple of times a week, it'll give you the best opportunities and give you some reassurance and conviction on your trades. We're a bit more aggressive coming into Friday. And then today I was just a little cautious, but man, the markets just took off to the upside. Look at the number of stocks making new highs. Oh, wow. This looks really good. Advanced decline making new highs. Okay, back to AMD. AMD looking for a breakout. Market.
Thank you for being here. So we have a slew of earnings to watch for. We heard from Estee Lauder, Lowe's, and Medtronic, and TJX, Macy's. How are we feeling? Peloton, BJ's. How are you feeling about earnings season and how it's done up to this point?
Earnings, we made it through earnings. If anything, that's actually what helped us get back on track for earnings.
Yeah.
And some decent messages. It's concerning that now we're more into the retailers when you see companies like Big Lots that.
Wow, very nice day so far. Looking for AMD to break higher. That would be nice.
And so there's going to be some roadkill after this earnings quarter.
So some volatility, I guess, huh? Overall, you think the market is holding on? I mean, we certainly saw a lot of volatility prior to the 8 days of gains. People were nervous, but do you think end of the year will sit?
I don't know. I think you guys are more nervous than
I think that
some.
We're going to start seeing those rate cuts come in.
Bloomberg talking about people being nervous on NVIDIA. Meanwhile, NVIDIA ripping higher.
Especially when the stock market, got to take it out to the woodshed. But so
Let's
we
see.
did okay, but
Markets.
this kind of volatility, then followed by this dead cat bounce, means that everyone should just be really careful and really thoughtful before they just jump back in. And there's a lot of head fakes going on. And even though history repeats itself, in this particular time period we're in with algorithms and AI-driven trading, the world is reinventing itself in new ways. So be really careful. That's my big message.
So are any of the names that you're picking today sort of on the heels of this thought that we're going to have a rate cut or economically sensitive or having to do with the election? Or are they mostly names that you follow the charts and the stories?
The most macro of my companies
New York Stock Exchange Composite.
fundamentals,
Okay.
or versus our strategy, looking at the strategy of how there could be a takeover. So in terms of macro, you have a company like Palantir, which we watched it go from single digits now up hovering around $32. Goldman Sachs has a $16 target on this stock. We are thinking we're going to 50.
Wow.
Because it's all about, this is an intelligence story. This is about State Department, defense, but it's also about the automotive industry. It's about transportation. Artificial intelligence is only as good as the data can be analyzed. And so Palantir fits into the macro story of so many of security breaches, of geopolitical risk, and of companies realizing that they've instituted a lot of AI without really the brain power behind it to make it work.
Look, a lot of people come on and pick Palantir. Dan Ives from Woodbush, I think, likes it a lot. How about also here we have Mercado Libre, Shopify.
So Mercado Libre, I think we're going to get back to that $2020. I mean, we're going higher on that. We're going to hit new highs. So I'm expecting to see easily we could have a $200 move upwards there because it's the Amazon of Latin America and it's become hot again. Nicole, it's all about what's hot. Shopify, I have loved, and finally
Triple top breakout. Could be nice.
that's really that has come back beautifully. And then of course there's Newell, which NWL. Look,
Triple top breakout on New York Stock Exchange. That's a big deal. Big deal. 2,000 stocks on the composite.
Actual revenue distribution. Everyone loves Coleman and Rubbermaid and Sharpies, and that Yankee Candle, and it's just a perfect buy it and split it up and break apart the pieces. And I mean for that it's great. Also, you're talking about a Newell NWL 98% institutional ownership. So once it becomes better known, or the name gets out there, and individual investors start buying it up, and it's a smaller market cap, we could see Newell easily. That's the kind of stock that can double. And we say, hey, how'd that happen?
Yeah, things we know and love and use at home. Rubbermaid, Yankee Candle, these are on your list. Craftsman Tools, those are some you said. I think Sharpie maybe 3M. But
all right, looking good.
But Rubbermaid, definitely. I almost called it Newell Rubbermaid. I mean, that's what it used to be, right? It
was always known as storage container.
Right. And then you have HubSpot, NVIDIA.
Now, NVIDIA I bring up today because
New York Stock Exchange Advanced Line also making new highs.
There's a lot of mixed messages here because there was a holdup with this Blackwell division and with some of the installation and some of the choppiness in the deliveries for the data centers, which NVIDIA is supplying the chips to. So NVIDIA jumping back up from the 90, it's up in the 100.
Okay, S&P looks like it's going to keep going.
And now where are we? 124, and so NVIDIA is going to go higher. It's still a darling. It's still the stock that is the go-to. But so many people forget that semiconductors on another level, even the ones that are high end and for these really sophisticated data centers, and they're still a commodity. It's still a commodities business, which means it's about pricing and so ultimately they'll go down in the end.
Yeah, understood. And HubSpot, you talked about email marketing a little bit.
So HubSpot is much more. So it's email marketing is really what I consider HubSpot to be the sweet spot of HubSpot. But it's also that HubSpot will put together for a client, a retail, let's say take a retailer, for example, and they'll do everything from targeted marketing and across every social platform, advertising, as well as this sort of their core, again, it's that email marketing, but it's following it up. And look, somebody has to figure out and integrate in who you are as a user, what your profile is, and then targeting your advertising, and that's where HubSpot comes in.
Well, those are the names, those are the picks, those were the spotlight. As I get back to the Fed, some people question whether they should be doing 50 basis points, and other people are saying, maybe
All right, looking really good.
it's funny to hear the different opinions. I mean, where do you think they should really be moving?
I think the Fed has to cut rates because we are drowning in debt as a country. Yeah. Our debt is really expensive. So as much as the Fed wants to also take care of the individual who is drowning in debt with auto loans and home equity loans and all of that, and school loans, so the money's been thrown around, but at very high rates. And you're talking about credit cards, even for those with decent credit, of 29.99, they're paying 30%. But that's not really what it is.
Okay, looking good.
What the Fed needs to do to save America. The Fed needs to cut those rates. The Fed will cut those
S&P pushing back up to the highs. All right, Nvidia is still going. Wow. Nvidia.
To make sure that we go into the elections with consumers happy with the current administration. Right.
Just a quick thought on crypto.
All right, looking good. Nvidia, new intraday highs continue.
Other people say it's not for me. It's not something that I've been, putting my clients in. Where do you stand?
Oh, it's like a train that left the station and doesn't have brakes. So it's like it's moving forward, and you have all of these big companies like BlackRock that have gone into the
Nvidia is still going.
creating an ETF around and wrapping it around not just Bitcoin but Ethereum as well. Right. And so that therefore there has now been a floor created, and it's here to stay. It's also here to stay because Bitcoin has replaced the need for a lot of cash purchases that have been, there's a lot of business that
Okay, AMD creating some supply here. Looking for it to break higher. Okay, just consolidating at the moment. 155.50 to 156.50 or so. That looks like supply overhead on the 1 hour chart. So looking for a pop. Getting a little stretched with the S&P coming into lunch hour soon. So yeah, there's that.
entire desks that are doing nothing but trading this. Yeah. And you have administrators and back offices that have been built up and investments made around crypto.
Look, there's so much that's going on. I mean, it could be the alternative to the US dollar. We also heard about the BRICS.
ASTS looks like it's just going to keep going. Wow, this is pretty amazing. They're going to launch some satellites, I guess. All right. It looks like it wants to go. Looks like it's going to go again.
Great to see you. Hillary Kramer, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Kramer Capital Research. Coming up next, the disruptors. George Stillis is standing by. I'll take a look at AMD after announcing big acquisition to expand its AI capabilities. He'll break that down. Let's give us an example trade next on Trade 360.
ASTS looks like it wants to go. It's up quite a bit today, so I wouldn't chase it. It started off today around 31. It's up at 36. I wouldn't chase ASTS up here, though. A little bit more profit taking, a little double top on the intraday charts on the futures. GTFO is starting to trigger. Get the frig out. Bitcoin looks like it wants to do something. Bitcoin's looking better. Looks like it might pop. All right. NVIDIA is just kicking it. NVIDIA. Wow. NVIDIA. It's pretty funny, though, when you think about it, NVIDIA. That Bloomberg is saying that everybody's scared or worried about downside. Meanwhile, the stock is ripping. Yikes. This looks good. NVIDIA looks good. Okay. What's going on here? Leaderboard.
On the way you get market news. It's Market on Close.
All right. NVIDIA.
Oliver Rennick for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern. Available anytime, anywhere on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Nicole Fedelides, live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We have developing stories for you. Caroline Woods is with us, senior markets correspondent here on Schwab Network. I mentioned AMD, and we're going to have George Sillis in a moment talk about AMD and that deal, and how it, it's going to help it to compete, right? Acquiring ZT Systems to expand its AI capabilities to compete more with NVIDIA. So we'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, we also have NVIDIA news that we want to talk more about.
Oh, good. Talk NVIDIA. Yeah, please do. Please talk about NVIDIA.
NVIDIA shares up about 2% today, so it doesn't seem all that threatened by that AMD deal to better compete. But earnings come next week for NVIDIA. Shares have regained a lot of lost ground over the past couple of weeks, now up more than 8%.
What the hell is going on?
More than 150% year to date. The bar is high heading into earnings, but Goldman Sachs thinks the chipmaker will clear
Got some sort of conflict. I can't get leaderboard to open up. All right, so technically we're making higher lows on the futures, but not making a higher high yet. Higher lows on the 1 minute chart. I'm just watching these 1 minute candles, higher lows for the last 25-30 minutes. AMD looking for the break higher. NVIDIA doing well. NVIDIA just keeps going.
Things that could lead to some near-term volatility in terms of fundamentals, but says management commentary coupled with supply chain data points over the coming weeks should lead to higher conviction in NVIDIA's earnings.
Look at the hourly chart. You see that? You see the MACD right there? See MACD turning? We look at that 5.8 million in liquidity. We come right down into that area. Liquidity builds, and then we we move up to the upside.
Heading into the report saying NVIDIA has the potential to deliver over $270 billion in free cash flow over the next 3 years. Given this surge in cash flow, it should be able to return an overwhelming amount of that cash to shareholders. 92% of analysts have a buy rating. It's a well-loved stock. Median price target now 142. Look, the high was 140, something like that. So people are waiting to see if they, the most recent high, I should say. So people are waiting to at least get to that point. The 160 sounds great, right? Thank you so much. Caroline Woods taking a look there at NVIDIA and the reiteration of a buy from Goldman Sachs. And then you have George Sillis here taking a look at our disruptor, which is AMD.
RKT. RKT pop. Okay, good, Skier.
Can further compete with NVIDIA, right? Some of the story there.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you look at what's happening within the hardware space for artificial intelligence and the GPU markets, NVIDIA is actually making many headways or making a lot of ground in software-defined networking, and essentially software is integrated with their hardware. And I think this is now essentially the strategy that AMD is taking on with their recent acquisition of ZT Systems for $4.9 billion. And so this is essentially a server infrastructure and software-defined networking business, which is going to complement AMD's MI300 GPU chips, which again, from the standpoint of competing with NVIDIA, they're starting to encroach on their general purpose inference chips, which are essentially used in data centers and the server markets. And I think this is a strategic move for AMD as they try to encroach on market share with NVIDIA, which still has a predominant market share domestically and globally for the data infrastructure data center market. It's almost over 90%. So I think AMD is making a lot of inroads both in technology for hardware in the inference data space.
Okay, NVIDIA going.
Networking space as well. And I think if you think about AMD, and one of the things you got to keep in mind is if you look at the stock and coal over the past year, even though it's higher by about 43%, it's still down significantly from the March highs, which traded on an intraday basis close to $230. And I think what's happening with NVIDIA is AMD is they're making a lot of capex in their data inference chips, their MI300 technologies, but at the same time, they're facing some structural challenges and even cyclical challenges in the CPU market, because we know Intel and AMD are the global leaders in the CPU market space, but China is actually making a lot of inroads into crowding out the domestic CPU markets from competitors like AMD and NVIDIA with their own domestic chips. So I think that's one of the hangouts for AMD and why it's been underperforming, irrespective of the fact that they continue to grow their market share and revenues as a percent of total, which is inclusive of their GPU technologies.
All right. So when we look at this example trade, it's up 3% today. But some of your thoughts?
Yeah. So one of the things we got to keep in mind is obviously the market has made a tremendous counter trend rally off the August lows. NVIDIA, AMD has also done the same thing. And I think if you look at the stock, it's starting to develop into a trading range. It's still trading below its 200-day moving average. So until it breaks above that with confirmation of these two consecutive closes, I think AMD is going to be range bound, because if you look at the daily price action, it's trading below 175 high and about 135 low off those August 6 lows. So what I'm going to do is go out to September and structure essentially a range bound trade or an iron condor credit combo. We're going to sell a 175, 185 call spread above the current price, and below the current price, we're going to sell the 135, 125 put spread. So these are essentially
that's AMD. Okay, AMD.
But you can sell for about $2.50 a share or $250 a contract in credit. So the whole objective is for the stay range bound beneath the 175 short call strike on the high side, in the 135 short strike on the low side. So essentially you're earning $250, your risk is $750, but your return on risk is over 33%. And there's a probability of close to 68% that the stock will stay range bound beneath the short strikes or between the short strikes between now and expiration in September.
All right. George, thank you. Good start to Disruptors this week. Thank you. Looking at AMD. Coming up next, it's time for our 360 round. We'll dive into the consumer discretionary names. Look at how the consumer is spending or not spending. Of course, we'll have lower rates coming most likely. So what does that mean? For the group, our panel is ready. Trading 360. We'll be right back.
All right, so we're easing into the lunch hour. We are holding at the highs. The longer we hold at the highs, the more risk there is that we could see a move back down towards VWAP. So I'd be taking profits off the table. If we move a bit higher, maybe, and you think we're going to move a bit higher, maybe you keep a few on, whatever it is you're trading. But yeah, I would definitely be taking some profits off up here. NVIDIA, same thing. NVIDIA just keeps going.
Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders ready to tackle your trading questions, no matter how complex. Plus, get 24/7 live help.
No, don't need that. Don't need that.
For free. Schwab Network.
Okay.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes. 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
It's time time to look forward.
Find the next trend.
From every click to every tick.
S&P. All right. So ASTS, I would not buy it up here. There goes NVIDIA. Holy crap. NVIDIA. Thank you very much, NVIDIA. All right. Maybe take a little bit off. If you took calls today, verticals or whatever, maybe take some off into this strength. Look for a little dip, maybe. Let's see what NVIDIA looks like. NVIDIA. Yeah, NVIDIA looks good.
Welcome back to Trading 360, our 360 round. I want to bring in Alexis Brown Roberts, COO, Portfolio Manager at Lexus Investment Partners, Sarah Henry, Portfolio Manager at Logan Capital Management. I was just talking about Goldman Sachs. Remember, they just
NVIDIA looks like it wants to go some more. Wow.
from 15 to 25%.
Okay, so we can see some supply on the 60-minute time frame. You got supply at 129. Let's shift and go to the 4-hour and see where there's a level up there. So we've got 1 million shares sitting there, a block order overhead. Let's take a look at the 4-hour chart. Okay, so the 4-hour is showing 130. Okay, so the 125, 130 is a great setup on dips as far as verticals are concerned. NVIDIA continues to move higher. Believe it. Brother Bill, you're long, right? Okay, NVIDIA. Yes, let's keep doing it, NVIDIA. Looks like the S&P is not going to give it up. Not going to give it up. Back up. Oh, there goes in S&P about to go. S&P is about to go. Oh, futures. New high of the day. Oh man, this is beautiful. What a day. What a day.
So Alexis, I know you have some stock picks for us as well, names you're watching or names that you like. But what's the big picture here?
Yeah, thanks again for having me on, Nicole. Sarah made some really great points there about the big picture, the implication of interest rates. And really it is that as interest rates come down, it will help boost the economy, but also the longer that the Fed takes to lessen that restrictive pressure, the more that you're going to see that chance of recession risk or of weakness, particularly in retail names, which tend to be fairly consumer driven and therefore economically driven. But our base case scenario is, although we're going to have slower growth, that the Fed will go ahead and ease this restrictive state and lower interest rates, and we will have a soft landing. So we're really keeping an eye out for the news that's coming out of the Fed this week. We're looking and anticipate to see just further confirmation from the Fed that they are intended on easing interest rates and easing that restrictive pressure. So it'll be interesting to see what comes out of the July Fed minutes that should be coming out on Wednesday, as well as the speech that Fed Powell is going to give on Friday from Jackson Hole.
Yeah, looking forward to that, no doubt. And you have names to watch here, and we'll talk about that, Alexis. That you have Tesla, Home Depot, Marriott, and TJX. TJX reporting this week too. Sarah, you noted the technology spend. Is that helping in some way, investments in technology quickly?
Yes. So we are living through a period of real innovation in terms of computing power. And we heard from Home Depot as well as from Walmart. Walmart was very explicit in saying that without the use of their generative AI, the work they would have done in picking these pieces of data would have required nearly 100 times the current headcount to complete in the same amount of time, which is a really remarkable statement to make. Home Depot, similar in terms of...
All right, so we're still going. Nvidia is just going to keep going, it looks like.
The big spenders in Nvidia and Microsoft and other types of big computing providers. So they are going to help pull these big retailers ahead of independence in terms of the investments they can
Look at the move on Nvidia.
consumers into their business models.
Oh boy.
Yeah, thank you. Well said.
Okay, 0 day is starting to see Bollinger Bands tighten up.
And we've seen some strength in the consumer. They may not like inflation, but they're still spending. Marriott, TJX.
Yeah, so I have mentioned before Home Depot, Marriott, and TJ Maxx. We owned all three of those when I was last on the show.
AMD. All right, what's I'd love to see AMD catch up with NVIDIA. AMD. Okay, nice pop. AMD pop. Chalk.
Is that they're leaders in their space. So at Alexis Investment Partners, when we're looking to go into consumer discretionary, we're really aiming for names that are high quality and are leaders in their space. And that's really coming across in earnings season.
AMD, chalk at highs, change of character, starting to push the stock higher. Okay, so okay, we're coming up against liquidity. Excuse me, coming up against supply. Okay, 4 hour on the right is showing some supply. Let's go to the daily and see where. Okay, the daily shows a bit higher. All right, so we got initial supply right where we are right now, 154. And then on the daily, if you shift to the daily, you got 180. 154. 180 on the daily. Okay, so that looks good. S&P pulling in a little bit. S&P a little profit taking. NVIDIA at the high. Wow, what a freaking day. Beautiful. Dell. Okay, let's take a look at Dell. We'd like to see Dell follow through. Okay, got a chalk there, looking for a bounce. Buyers at the 50% retracement, pushing back up to highs on the day. Futures are pulling back. NVDL. Okay, you're doing NVDL? Okay, cool. All right, so if you're thinking about buying NVIDIA, wait for the dip. Don't chase NVIDIA high of the day. Wait for B and C pivots. This is the time of day we start looking for B and C pivots. Always a good strategy. Okay. You don't want to buy it up there. Okay. So we're already starting to pull back a little bit on NVIDIA. All right. So that's the 2-minute chart. Let's take a look at the 5-minute. So you're looking for B and C pivots now. B and C pivots. Okay. So we had about 10 million shares trading hands from the open, and then a little bit more as we started to push near 124. You can see that liquidity building. Okay, MACD is positive, volume is bullish, and we got another level overhead at 133. NVIDIA. On the daily, 133 is the next supply level. Okay, S&P 0 day is squeezing. S&P 0 day is squeezing. Wait for the next setup. All right.
Every morning, every trade, always live. Expert earnings analysis, in-depth technical insights on every changing trend in markets. Available anytime.
Okay, where's Tesla? Tesla. Okay, looking better.
Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
TLT. Okay, Roku. Roku looked better on the daily. I mean, it's not a big mover. Not a big mover, Roku, but it is above the 50-day moving average, right? Roku. Yeah, it's above the 50-day. Roku. Bollinger Bands, pretty much telling you to expect prices to stay but below 62 for now. NVIDIA having a good day, NVIDIA. Okay, pushing up against that upper Bollinger Band. Apple. Okay, looking for BNC pivots on Apple. Okay, SPY pulling back, S&P pulling back.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech.
Trends. All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
All right, ASTS looks like it wants to go. It just can't do anything at this point because it's already up $5 on the day.
Is powered by Ameritrade, bringing you futures and forex for round-the-clock market access, even when equities markets are closed.
18% on the day. 18.5% on the day. You don't want to chase it up here. AMD, looking for something to happen on AMD. Okay. We're right up against that upper Bollinger Band. The 50 and the 200-day are just above that. So you should expect to see some resistance. Most traders, when they learn how to chart technical analysis, they're told to watch the 50 and the 200-day moving average for intermediate. Who is this? Intermediate and long-term trends. The 50 and the 200-day. Both are right on top of price right now. Okay, futures are bouncing. So somebody just took profits. Looks like we're going to bounce. They're not done. Wow, that's pretty impressive. Pretty impressive. Okay, where did my? Oh, there it is. Okay, still 3-1, 3.5-1 up volume on the NYSE, 3-1 on the Nasdaq Composite, 3.7 on the SPY, 3-1 on the Qs. The Dow Jones only 30 stocks, 1.5, but it is up volume, and 2.5, 2.6 on the IWM. So let's look at IWM. IWM, that's looking good. So IWM most likely will follow through. Just don't buy the high of the day. Wait for dips, BNC pivots, preferably this time of day. If you're a new member, you don't know what the hell I'm talking about. We're always looking for this pattern. The reason why this pattern shows up is because people come in that like trading the morning session. So they'll come in 9:30 on the East Coast or 9:15 on the East Coast and like 6:15, 6:30 on the West Coast or in the Midwest, whatever. They'll be trading the open. And for the first hour or two, they might stretch their legs and enter a trade, take profits off into strength. That forms the A pivot when you get a lot of people doing the same thing. And then around 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, we start to look for a B pivot, which is what we're looking for right now on some of these names like NVIDIA. Okay, so if you look at NVIDIA on the short time frames, starting to pull back a little bit, but it's super strong. So I don't know if it's going to give us a BNC pivot of any significance. It'll probably just keep going. VWAP is up and to the right. AMD, we're looking for a break higher and continuation. Semiconductors are working. We want the semis to lead. Want semis to lead. That chart over on the right, the daily, you want to see a break above 250. You can see where the supply is overhead at 280 for the semiconductor index sector. AST looks like it just wants to go here. Wow. Very nice looking AST.
The S&P 500 in general, it seems like the breadth of this rally is starting to pick up. We've got all 11 sectors within the S&P 500 positive today, led by energy and communication services. But Alex, if you take a look at it, I mean, Apple.
Lyft. We're looking for Lyft to follow through as well. Lyft. Okay, Eli Lilly last week was very strong. Just consolidating right now, flagging on the daily. Flagging on the daily. Other names that we're looking at, like Bristol Myers Squibb, Bristol Myers continuation. All right, trend change on Bristol Myers. Okay, that's about 4 weeks.
For the better part of 2 weeks before that kind of climax-like sell-off that you saw, that of course was the crescendo that you had on August 5th. There's tons of uncertainty on the calendar when you go from Jackson Hole to the Fed meeting to September being historically a little bit more volatile.
Bristol Myers.
And of course, you have the election in November. So that to me puts upward bias maybe to volatility from current levels. And upward bias on volatility is going to increase the likelihood that you see risk assets move a little bit more and perhaps move
XLF triple top. If we get a breakout, that'd be good.
choppy sideways. You can be violently sideways, Tom, and still be kind of sharp moves. Even today, we've had some kind of sharp moves intraday. They've just been contained in a relatively modest range.
All right, it's 12 o'clock. Let me just shift gears and go over to CNBC. Let me listen to CNBC for a few minutes. See what they have to say. No, nothing.
For mega caps, as it has been.
All right, I'm going to take a couple-minute break. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday the 19th, just after 12 o'clock on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I will take a 5-minute break, a little bit longer maybe, and I just want to pop some things in the oven, so I'll make my son lunch, and I'll be right back.
Amazing gains year to date, but that goes back to what some are suggesting is the too far, too fast discussion. These stocks rebounded so much. Now what? Now what do you do with them?
Sword and shield.
Just ride them?
Sword and shield. Tony Pasquarello. A little bit of offense, a little bit of defense. So I hear a lot of people saying right now you want to be positioning defensively. And I don't disagree with that premise. I'm not here advocating that you should make a dramatic pivot into the cyclical trade or that you should go aggressively have ownership of small caps. I think you stay where the reliability of earnings can be found, and the reliability of consistent earnings at 20% revenue growth is exactly what the mega caps are going to provide for you. And they're also going to give you a degree of a defensive element.
Yeah, so can you rely on the same level of growth?
No, there's going to be a moderation in the growth, but that growth is still good enough relative to growth areas and the rest of the 493. I don't think you could find that.
I know, but is it good enough to justify what are now elevated valuations yet again? That's where the conversation goes, right? If earnings growth is slowing, it's still great, obviously, and it's a standout relative to everywhere else. But if it's in itself slowing, does the price appreciation justify the valuation based on earnings growth that is undoubtedly slowing? And when spending is not, spending continues to exponentially grow.
So I think we get some strong insight to your question at the end of the month. I mean, NVIDIA is going to step forward, and I think they're going to answer your question for all of us. And if there is a misstep there, is there more of a slowdown than anticipated? I think the market responds accordingly. But until that moment, you have to look at all of these earnings as innocent until proven guilty.
All right. Well, it's NVIDIA on the 28th, right? So it's still a little ways, but we'll be right up against it. Goldman today reiterates the buy on that stock. Conviction list is how they reiterate it as well. They think the setup is still constructive. Kevin, what do you think?
Because NVIDIA doesn't pay a dividend, I've been on the outside looking in for seemingly 2 years, watching it go up 40%, not just in 2 days, but 157% in a year.
Hey, wait till they announce that.
Yeah, thanks. I feel like there's valuations there. So if we look back at the 2000 bubble and you think, okay, well, there were no earnings, it didn't support it. NVIDIA continues to impress. These earnings are there. The multiple keeps coming down. So I think that it's a trade that people are going to continue to make. And just to put a little bit of a additional thought there, the passive flows of money go to these names because of their representation into the index. So you're constantly having money coming in. Joe made a great point with the share buybacks that took place, and why wouldn't they a week and a half ago? But these stocks being inflated to the levels that they were 2 weeks ago doesn't make them completely out of whack at this point.
Bryn, so we reiterate the buy, we reiterate the conviction list at Goldman, and they say everything sets up for a constructive quarter. How do we see it?
Yeah, and I think on top of that, which I think we'll get into with AMD's purchase of, ZT System, Lisa Su is just confirming what Jensen will say in a couple of weeks. And so I think the hyperscalers, all of their earnings are already out. And so they've all told us they're going to continue to spend at this like enormous rate. And so that money, the majority is going to go to NVIDIA. So why wouldn't NVIDIA come in with strong numbers and guide higher? Because we haven't heard one firm, Tesla, Amazon, Microsoft, Google, et cetera, saying they are slowing down. They are all in. And so I think when you have that wave of money, it's just this trend is still intact. And so I think also on the Qs, if you think about to Kevin talking about the similarity to the late 90s, is the Qs, look at the 3-year number over the last 3 years. The Qs have had a cumulative return of 33%. That's it. From 97 to 99, you're talking about 100+%. So it's a very, very, very different environment, I think, for these companies versus the late 90s when you only have the Qs are up 33%, which averages 10. That's like in line with a normal time. So I think that NVIDIA is going to kick this off again. And, companies like NVIDIA, Palantir, et cetera, will continue to be where money wants to flow.
Joe, you have AMD. What Bryn was talking about today, the deal they're doing to acquire ZT Systems, a server builder, for almost $5 billion in cash and stock. Lisa Su, by the way, is going to be on Overtime today. It's an exclusive interview at 4 o'clock Eastern time. What do you think about this deal as a shareholder in this company?
I don't understand why automatically when people read the headlines about the AMD deal, they extrapolate this is a negative for NVIDIA. This is competition. This is AMD moving in on market share. I think it's a scenario where both AMD, NVIDIA, Avago, KLA Corp, Lam Research, everything that's AI adjacent is ultimately going to be able to profit from the spending on the logistics, the growth, the build out of the innovation itself. And Bryn mentioned Palantir. Yes, I own AMD. Palantir is probably the name that I am most excited about, and it's certainly rewarding investors in terms of its price action. But AMD's had a very strong recovery. Taiwan Semi, look, it's not just NVIDIA that made the comeback. You mentioned Adam Parker before. Let's remember 2 weeks ago, Adam Parker sat with you on set and said the one area of the market that he believed there was opportunity was in the semiconductors, and all of the semiconductors universally have responded accordingly. Even going beyond those, you can look at some of the software AI adjacent names like Cadence Design and Synopsys. Those are responding well. So AI adjacent, AI Halo, it's all still real. It's present. It's working.
Who said this deal was bad for NVIDIA? I haven't heard any of that. NVIDIA's up 2%. It's all about AMD and whether they can better compete with NVIDIA. I haven't heard the commentary that this deal somehow for ZT is bad for NVIDIA, and the market certainly doesn't think it is. This seems to be more about AMD and whatever they have to do to better compete with the likes of NVIDIA.
There's a couple notes out there on social media and competing networks suggesting that this could be bad for NVIDIA. I'll just completely dismiss that. I don't think so at all. I think this is good for AMD, and NVIDIA is going to be fine.
You mentioned Taiwan Semi price target goes to 220 from 200. That Bernstein, by the way, like the notes you see on social media, I don't know if those are those real notes? Like, where are you getting your research from, Joe? We can talk about that some other time. Kevin.
What are the other networks you're talking about?
Kevin. You have nothing to say
I
about
think
the chip names?
I'm not in the chip space, so it's again me kind of on the outside looking in. We owned Broadcom in the past. We had a 50% profit on it. We rotated into Apple, and now we're holding Apple. But for us, it's a trade that doesn't have a dividend, and it's really not something in our portfolios.
Bryn?
Yeah, I got something to say. I think
Good.
these two companies are so unique from their size because what we're not talking about is the ZT acquisition is just one of many that both Lisa and then also Jensen have made. And so if you look back the past few years, don't forget AMD did Xilinx. They did a smaller company called Silo AI. And then as a pivot over to NVIDIA, they did the Mellanox. And you can go back just in the last 4 or 5 years, each of these companies have made multiple acquisitions. And I don't think that AMD would be the company today without Xilinx, and NVIDIA would not be the company today without Mellanox. And so I think it's so refreshing to see these two companies with these two captains at the ship making these what I think will be accretive acquisitions mid and long term.
Talk about Apple too, since we're talking about these mega caps. We can move beyond the chips. Initiated today at Moffitt, neutral 211. That is below, by the way, where the stock is currently trading. Everybody owns the stock. You rolled up your Apple calls. Tell us.
Yeah, I think the analyst has it a little bit too light on the price target, Scott. I think the refresh cycle is real. You talked earlier about what we can do now. If these prices are inflated, what do investors do? And I think for Bryn and I, writing covered calls is something that we can take advantage of the volatility. So every other week, seemingly every 3 weeks, we've been writing calls on Apple. We had a 230 that was going to expire on Friday. We bought that back and we rolled it to a September 235, and it brings in $1.50. So you have a $226 price right now. You can participate up to 235, and the annualized premium is 8%. So it doesn't sound like much when you talk about $1.50, but on every other week, every other month, constantly writing calls, 8% is real cash flow over and above the appreciation and over and above any dividends that we generate off of owning Apple.
What's the social media consensus today on Apple's price target? Any calls? What'd you see? What'd you see?
How about all the social media calls with Warren Buffett that weekend of August 5th when it was announced that Warren Buffett cut his stake in Apple? Apple traded 196 that morning. 196. Apple today's 224.30 as we speak. It's back above where it was on the Friday of the closing price. It's made the remarkable recovery. So just be very careful to the viewers and trying to follow the quote unquote whales on where they might be going. Yes, it's a good reference point, but it doesn't dictate what your personal action should be. Rather, what you should focus on is what the underlying business of Apple and other companies are doing. And the underlying business of Apple has the potential in the coming quarters to change the game surrounding artificial intelligence innovation for the consumer. Does the consumer really have a product in their hand right now that allows them to be applying artificial intelligence or generative AI into their daily activities? Not so much. Apple has the ability to do it. Maybe we see it in the iPhone 16, but beyond that, we are going to see it at some point. And I think you bet on Apple and bring it to the consumer first.
Got more news today. Amazon was reiterated a top pick at Wolf Research. And how about Google hitting a big milestone of its own today? 20 years since the IPO. Deirdre Bosa is here with a look at what's next after this great run. How it compares to other mega cap runs that we've seen, and also what I guess the future of tech investing holds when we look at returns like this and we anticipate other companies going public in these many months ahead. Dee?
I'm going to get to all of that. First, let's take a look at that great run of Google's. If you invested on IPO day, you would have seen a return of more than 7,600%. Google and the other tech mega caps, they have built their businesses beyond their cores, becoming full stack platforms and making them some of the best investments of the century so far. Facebook, now Meta, it went public in 2014. It has returned more than 1,200%. Apple, Microsoft, Amazon obviously had IPOs much earlier, and they have seen similarly even more spectacular returns. Today, though, and this is getting to that point you just brought up, Scott, tech startups, they are waiting longer to go public. Private markets, they're flush with cash thanks to the entry of crossover funds like SoftBank's Vision Fund, Tiger Global. So many of them see a benefit to building in private as well and not having to report every quarter. Airbnb and Uber, they were about a decade old when they IPO'd, and they had already raised several rounds in the private markets. While they're much younger as public companies, the returns, decidedly less impressive. Then you got Snap, meanwhile, 45% lower than it was on IPO day. So a lot of that value was built in the private markets. Then there's the current crop of startups that are aging, but also not looking to go public anytime soon. Stripe, ByteDance, SpaceX, OpenAI, their value creation is mostly climbing in the private markets, where it is difficult for ordinary investors to tap into, which kind of makes you wonder, Scott, if you can invest in the Google of today, or if that's just Google itself, even as it faces antitrust scrutiny, can it continue to get bigger and more intertwined among those business units?
Yeah, I love how you set this up. I want to throw it to our gang. I mean, Bryn is, you'd like to invest in some of these growthy stocks. Tech companies, as Deirdre says, are more mature these days than they used to be by the time they go public. Do you think you can expect the kind of amazing returns that you've gotten from, let's say, a Google or some of these other mega cap names that have really delivered?
I mean, from the new names, if we would get any IPOs, we have to get IPOs first of all to monetize some of these names. But I think though what's changed in the market, and not to pivot to small caps, but you used to have in the 90s and the 80s, companies would IPO as a small cap. Now I guarantee you, if SpaceX, Stripe, or any of the other names that Deirdre had up there, they're going to probably IPO at like a large mid cap. And so the whole market structure has changed. I do think we need to get back to having some of these companies just come out of the gauntlet and IPO and be available to public investors, even if it's at a down round to their last marks. And I think that's one of the other reasons why you aren't seeing IPOs, is that still you have in the VC world these 2021 marks, which just like aren't based on reality today.
Seems, D, that we've got, 2025, we're going to have to wait, and maybe we're going to have to get, well into 2025 before we see some of these companies that you had on your board there actually go public.
2025 would be great, but even I'm skeptical that they'll go public then, right? The private markets are just so flush, and there's really been sort of this narrative change here in Silicon Valley that it's not necessarily the landmark that it once was to go public. And you see a lot of companies, I'm thinking of Wiz as well, the cloud cybersecurity company. I remember, asking them, what's the benefit of going public? Can you get your reputation higher? Can you capture more of those Fortune 500 companies? And the co-founder told me, we can already get those by being private. So I think that the proposition of being a public company, especially here in the Valley, is changing. And then you look at an OpenAI with a non-profit kind of weird structure. How do they take that public? I'm not super confident that we'll even see them in the next few years.
All right, good insight. Appreciate that very much, Deirdre Bosphorus, Tech Check out on the West Coast. Let's hit a couple of moves before we take our first break, if we could, from Joe. So, and sales that you've made. The ITA, the Aerospace and Defense ETF, you bought it, close to a year ago.
Yes.
About 10 months ago.
Early October.
Why'd you sell it here?
So at the end of July, we added Axon and Howmet to the ETF. So the ITA, Howmet, and Axon is 10% of the actual weighting of that ETF itself. So I knew that I needed to remove my personal holding of the ITA because now I have overexposure. I kind of waited a little bit because of the dislocations we saw on that Monday morning and then the recovery. So yes, I was playing trader somewhat.
Okay.
I think I'm at a moment now where, I've benefited enough from the recovery and I can move out of the ITA position.
Are you playing trader too with the XBI? You
Yes,
were in
to a certain
June
extent.
and you had a nice profit, but you're out. But your view at the top of the program was one of agreement with the more bullish notes and commentary, certainly from Bryn, on where the market's going from here. So if I asked, play for more gains or cut risk, you're selling this screams cut risk.
9% gain since early June, cut risk in areas of the market. When you study relative performance, I'm disappointed in the way healthcare has traded. Healthcare should be trading better. Now, why do I have a 9% in the XBI? Largely attributable to the fall in yields. So the XBI, when yields come down, the XBI will do well. Yes, it's done well, but healthcare overall, which is a sector that I want to be allocated towards, it's disappointed me, and it's got relative underperformance to the rest of the market over the last 60 days.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Coming up next, we're going to give you the setup on Palo Alto Networks. Those earnings are coming in overtime. Joe's in the trade, as you know. We'll get his take coming up. We do have calls of the day as well. Bullish analyst activity on several stocks, which we will debate next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
We're going to get Palo Alto after the bell today. Joe owns the stock, as probably all of you know at this point. So what's your take here going in?
I think this is a very important quarter for this company. You're going to get the initial guide on what fiscal year 25 looks like. The street is a little bit skeptical that that's going to be a good number. The stock has worked its way back towards the breakdown level from late February at 360. We're almost there. This is going to be really important. Look, spending fatigue. Those are the two words that have hamstrung the stock for the entirety of 2024. The company this evening has to provide the roadmap and the guidance for shareholders, what the trajectory is going to be as we move into 2025. And they have to, I believe, restore some confidence in the shareholder base that the company is really moving back on track from what was just a one-off event.
Okay, are you talking about CrowdStrike? You talking about
S&P is squeezing again. S&P, watch the S&P. You could get a nice little pop here.
Saying exactly what you said about that for this. Which, by the way, price target cut today to 315 from 381. It's still reiterated outperform at Bernstein, but they say, let's not bury the lead. We think this is a good buying opportunity.
Well, long term, I'm a big believer, as you know, in cyber.
S&P is about to go.
Both Palo Alto and CrowdStrike, but Palo Alto tonight has the benefit that in one earnings conference call, they could restore confidence. CrowdStrike has to do that over time, and there's certainly going to be a lot of litigation surrounding what happened with this company. Do I believe that they'll be able to overcome that? Yes, I do. But I think it's a longer timeline to the restoration of confidence than what Palo Alto has the ability to deliver tonight.
Bryn, you own the bug, the cyber ETF.
Yeah, it's you buy that to get some diversity. It hasn't done well this year. I mean, it's done better than a CrowdStrike, But I think these are definitely secular growers. If I were to buy one, I think that you want CrowdStrike to come back and say, we have enough reserves. You want them to be able to settle everything with Delta, et cetera, from all that happened. And so I think from a valuation play, I would pick CrowdStrike with the hair it has on it, potentially over Palantir. I mean, over PANW. But I think that Joe's right that it's going to Palo Alto will set the narrative for this sector over the next quarter or so.
Want to weigh in on Tesla while I have you? Reiterated today over Wyndham Piper, $300 price target. They want to. We recommend owning that stock ahead of an upcoming robo-taxi event, and that's scheduled for mid-October.
Yeah, well, I mean, if anyone thinks they're actually going to come out with a robo-taxi in mid-October, I think you need to rethink that. Everything has always taken much, much longer. We know what's happening with Waymo, et cetera, where we are and where we aren't. I will say investors continue to like this stock above 200. There seems to be a lot of support there. I like, as you know, selling calls against it. There's huge call premium. You can get close to 8% call premium going out just 3.5, 4 months. And so I think as it gets here, this is a good time that I'll be looking to put on maybe some 240, 250 calls. Because I do think there's some resistance here. I think to get to 300, you would actually have to have earnings actually start to grow again, which I don't think they are. And you'd have to have real movement around the robo-taxis, which or the new car, I say in quotes, the cheaper car. But I don't think those are coming out anytime soon. So I think it's a great name to own a position and then sell calls and take advantage of the volatility.
I think we have a good battleground on McDonald's. Kevin Simpson, your stock price target today gets increased to 320 from 300 at Evercore. They think they're going to recover through the second half of 24 and 25, and they're raising their same-store sales estimates as a result.
Yeah, I disagree with this call as well, Scott. I don't think the stock can get above 300. I've looked at the 5-year chart, and every time it gets there, it just falters. We're looking at a company that was down across the board about 1% same-store sales. We talked a lot about this over the past couple of weeks. We've been trimming the position. We've been reducing it. I think 300 is a fine price target, but I think 320 is maybe a 2026.
I mean, you sound like what is 1 foot out the door is soon to be 2.
Yeah,
right. I mean, am I reading you wrong? You don't like the call. You've been trimming it. You don't think it can get to 300. It's a 287.
Yeah, well, gradually getting out of it around 287 is probably a good place for me to sell the rest of it up here. Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to convince you to do anything you don't want to do, Kev. Don't get me wrong.
We're all talking stocks here. We're talking shop. We'll get out of it over time. First, we sold at 276. Then we sold at 272. Okay. Heading out at 287. I don't think it's going above 300.
Okay. I just want our viewers to understand. It sounds like the writing is on the wall. That's the only place I'm going. But
we got
it,
don't you?
Exxon reiterated as a top idea at Wolf. Price target, though, cut to 140 from 146. Joe, you on that?
About to make a 5-year high. Look, from a defensive positioning in the energy sector, Exxon's probably brings you one of the strongest characteristics that you can find. Diamondback Energy is my favorite name. I like some refiners, but I really like Exxon in this position because of the defensive nature that it has. And look, oil is vacillating all over the price map. Approaching 80, falling back below 75, and really just trading in a tight band more than anything else. You want to have some energy exposure. Exxon, Chevron gives you the way to do it.
All right, Bertha Coombs has the headlines for us. Hi, Bertha.
Hi, Scott. 10 more states have joined the Justice Department's lawsuit against Live Nation and Ticketmaster for monopolizing the live concert industry. DOJ filed that lawsuit back in May, along with 29 states and the District of Columbia, to break up Ticketmaster and its parent company, accusing them of illegally inflating concert ticket prices and drowning ticket buyers in fees, as well as hurting artists. The Northeast is cleaning up after torrential rain triggered deadly flash flooding in the tri-state area of New York, New Jersey, and Connecticut. Parts of the state experienced historic rainfall, triggering at least 100 evacuations and killing one person, while another remains missing. And as students begin returning to college campuses this week, the president of the University of California this morning directing chancellors of all 10 campuses to strictly enforce rules against encampments, masking to shield identities, and protests blocking paths. It's an effort to rein in the kind of protests that overtook universities last spring over the Israel-Hamas war. Got to imagine that a lot of campuses are going to be on alert as they restart start things this fall.
All right, Bertha, thanks. Bertha Coombs. Up next, small cap comeback, where you can find the best opportunities now. Bob Pisani, he's following the money. He'll tell us in today's ETF Edge when we come back.
Landon, today's theme of today's show should be distant number twos, right? AMD in terms of AI, clearly Lowe's and Home Depot. Lowe's is a distant second, even though this is considered a duopoly, and Home Depot just appears to be a better run company, Landon, and Lowe's has had some missteps with inventories that have caused same-store sales to dip, and they got out of Canada, got out of Mexico. They tried the expansion there, it really didn't work. So the fact that it rallied on Home Depot's poor numbers, boy, that's a concerning reason to rally, because, however, we have to respect a low bar when earnings come out. But Landon, is the bar still low? You mentioned the bar might be a little higher, because if Home Depot's weak, Lowe's is going to be weaker, in my opinion, because they have more do-it-yourself and they have less professional, which should favor Home Depot. So if Home Depot's was weak, Landon, isn't Lowe's going to be worse?
Yes, and that's what I would think. That's why it's a little confusing, honestly. But I'm a big believer in looking at the share price to understand expectations, because just like I said, I mean, it's a free market. You can buy as many shares as you want, and if you're bearish, if you think they're going to do very poorly, you wouldn't be buying shares, you'd be selling shares, and that forces the price down. The fact that they're up 5% since Home Depot's report tells me that either A, it's all just in the market, right? The market's been rising and they just kind of rose with that tide, or B, people actually think that they're going to beat these really low expectations. And that in and of itself are high expectations. It's unusual, but to assume that a company is going to beat low expectations is actually having sort of high expectations. And I think the price of the shares sort of reflect that. So it's a tough trade. It's not, we've had some slam dunks in the past where we were really confident going in. I wouldn't say this is the case here, because it is a little confusing to see how they've been reacting, especially when you throw in the market, right? That's the wild card. It's been rallying like crazy since that yen carry trade fell apart. But now, you just got to kind of try to isolate Lowe's from the rest of this and see what you think it's going to do. I mean, overall, we know that, like I said before, Home Depot warned about weakening consumer. We know that their consumers are holding off on major projects. The housing market being weak is definitely holding back the pro segment. So there's a lot of reasons why I think expectations should be low. And the data for us, again, confirms that the expectations should be low. For me, it's just the fact that this stock is up at the higher levels over the last 5 or 6 weeks. The market's been rallying, and I think that if they do come in where they don't beat these soft expectations, I can see them selling off just a little bit, not a huge amount, but I would expect them to be trading in the mid 230s tomorrow and the next day, somewhere in 235 range. So that's where we're looking at, but this is not the easiest of trades for us, for sure.
Yeah, part of that note is over the last 5 weeks, Landon, this stock's had about a 230 low and about a 250 high on it. So it's been consolidating. So your data basically reflects that, hey, don't expect a big move, because the option market's still priced in about a plus or minus $10, $11 move in the shares.
Yeah, I would be surprised if it got any more than that. Like 230 is kind of 230, 232 would be really low, in my opinion. My expectations are that they come in sort of in line with the low expectations, which is a disappointment because the expectations are actually higher than that. And then they trade around 235, 236. I mean, if I had to put a specific number on it, which you guys know this is very hard to do, but overall, our money's on the downside. The score for like folio is -47, which is fairly strong. It's not incredibly strong, but it is, again, it's compounded by all of these external variables with Home Depot and the market both rallying, pulling lows up. Makes you wonder what are the expectations in reality, and I think they're just a little more elevated than analysts are letting on.
Well, I think you nailed this one, because I think it's Kevin's example trade kind of sets up for that thought process that you guys have based on the data that you have. So make sure you stick around and listen. Thanks, Landon. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
All right, that's Landon Swan, co-founder at like Folio breaking down the data. And not surprising, Kev, that, maybe they're looking at it a little weaker. But then again, the stocks run up and the stock's basically consolidated between 230 and 250. So maybe the move's already built in based on Home Depot's move.
Yeah, I try not to go against like Folio's data, and most of the time when I do, I'm wrong. But this time, it's almost like we showed Landon the trade before he came on the air, because this one lines up exactly with what he's talking about, which is a move back down towards 235, cognizant of the fact that it may hang in there and trade. Tom, here's what the paper money trade that we came up with was sell this week's August 23rd expiration, 247, 252 call vertical. And then against that, use that credit to buy the 235 put calendar. And that was trading about 45 cents. The stock's rallied. It's trading about 85 cents now, Tom. So this is one that you're fading the move. Obviously, the risk on this trade is the upside. A big move, a higher than 247.5, probably 250 or 248 and some change is where it would start to lose money. But Tom, this is one kind of in line, almost to the penny at 235 with like Folio's expectations.
Yeah, let's break this complex trade down 4 legs on an August 23rd weekly cycle. Sell that 247.5 strike call, buy the 252.5 strike call. There's your short neutral to bearish short $5 wide call vertical. That's offsetting some of the costs, or most of the costs, or all the costs on the 1 week wide put calendar, where you're going to buy the August 30th weekly options that expire in 11 days, the 235 put, sell that same strike in the August 23rd weekly cycle. So you're long a 1 week wide put calendar to the downside. As a package, we've got up here 45-cent credit. That would mean your risk is just under $500 per spread. And that's all the way above 252.5. So keep that in mind. So even if the stock kind of remains where it is here on this type of strategy, where it's trading $243, it's still profitable, right? Because you're taking that credit, you break even to the upside about 247.95. And as Kevin mentioned, probably get this for over 80-cent credit right now. But you can see here from the risk profile, you want it to start creeping down towards that 235 strike for max profitability. But because you collected a credit, even if it falls out of bed and goes down to 220, 215, or whatever to the downside, you're still going to keep that profit because you collected a credit on the initial trade. All the risk is to the upside, and that's the far upside above that break even, which is just below 248 on this one. So good look at a complex trade that kind of sets up with like Folio's data here to the downside after the nearly 5% rally that we've seen post Home Depot's earnings. All right, that's going to do it for that segment. Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to take a look at Palo Alto Networks. The cybersecurity stock's up 15% so far this year, and their earnings after the close. Cybersecurity in focus recently with the CrowdStrike problems. Fast Markets coming right back.
All right, futures grinding back up to the highs. All right.
Binge watch the market with Schwab Network. Tune in 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on SchwabNetwork.com on all your streaming devices. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. No place better than the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Fast Market here on the Schwab Network. Before we take a look at Palo Alto Networks ahead of earnings, let's bring in Ben Lichtenstein, senior futures contributor here on the network. Benny, the S&P 500 on its 8-day session winning streak today. This stock, or S&P 500, was at 5,200 before this rally started, so it's made some pretty good gains, and it seems like all the momentum's to the upside here.
Yeah, we're 450 plus points off that low that we saw just a couple weeks ago on Monday, from right around 51.20 all the way up to, well, today I saw as high as 55.81. So green arrows across the board in all four of the major indices. There you can see the S&Ps, the Dow, the NASDAQ, the Russell enjoying gains to begin this Monday, Tom. As you mentioned, continuation of the pattern we have been seeing for the S&Ps. This is going to be the 8th day in a row, assuming we're going to close positive here. And again, up on the day right now by about 0.5%, just off those highs that I mentioned. After industrial production came a little bit weaker than expected, we've seen the dollar to an 8-month low. Yields continue to come off. And there's a lot going on this Monday that's helping the stocks continue that pattern. We've seen that bullish run. Keep in mind this week, the focus is going to be on Fed minutes. We also have Powell on Friday with the Jackson Hole opening comments there. So investors are looking for a little bit of clarity in terms of 25 basis points in terms of rate.
S&P is still squeezing. S&P is still squeezing.
Again, I keep looking towards the employment data in September.
At the highs of the day. I don't really trust it up here. I don't want to chase it. GE. Looking for GE to break out. Looks good there, Skier. Looks good. You could probably see 174 GE.
Even though it seems like our economy is doing pretty well, maybe it's overseas. Yeah, I think it's a combination of a few things, actually. It started selling off last week. It was a bit delayed after OPEC talked about demand destruction, but I mean, it has been a swift move, right? Which is kind of interesting because stocks are rallying, and oftentimes we say where stocks go crude.
174 would be my target. 174, 175.
Down to 71.67.
Cool.
We've traded down to recently, so let's keep an eye on
Looks
that.
good.
Now, I do want to just point to the fact that
All right, 0-day S&P.
now, if you look, there it is. I mean, back in December, we were trading down last year. That is, we were trading around 65, up to off highs that we saw last fall, up around 95. So, yeah, coming off, but
0-day squeezing. Watching for another move. I don't know. This has been a hell of a day so far. Can they run this higher? Can they possibly? It looks like they're going to go. Looks like they're going to take this. Obviously, I liked it much better at the open this morning. We made that dip at 10:15, right around 55.74, 55.74. I mean, we're 20, 28, 29 points above that level, so I can't really chase it up here, but it does look good. Does look good. Watching S&P 500. Yeah, it does look like they want to chase it. I mean, send it. They want to send it. You can see where supply is overhead. I don't know. I had a nice morning, taking some profits off in the strength. Palantir, PayPal, Pinterest. Lyft looking good. You got the semis look good. AMD worked out pretty well. Yeah, so not a bad day. Not a bad day.
So they actually integrate the periphery cloud-based security that goes to the end PC user, and that again was the challenge for multiple millions of PC users because of the the failed update that CrowdStrike put in place a few weeks back, which really, as a third-party vendor, created some extreme risk for companies like Microsoft, which again,
PayPal looking for a follow through. All right, just a flat day for PayPal. S&P looks good though. S&P looks like it wants to go. Looks like it wants to go, folks. S&P. Break of structure, you can see right there, a break of structure. You got liquidity. We dipped down to that liquidity level. Buyers came in 149 million, basically 150 million buying right there. So I guess they're going to bring this higher, huh? I guess they're going to bring it. Bring it. All right. S&P looks like it's going to go. I don't know. I can't do anything up here. 5550, 5600 coming into view. 5600. Nice. Yeah, 5600 would be max for me. Target. Resistance. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Microsoft on the watch. There goes the S&P. Damn it, Janet. This one's, yeah, looks good.
Bottom. About 2 times earnings growth with about a 55 forward multiple. So one would say maybe going into this earnings, unless they beat and raise guidance, that it's considered fair value.
George, I'll be real quick. It looks like this rally that they've had a real strong move the last couple of weeks, probably on some of the CrowdStrike news. But you mentioned they're reporting the earnings decline. They're reporting revenue growth is slowing, but the valuation keeps climbing.
There it goes. Wow. Nice. Nice.
That's the thing. So, I'm pretty balanced on this one. I mean, I didn't look at your guys' trade, but if you just look at the valuation looks relatively balanced, maybe a little bit on the high side, but it's picked up obviously from the August.
Wow. Look at this market. Look at this market. Go, go, go. Go, George Jetson, go.
I think, looking at Palo Alto, and they do have a large market share, particularly not just on the private sector, but in the public sector, which means it has more visible and stable revenue growth and earnings growth.
Let's look at 15-minute. SPX 15-minute. 15. Sorry, I got to change the symbol here. Sorry about that. Wow. What a day, huh? What a day. Can we get to 5,600? Wow. Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Wow. Impressive. Nice move. Okay, nice move on the 0 day. That was set up very nicely. Squeezing, and then boom, it just took off. Dell looking for a break above this area of resistance just overhead on the 15-minute chart on the left. Dell. The daily on the right panel, you can see that downtrend that broke to the upside. MACD turn, volume looked good. Looks good. Dell looking for it to break above 130, the 115, 112 level looks like it could do it. S&P, nice move on the S&P. AMD. AMD, what are you doing, AMD? AMD looking for a higher low, a higher high.
strike puts and then buy one of the 305 strike puts, you're collecting a credit here of $2.20. So what does that mean? It takes your break even down to 312.80 to the downside. That's outside of that one standard deviation move. Anything above 325 where you started this put butterfly is you get to keep that $2.20 credit that you collected. But you see here, Kev, we got a little kicker right around that short strike where you sold two options on the 320 strike. So even if it does fall that one standard deviation, that's where you're going to make the most money. But you still have $780 in risk on this one below 305, Kev.
Unbalanced butterfly for a credit, right? You're long the one.
VRAX, what are you doing, VRAX? VRAX looking for a follow through. VRAX.
Mm-hmm. There's no risk on the upside because you're doing it for a credit, but the risk is a catastrophic move to the downside.
Microsoft on the watch list again. Microsoft looks good. Turning the corner. Can we get through this level of supply? Just overhead. Let me go to the 30-minute. See what that looks like. 30-minute. Okay, yeah, we're in the middle of supply right now. Starts building on the 5-15-minute. Hourly chart. Once we get above these levels on the hourly, we could see 422, 423. Nice looking daily chart on Microsoft. We got a crossover, MACD. Looks good, Steven. What's Supermicro doing? Supermicro, SMCI. Supermicro, a little dip earlier, pushing higher. Looking for Supermicro to get back above 650. I did sell a put credit spread on Supermicro. Let's take a look at that real quick. Supermicro, that was posted in the spreads channel last week. Supermicro, it's one of these. October 520, 510, 520. Yeah, that's it. Okay, so that's the one. All right, so that one's doing well. That was 295 per, no, 255 per. Okay, 255 per contract with 745 in cash held aside, maximum risk in case the trade goes against you. So that's a pretty decent return on investment. So they do have a split coming up. So I will be out of this one before the split on October 1st. So between now and then, this is a 34% return on investment. 34% return. Okay, so that's not bad. Not bad. SPY, S&P still going. So I'm looking for a rejection overhead around the 200-day. But for now, Supermicro looks really good. If you like it to the long side, you could also trade verticals, I guess. You could also sell some bear call spreads. I don't think we're going to get back above the 50-day. That's up there at 750. I like the put credit spreads better, though. Let's see what, okay, so this is the Supermicro credit spread, sorry. 255 per contract credit, 745 is cash held aside. It's the October 520, 510 put credit spread. It's a 34% return on investment. You have to keep $745 per contract held aside by the broker. I don't think we're going to see much of a pullback. That's a 20, lower than a 20 delta now. Trade. Okay, so bid ask. Let's see, bid ask. Delta Theta Vega.
Welcome to Next Gen Investing. I'm Jenny Horn alongside Alex Coffey, and seeing some green across the board today with strength in the four major indices. We're seeing a lot of those gains led by the Russell here, out about 0.7% to just slightly below there, but a relatively quiet session, I will say, to kick off this week, where I feel like economic data and more of these macro events take center stage, but there are still earnings. So there's a lot of retail earnings actually more towards the middle to back half this week.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think that the majority of the
October, I'm just looking at October. Okay, October 18th, and that's the, okay, I want to go Super Micro, SMCI. Just getting used to Thinkorswim, the way they do this. They set things up. All right, that looks pretty good. Okay, October. And I have the 520 short, 520 short put.
Show, we'll focus on the individual movers. We'll kick things off.
520, 520. No, I want to go to November 520, 520. Let me go. I need more strikes.
Here in reaction to its quarterly update, we'll also dive into the latest headlines on Ford and GM and some of these traditional legacy auto players. And we'll close things out here with a look at Kraft Heinz.
520. Where are you? 520. 520.
Company that was pretty interesting. And anytime we can talk more about overall mac and cheese, Alex, I'm thrilled. So we'll talk more about that with George Tillis later on in the show.
Yeah, that'll be a fun one. I remember way back when, only probably like 8 years ago or so, but Kraft Heinz took huge markdowns in sort of their brand value, and then.
Okay, the S&P looks like it's going to keep going. It's grinding up the upper Bollinger Band. VOLD, the up volume, still leading across the board. New York Stock Exchange, NASDAQ. SPY is 5.5 to 1 now. SPY is 5.5 to 1. So SPY is seeing lots of activity. Let's go take a look at some of our breadth indicators. SPY looks beautiful. Upper Bollinger Band's probably going to hold prices back in the short term. So if we get up there probably by Wednesday, I would imagine RSI still have room to run. And volume shows institutions have been buying along with, momentum traders. People are not afraid of the markets. You got a crossover in stochastic. First week of August. Speaking of strength, let's take a look at Japanese yen, AUD, Aussie dollar carry trade. All right, so you can see the fade. We want to keep fading back to parity, back to 1. Okay, the 200-day is right there. So way extended away from the 200-day, all the way back. Round trip in 2 weeks. Bullish for equities. All right, let's take a look at junk bonds. Junk bonds, you guys identified this in the room last week. Junk bonds squeezing and then breaking out above 95.47. That's bullish equities. You always want to watch junk bonds. That should be in your trader's toolbox. Okay. Should always pay attention to junk bonds because they tend to, between junk bonds and high yield corporate debt, HYG, these tend to lead the market. So whenever the markets roll over, like they did back here in late 2021, early 2022, that was your signal to get the hell out of the way and sell much of your open positions. Conversely, back in September, October, when it moved back above the 10 EMA, it told you to start taking some risk. We had a dip in October, November of last year. That reversed and took off. Look how strong that is. All right. So anyone who would invest in this asset class would be adverse to risk. So this is considered risk on. Adverse to risk meaning they'll be out of the markets if they sniff something that's about to happen. The market's about to roll over. Right now, you got the FOMO crowd chasing or contemplating chasing because the markets have ripped higher. Junk bonds been leading for the past few weeks. We had a little drawdown 3 weeks ago, but we quickly reversed back above the 10 EMA. Let's take a look at TRBCX as well. Okay, so if you bought the dip on TRBCX, you're probably very happy. Second week back above the 10 EMA now. Looks good. I didn't do anything, but I think some of you did. Scott, you bought some TRBCX for your son, right? Okay, so that looks good. S&P cash. Okay, the 10 EMA weekly giving us a bullish signal. Junk bonds giving us a bullish signal. HYG. Let's take a look at IBB, biotechs. We want biotechs to be moving higher if we're bullish. They are. We want IWM moving higher. This is another risk on indicator. This is 3 out of 6. Okay. Bitcoin, we want to see rising Bitcoin. Okay, so it's neutral to bearish, neutral to bearish. We want Bitcoin to get moving and push back above the 50-day to 200-day overhead. So we got work to do on Bitcoin. Not my favorite at the moment. Okay, so that's that. USO, we want crude oil to be moving lower. That is moving lower. So that's a bullish indication as well. Opposite correlation to the equity market at the moment. You want to see consumers have more money to spend. With crude oil and Brent lower, that'll certainly help. Okay, so this is the end of day on Friday. So this will update end of day today. What else can I tell you? Let's see. NYMO and NAMO, we talked about this morning. Breath looks very strong. Breath is very, very strong. We got a crossover on NYSE, the summation index. You got the advanced decline percent touching 30% now on the S&P. This is telling you to pay attention. Doesn't mean you have to sell. It just means that keep an eye. Last time we got a peak like this, the next day is when we started to pull back. Over here, we hit this level several times, and it didn't slow the markets down. Just pay attention. Just pay attention. That's all it's telling you to do right now. Advanced decline percent is telling you that more stocks are advancing than declining on a percentage basis. When it gets plus 30%, we start to pay attention and take some positions off, take some risk off if we need to. Let's see. We want to go to NYMO and NAMO. We got a crossover in NYMO on the NYSE, the summation index. That's a bullish cross. So this should last like this one over here back in May. This should last for a little while. Okay. A couple of weeks. We got green elder sticks. That's bullish. We're breaking out on the New York Stock Exchange. Triple top breakout. That's huge. That's huge. Did I say it's huge? That's huge. New York Stock Exchange, when in doubt, you always check the New York Stock Exchange. 2,000 stocks on the composite. That's a triple top. If this doesn't continue, or if we don't close above that recent high, it could be a failed breakout. But look at Bollinger Bands. Bollinger Bands saying go time. And up volume is 5 to 1. 5 to 1. For every declining stock, we got 5 on the uptick. So that looks good. Advanced decline line is rising. Tick is at 500, plus 500. Tick is at plus 500. Been above zero line all day. Tick plus 500. NVIDIA, nice trade, NVIDIA. Frano, nice trade. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Broad market advance. Oh boy, this feels so good. Feels so good. Oh. We needed a couple of days like this. Friday was a nice reversal too, right? early in the morning. We had a nice pop and then we dropped and then we took off again, just like today. We had that drop right around, the futures dropped early in the morning around 10:17 a.m. and reversed off of that level, 55.74. Now we're trading 20, 30 points above that level, 35 points above that level. So not bad. Not a bad day at all. Up volume sustaining all day long. And you might say to yourself, why are institutions buying here? Good question. I don't know. But they obviously see something worth buying. All right. So you can have an opinion what you think the market's going to do. I'm always looking at price. Have price tell me what to do. Okay, Vortex. That's okay. All right. Have price tell you what to do. Leave your opinion at the door, I like to say, because markets don't care about your opinion. S&P 500. Okay. That's a beautiful chart. RSI is still rising, so there's plenty of room to the upside. Doesn't mean we're going to go up all week. It just means that, the trend in RSI is showing the strength of this trend, the current trend. The strength of the trend is improving and won't get overheated or overbought until we get above 70. So we got room. We'll probably see a few. What if we test the highs? What I would be looking out for is a double top. S&P, I'm thinking double top. End of the week. $5,700. Buy the dip, sell the rip. Okay, broad market. So there was some concern that we were just going to see the New York FANG stocks rallying and nothing else. All right, so let's take a look at a few other things. Okay, so value, we want to see value and growth both moving higher, value and growth. So SPHD will be moving higher. Okay, look at these two. Okay, growth in the bottom, growth in the top panel, value in the lower panel. 20 EMA, 21 EMA is turned up and to the right. Okay, so growth and value are both rallying. You guys should be, and ladies should be really happy. Nice follow through, right? This is day 11 off of the gap down we saw Monday 2 weeks ago, 11 days later. After the carry trade blew up, volatility spiked at 66 and change. VIX has gotten crushed. VIX has been crushed, but we could see a pop in volatility again. I would think if you line it up with the S, think about this for a second. VIX at the lows, okay. We get back up to a double top. We'll watch what happens, but I mean that could line up pretty good with a low in VIX and a high or a double top in the S&P. So that's what I'm looking for. It doesn't mean that's going to happen. But having a plan for when it does get up there, if it does get up there and start to pull back, maybe we'll sell some call credit spreads or something. I don't know. We're getting closer and closer to September. Apple. Let's see. Apple just taking a break. Apple's taking a break today. Yeah, I don't see much to worry about there at the moment. I'd have a stop, obviously, under Thursday's low, probably. All right, ASTS, Meta. Meta looked like it was going to take back some of its lost gains. It did fade back below VWAP, so probably going to take a couple of days with Meta. Tesla, on the other hand, looking pretty strong. Tesla's coming up to supply pretty soon. Tesla, let's take a look at Tesla. New York FANG index stocks, New York FANG. Okay, that's above the 50-day moving average. So net, we should see these 10 stocks, most of them moving higher. So if you're thinking about trading any of these, buy the dip, sell the rip. This looks good. RSI is rising. MACD and stochastics are full on bullish. Okay, so let's take a look at some of these names. Let's go through the list. Apple is just consolidating. The 9 EMA, 5 EMA will catch up. RSI is back above 50. Just taking a break. Amazon looking like that could follow through. I like the idea Amazon gets back to the 50-day. So if you're thinking about verticals, I would take maybe the one, is it 177.50, 180, 250, something like that, 5 wide. Let me see what Amazon looks like. Amazon, let's go to calls. Starting to get used to Thinkorswim. I'm getting used to it. All right. So let's see. October. I'd be looking at October probably. October 18th. The verticals set you back $280 per contract. 260 is the midline. No, that's the bid. 260. Maybe you get in at 270. 175, 180. 175, 180. Yeah, that works. 175, 180. Maybe you want to do the 180, 185. That sets you back $200. 195 is the bid. 215 the ask. I'm looking at Amazon. October. I like these. Amazon. Okay.
Same thing right here. This other pink line here, 132.39. So we've got about a 7-point range or so to watch for potential resistance to the upside. Beyond that, there would be a few other areas to discuss, but let's take it one step at a time here.
Okay, I like Amazon. Looking for Amazon to follow through. Probably the 180, 185s. Beep, 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 beep. 200 per contract.
It's a call vertical that's being purchased basically at the money. So the 109, 112 call vertical, if you're able to do this for $1.50, the rate would be 110.50. Risk 150.
Markets. I don't know. Tesla hanging out. All right, things have slowed down. I don't know if you can sense it, but the volume has slowed down quite a bit. Apple, CV, Rex.
Perhaps this is something to consider looking at, but of course, if you're a little bit more bearish on the name, maybe you would look to the pump vertical as a kind of a contrary version of the same strategy.
Okay, now to shift gears here and look at a more contrary version of maybe like the recent momentum we've seen in Dow and Snowflake.
Bitcoin, it'd be nice to get Bitcoin to catch a bid. Right now, it's just sitting on VWAP, flat price action for much of the day, just cruising sideways. Apple looking for a bounce, sitting on an area of liquidity. The AMD had a nice morning. AMD looking for a pop off of VWAP, maybe by the end of the day. People not paying attention. See if this gets going. Okay. Microsoft, Netflix, NVIDIA, Tesla. Yeah, those look good. So that's Amazon. All right, so Amazon 180, 185s looking for October on any dips. Broadcom, dip got bought already. Google, Scott was looking at Google earlier this morning. Did you buy the dip or you already had a position? Okay, so you got an early dip, higher lows, higher highs on Google. Microsoft moving into this Iron Condor. That expired back on August the 2nd. That was a position. Double your credit premium with an Iron Condor. Felt like it would make a move back towards the 50 day, but never get past it. And that worked out pretty well. Same thing with Meta. Same thing. We had something similar on Meta. Right now, I'm just sitting here waiting for the markets. Okay, Meta. This is what we were looking at on Meta last time around. I don't have it. I thought I had it. Credit spreads. Maybe it's here. Meta. There it is. Okay, so that was the credit spread on Meta. It finally made it all the way back to 525, 530. Okay, so this was August the 2nd. So this trade worked out pretty well. August the 2nd was over here. It was still below the 50 day at that point for that Iron Condor. $138 per contract versus $362 in cash on the side. That was a pretty decent trade. $138 for $362 held aside for a nice 38% return on investment. That was an Iron Condor for earnings. Worked out pretty well. I'm thinking about an Iron Condor for NVIDIA, maybe. I'll share with you what I'm thinking. I'll take a look at an Iron Condor today, tomorrow. Okay, Saturday at 11. I'll create a reminder here. Saturday at 11. I got to take my wife's car, get an oil change. Let's see. 11 o'clock. Alert. 1 day before. Okay. Oil change. Okay, good. All right. So, yeah, nice day. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and I would say that the dicey situation, it feels like it's the entire summary of this chart. But hey, if you like volatility, this is definitely one that we see.
Okay, Bitcoin's starting to get something going. Bitcoin. Bitcoin looks like it might be doing something. Break of structure. Okay, starting to push a little bit more. Maybe Bitcoin does something. All right, so nothing to jump up and down about just yet. NVIDIA, that was quite the... NVIDIA is still going. Yikes. All right, NVIDIA is still going. Okay, looking good.
Friday's expiration, buying next week's expiration, both 107 puts. The debit on the trade is the risk. So in this case, it's a relatively small notional risk trade with a 35-cent debit or $35 at stake.
Oh boy, let's see. Not a bad day. Not a bad day at all. What's today? All right, so today's the 19th.
You're going to need this to outperform that. So really a disappointing number for this to work out. So that's why it's a relatively low risk trade because, well, it has a relatively low probability of that taking place.
Yeah, I'm curious to see because, again, a lot of times these more ancillary, like AI winners can be really interesting, or AI players, maybe winners of stretch for Snowflake. But we'll be watching those numbers, of course, when they report later this week. But we'll leave it there for this segment. Now, coming up next, it's time to talk all things FOMO. We're looking at Estee Lauder, which is making at least a modest move to the upside today. CEO is retiring, disappointing guidance, but yet shares are still able to cling on to a slight gain. So we'll discuss with Caroline Woods coming up next.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by our unique algorithm. Buy it as is or customize to align with your goals. All at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
At each and every angle, the whole picture, everything comes full circle on Trading 360. Catch us right here at the New York Stock Exchange on Trading 360, only on Schwab Network.
Start your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full gear. Real-time example trades and full hours of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin. Weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right, what time is it? Okay, looks good. All right, so Microsoft still sitting here. All right, NVIDIA is just, wow, impressive. NVIDIA still going. All right, we got 6 million shares had traded hands before the breakout. Wow, that's nice. Still going, 127.
growth was up 13%. Makeup was flat. Fragrance was down 1%. Hair care was up 1%. But let's focus on that outlook. It talks about a disappointing year ahead, caution about sales under pressure, due in part to persistent weak sentiment among Chinese consumers. Pointed to China, which was really once a key growth market for Estee Lauder, as a kind of, a key issue for them right now. Also noted
NVIDIA.
performance in the makeup industry, once again due in part to the China business. So for the first quarter, offered EPS range between 1 cent and 9 cents.
Wow. NVIDIA. Very nice strength in NVIDIA.
Big disappointment there, and then net sales are expected to decline 3 to 5%. That's for the first quarter, the current quarter, and then for the fiscal year 2025, Estee Lauder said it expects adjusted earnings of 275 to 295. Analysts were looking for 397, and then sales in 2025 are expected to decrease 1% to an increase of 2%. Analysts were looking for an increase of 6% for fiscal year 2025 sales. So disappointment there. The CEO of the stepping aside in about a year, Fabrizio Freda, said, while our sales and profit outlook for fiscal 2025 are disappointing, this year we will make important strides as we implement our strategy reset to continue rebalancing regional growth, deliver improved annual profitability, and strengthen go-to-market and innovation capabilities to elevate our execution in response to a more competitive market. So CEO
All right, SPY, S&P pulling back a bit from the highs. I would take some profits off the table. We've come up quite a bit on the day. 26 handles. S&P is up 0.5%, up 28.5. NASDAQ up 0.6% at 100 points higher. All right, looks good. Cash in some chips. Good idea.
more so commentary than actual changes. I did see that Piper Sandler cut their price target to $95 a share from 108, kept a neutral rating. That's now the lowest price target on the street that I could see. But in terms of
NVIDIA reports. Is it next week, NVIDIA? Thought it was this week. NVIDIA. NVIDIA. Okay, you can't chase it here. Yeah, August 28th. All right, so August 28th, next week, Wednesday. I thought it was this week. I know Dell is this week, right? Dell on the move. NVIDIA it's going to keep going, it looks like. All right, so no stopping you. Buyers keep piling in there. NVIDIA.
We'll say in terms of the overall analyst rating, 72% have a hold rating on shares. The median price target, though, is 122, so that implies about 27% upside from current levels. So room to grow, but most of the analysts are kind of sticking on the sidelines for Estee Lauder. And so, Caroline, as far as I know the outlook was a concern, and to me, this was the first thing I saw, and I was shocked we didn't see more.
Oh, NVIDIA.
China, the continued weakness we're seeing in China. I mean, this is, I know, still a brand that it can.
Wow, look at NVIDIA go.
But internationally speaking, I was a bit concerned about the outlook for, as far as that was concerned. Going forward, we're not expecting much improvement. So that, to me, the lack of clear expectation now for improvement was concerning. Yeah, for sure. And China was such a key growth market for Estee Lauder, so I think that's probably what's weighing on shares already. As I said, they're down.
Bitcoin is popping here. Bitcoin.
Just China that actually saw weakness. If you take a look at fiscal year 2024, sales in the Americas were down on Friday.
There goes Bitcoin. Finally getting with the program.
Department store sales, if you think about where you previously might have gotten Estee Lauder, likely at a department store, also just pointed to tough competition, and then the overall slowdown in sales of the prestige.
VRAX, no follow through VRAX.
I mean, there's definitely weakness. There was weakness in the Americas as well. It seems like from some of the commentary on the call, though, that they're expecting growth to return to other markets. I know EMEA was a growth market, but it seems like they're more optimistic about U.S. sales. But China is going to continue to be a weak link, and when that's a big part of your business, obviously that's going to weigh on the overall outlook there, which is why they're forecasting potential sales decline for the full year. Right. I think I'm
VREX. VREX.
He's trying to hold on to a modest gain. I cannot say rally, but modest gain on the session. But appreciate the breakdown, Caroline Lewis, your markets correspondent. Always great insight on the overall Estee Lauder right now momentum here. And so Alex Bay looking into this recovery and looking into maybe perhaps the fact that we know our expectations are at least set for the remainder of this year. Well, they're not positive by any means. At least we have some numbers, and the street doesn't like these unknowns. At least we do know right now our reduced expectations.
Well, I think whenever you see a stock that struggles initially on something and then immediately turns around and sees buyers come in, that's meaningful. And so it's doing so on relatively heavy volume as well. It's 1 month average. If you just took like 30 trading days, for example, volume-wise, it's 3.5 million shares. It's traded almost 8 million shares already. There's still time left in the second. So you have buyers.
VREX fade. Don't forget, if you're trading this just keeps fading. Nice pop this morning, but they faded it from that pop to 9. VREX, don't let it go too far. All right, this one continues to fade. Nice prospect this morning on this whole monkeypox business, but they faded from the highs. All right, so it's like $3.30 off the high. Don't let it go red. Okay, NVIDIA still going. NVDL. Some of you trading NVDL. All right, NVIDIA. Wow, what a performance NVIDIA is putting in today, huh? Jeez. Bollinger Bands opening up top and bottom. NVIDIA. RSI, plenty of room. All right, that's looking really good. What's Dell doing? Dell with earnings, is it Thursday, Dell? Earnings, just check the watch list. Dell, let's see, watch list. When is it, Thursday or Wednesday? Dell earnings 8/29. Huh? Oh, that's next week. What was I thinking? I was looking at what Brent was saying. Okay, so it's next week, Dell. All right. Is that right? Is that correct, Dell? Yep. 8/29. I thought it was this week. So my bad. Just repeating what Brent had mentioned. I guess he meant on the 29th. All right, so we got another week to go. So that's a mistake on the watch list. It's correct on the watch list. Just what I was mentioning this morning was wrong. All right, I'm going to take a couple of minute break. I'll be right back. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Monday the 19th. All right, a little after 1:39 on the East Coast, the best coast. I will be back in 5 minutes. Just give me a couple of minutes. I got to go run outside the the mailbox. All right, be right back.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's now time to talk about some of the auto players, GM as well as Ford. And here joining us to discuss the various headlines in this space, I'd like to welcome in Kevin Green, Senior Markets Correspondent for the network. So we'll start off with the better performer of the two, at least on the year. That's GM with some layoffs. And I have to say that GM, I mean, incomparable to most of the other auto manufacturers we look at, Kevin, because they're at least higher on the year and like substantially so. We're up 27%.
Look at this NVIDIA.
So I know
S&P is holding up very well.
continuing to show their cost discipline at least.
Yeah, and that's actually positive news when you're a shareholder for the company. Cutting expenses is supposed to actually improve margins here. So they are announcing around 1,000 jobs where they are going to be laying off individuals within the software and services division here. And this is actually coming after GM did appoint a couple of individuals from Apple in order to head up their digital division to try to streamline the processes. And they really do call out the fact that they want to be very fast and efficient when it comes to their development within the software space. And this is going to be one of the ways that they're going to be able to do so here. Now, we know that GM actually has done fairly well this year. I mean, there's been such a focus on EVs and how everybody's transitioning from the EV markets. But when you're looking at ICE sales, GM has been able to outperform really a lot of their peers, which is another reason why the stock has been able to catch a fair amount of gains here. Now, 600 of these jobs are going to be impacted in the Detroit area headquarters, and then the others are going to be across the United States here. But overall, this is actually a pretty decent sign for GM, which is once again trying to right-size their business in order to stay competitive. And they think that they can be able to do so with a lower amount of staff on hand for software and services.
Nice year-over-year performance for GM, no doubt. Kevin still struggling off its 3-year highs by about 10%. But let's talk some Ford recalling engines in the police package Explorers. I just got to read something here that I think is just absolutely great. It says that the Explorer owner hears unexpected noises, has unexpected engine power reduction, or if they see smoke from the engine, that they should slow down. I hope you would do that anyways. If you see smoke coming from your engine, you would slow down regardless if it's part of a recall or not. But the stock doesn't seem to care too much about this, Kev. Why the kind of shrug of the shoulders?
I think it's just because, I mean, we hear about recalls all the time, and I think that's another reason why the stock is really unfazed by this. So you're right, we're seeing 85,000 vehicles being impacted, and this is going to be pretty much the police packages here. I found it also very interesting that they actually had to provide that disclosure as far as getting out of the vehicle or stopping the vehicle. And unfortunately, from a legal standpoint, there's probably a reason why they had to do it, because somebody probably would not actually stop. Now, they did have 13 instances where the under the hood fires in the police vehicles did have some issues here. But once again, I think this is the fact that a lot of these recall notices that we get for these automakers, usually they capture the headlines, but from a stock reaction standpoint, not so much. I mean, there's thousands and thousands of recalls that are out there for a lot of these vehicles. So I don't think it's anything that's going to really impact the company here in the near term. And once again, more of a news headline just to be aware of in case you do have this vehicle.
Okay, but as far as some like price activity when we look at Ford, I have to say this is a pretty brutal chart the way that we have seen. I mean, like the choppiness, unfortunately, to the downside as of late. Like we've fallen so substantially now. It feels like since we sort of peaked out prior to their last reporting cycle. So where do you sort of look now for some areas of like maybe upside or just stability?
Well, you did see some buyers actually stepping in around the $9.75 area, and it's been moving higher ever since. So I think that we found the area of support for the stock. I mean, the biggest area of resistance, or the first area of resistance, is going to be around $11. You want to be able to break above that. The next one will be around $12.25. And then that line that's on the graph is really just showing or signifying that major gap that we actually saw back on the 24th of July, where it went from $13.60 down to $11.75. So the filling of that gap obviously will be a little bit difficult, but you got to get through 11 and then try to get through 12.25 first in order to feel like the stock could actually continue to run higher.
Wow, what a day. NVIDIA, it's still going.
Of this company, I think they had some news coming out at that earnings announcement that did not satisfy the street, obviously. And you might also see some institutional flows going from Ford and putting out money into GM and maybe some other companies, which is probably why you are still seeing a pretty healthy stock chart for General Motors right now.
Even so, though, Kev, as you look back further and further in time, it doesn't paint the most optimistic picture for investment in this space. Take Tesla out of the equation. We know it has some other nuances to it. But outside of maybe if you're really going to include total, I guess you have to, in terms of dividends and total return, I mean, Ford is a pretty brutal long-term chart. GM's a pretty meandering sideways chart. Toyota, a little bit better. But I mean, for the most part, Kev, this has just not been an industry that's been super favorable to investors on long periods of time.
I agree with you. I think it's the fact that margins are very low pretty much across the board, especially if you're looking at ICE vehicles. And we haven't seen any type of meaningful consolidation within the space. Now, it will be a little bit hard to consolidate because a lot of these companies have a very big footprint when it comes to the auto industry as a whole. But until we actually probably see margins really improving or a new segment of vehicles really taking off and sustaining that takeoff, like in electric vehicles, obviously there is a market there, but maybe it's not growing as fast as a lot of individuals would have hoped. And so until that actually occurs, I think we probably will just continue to see this rotation happening within the space. And, you know, if you're an institutional investor and you have to have exposure, then you're probably diversifying it across a couple of different names here. But as a retail investor, if you're kind of looking at it, the rate of return and then also the dividend yield, you can compare it to maybe some other industries that might have a little bit better value and ROI. Probably than autos at this point, but every once in a while you have these lulls within industries, and then they happen to take off. Utilities is doing that right now, where it's been in a lull for a very long time, but now you're starting to see it catch a bid. Sometimes it just takes a little bit of time in order to try to get investors enthusiastic about this industry, and right now it's just been a very long time in order to get enthusiastic about it.
It has, but I do recall, I believe it was a few years ago when these were some of the best performers, like in the SP 500. So there are definitely times when we see things fall into favor. I kind of equate them to like the airlines. Like when things take off, no pun intended, they really take off, but it's just about timing, I guess, like everything. But a great breakdown, Kevin Green. Great conversation regarding Ford, GM, and some of the headlines in the overall space. That'll do it for that segment. But coming up next, we're going to talk under 30. We're looking at Kraft Heinz with George Tillis as an analyst feels like there could be some mixed overall trends. We'll talk about the various ways in which the staple is performing and perhaps winning some market share over, hopefully, coming up next.
NVIDIA having quite a day.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Schwab Network is available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
With Schwab investing themes, it's easy to invest in ideas you believe in. Spot a trend in electric vehicles? Have a passion for online gaming? Or want to explore the space economy? Choose from over 40 themes, each with up to 25 stocks identified by
SPY S&P is not giving it up. Futures are still trying to push back up to the highs.
all at your fingertips. Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
NVIDIA is certainly not hurting prospects for the S&P. Continues to push higher. AMD, what you doing, MD? AMD trying to break out of this tight little range. It's been sitting on top of VWAP.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab Network.
Welcome back to Next Gen Investing. It's time for Under 30. And today we discuss Kraft Heinz. We welcome back George Tillis, Senior Markets Correspondent for the Schwab Network.
S&P starting to squeeze again. S&P on the 5 minute.
Not all Warren Buffett investments are really, really strong ones. 26% of the, almost 27% of the outstanding float is owned by Berkshire. And it's been a rough go for the past decade.
It has, and you're right. Over the past decade, there has been some competition, lots of consolidation in the food, especially the packaged food space. There's a lot of, growth in the organic sector of the food business, which is taking up a lot of the high-end consumers. And on the low end, there's been a lot of private label competition, and I think this is one of the challenges companies like Kraft Heinz has faced, irrespective of the fact that the company's been around since the late 1800s, and they continue to consolidate their divisions and businesses. They have their mainstay brands. Kraft Heinz ketchup is of course a domestic international favorite. The mac and cheese brands are still very much in tune with what consumers like, but at the same time, the company is facing some structural challenges from a cost standpoint, and I think that one of the things that's happening with the consumer is the higher end consumer is moving upscale to more organic and premium fresh foods, whereas the lower end consumer is facing some challenges and actually moving even further lower than the packaged food business towards more private label. And I think this is what some of the analysts like TD Cowen have actually talked about when they actually reviewed the company from the standpoint of investment. Now, I think if you look at this business, you have to set expectations, because the reason, Warren Buffett and company owns this particular stock is not necessarily because it's a growth stock. It's really just been a really consistent value and income-driven property. Over the last 10 years, it's faced some challenges, but if you look at the chart of the last 5 years, absent the dividend, which it's paying a pretty pronounced dividend, close to 5% yield, the stock has gained about 35%. So it has certainly underperformed the broader markets.
All right, NVIDIA I'm just so impressed with NVIDIA today.
Income-oriented kind of investment. So if you look at the last 5 years on a compound annual basis, just the dividend alone is actually yielding you over 30%.
So George, I do find this very fascinating because of the push into some of these more organic, more natural, less ingredient type foods, which I get, because I do feel like the trend has moved away from some of these high chemical, the neon orange mac and cheese that I very much know and love, but I get it. But as far as also overall trends, are we just seeing consumers being more mindful, their average ticket size, I know at most grocery stores is just coming down. So maybe not even it's necessarily spending on the organic, they're just spending less on everything. I mean, is that a possible trend too?
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility, but at the end of the day, everyone has the non-discretionary needs of food and shelter. So, everyone's going to consume about the same amount of calories, give or take. And so there's going to be, obviously, total demand for food is going to remain relatively stable, is my point. This is obvious. But at the same time, you just look at private label brands, especially when you're looking at, staples like ketchup and even things like mac and cheese, which, is very popular as a craft food. There's a lot of private label competition, is my point. And that includes companies like Costco and Walmart. Kroger has their own private label brands, which are competing with Kraft. So the premium pricing is really effectively the challenge for Kraft right now. And I think that one of the things they have to do is they have to, reduce some of that premium prices to continue to have consumers navigate or gravitate towards their brands. And ideally speaking, this is the objective that the firm is outlaid for analysts, because they have to go through excessive promotions, which creates variability in their revenue profile. And I think that if they can stabilize that, the stock can be stable. And I think it is. I mean, if you look at the last year, the stock is really right.
I don't mean to focus so much on NVIDIA, but I just can't believe how much strength this thing has.
Low side, $30 on the low side, forgive me. So that's indicative
AMD.
of the fact that the company's still generating, quite a nice net income margin, around 7.5%. Where typically it's around 2.5%. So it's actually been more profitable as a business in the past year compared to the last 5 years. I just think that there are some revenue challenges, and that is indicative. If you look at the revenue growth in the past year, it's about 2% on a forward basis. They're actually expecting very low bar of less than 1%. So just expect flat sales growth with slightly higher earnings growth. But again, the earnings growth may not necessarily be sufficient to move the stock price higher because of the fact that they're paying a pretty generous dividend to shareholders in the form of patronage.
George, all else equal, if we kind of look at the trajectory of rates, the expectation is them to continue to come lower. The 4-week bill at the moment is like 5.25 or something, which is actually higher than the dividend yield, I think, for Kraft Heinz. So it makes sense why someone like Buffett, maybe more value oriented, has been plowing into bills. If that changes, where that dynamic then favors a Kraft Heinz, let's say, if they're able to keep that dividend up, is that potentially a tailwind for the stock?
I think so. I mean, they've been pretty consistent in their dividends, and they actually have been increasing their dividends slowly over the past 5 years. And you have to think about, the functions of not just yield, or in the case of stocks, earnings yield relative to, yield on bonds. But at the same time, there's a possibility for capital appreciation of the underlying stock. So you can get the best of both worlds in a company like this, where you get slow and steady, capital appreciation, hence price increase, alongside that dividend yield. So it seems to me that the yield is the foremost reason.
All right, goes the S&P on the move.
Own Kraft Heinz because they're steady and predictable, and like I said, the profit margins are there. It's just not a company that's growing very much, and it is not necessarily going to grow much more than the economy in terms of sales, but they can certainly do things to optimize expenses, which again the company's looking to do.
Yeah, George, to your point, people do always have to eat, so there is that resiliency, obviously, in that staple nature in which it trades. But we'll leave it there. Great insight, as always. Appreciated, George Tillis. That'll do it for us for Next Gen Investing. Coming up next, we have the Watch List with Nicole Petalides.
All right, S&P. Yet again, pushing higher. Trailing stop is now just below 55.84.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 6 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors.
Just get Apple to follow along. That's still pulled back. AMD trying to break out. Tesla grinding above VWAP. And Meta back to VWAP.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Trading the trending names every day.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored
S&P is going to go again, it
Get
looks
an
like.
expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more, all crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals, you can spend less time searching and more time learning. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
S&P is still rising. The Qs, nice move on the Qs, breaking downtrend.
Good afternoon. Welcome to the Watch List. I'm Nicole Pedalides. It's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. We're coming to you live from the New York Stock Exchange, where we're watching the S&P up for the 8th day in a row. NASDAQ, too. Got a lot to talk about throughout this hour. Inflation, of course, on our radar. Our first guest says rates being higher for longer has led to inflation being higher for longer. We'll discuss why and how quickly this narrative could turn around. We will also focus on the automaker space. GM, for example, announcing the layoffs. We'll discuss the move and how this could impact other car companies. And our panel standing by to talk all about mega cap tech. And so the recent pullback with what we've seen, and that's important as well. In the meantime, 2 hours left in this
Wow,
trading day.
nice move in the S&P.
Stocks. We have Jackson Hole coming up at the end of the week. Fed minutes, a slew of earnings, and as I mentioned,
5,600 S&P cash, 5,600.
All right, there's the S&P up more than 0.5%, 55.87.
12 points away.
About the same 0.6%. The Dow's above 40,000, still at 40,835, and Russell's gaining 0.8%. Oil and gold are mixed. Oil's 74.35 a barrel, down $2. Gold up $4, and gold's been at all-time highs, 14.61 on the VIX. The dollar will have Ben Lichtenstein hitting that because look at that, 101.75. Bitcoin 59,195.
Nvidia.
That's the setup. In the meantime, I want to bring in Kevin Hagan.
Wow, very nice Nvidia.
On Schwab Network, because this is a busy week. I touched on a couple of things, but we want to hear more. I mean, what are you looking forward to here?
Hey, Nicole, I think this is going to be a busy week. It's going to be back-ended, though, in the fact that it's busy. I think the Fed minutes that you mentioned on Wednesday and Jerome Powell speaking on Friday, there'll be other headlines coming out of Jackson Hole, but obviously 10 a.m. Eastern time on Friday when Jerome Powell speaks, that'll be the keynote address. That'll be the market-moving event of the week. Besides that, other than some housing, we really have a pretty light week in terms of economic data. Earnings will focus on the consumer with Target and Macy's and TJX, Toll Brothers, Lowe's that we'll get tomorrow morning. That'll be a big one. So a lot more looks at the U.S. consumer. Jerome Powell talking later in the week will be very key.
Nvidia is still going.
Considered, this is a week that could be a little volatile, but at least to start out the week, Nicole, the dollar lower, yields lower, crude oil lower,
Qs.
has the market feeling pretty good about itself going into the start of the week. All the indices up between 0.4 and 0.8. The Russell the strongest. So pretty strong day here to start the week.
Yeah, and look, the whole soft landing narrative is back. People are feeling okay for now. Let's get to some stories here. And the first big one, you wake up this morning, you hear about a big deal from AMD trying to, increase its competition against NVIDIA by making an acquisition.
Yeah, if the market likes a deal or dislikes it, you usually find out in the stock price that day. And if that's the case, the stock market loves that AMD bought out ZT Systems for $4.9 billion. Cash and stock. They think it'll be accretive by the end of 2025. This is an AI infrastructure company, which tells the street they're all in going after NVIDIA in terms of competition in AI. So, yeah, an acquisition to start the week. AMD buying ZT Systems for $4.9
Meanwhile,
billion.
NVIDIA continues to romp higher. Going to run into some supply overhead north of 134 or so.
Yeah, understood. Kevin Hanks, thanks so much. Great to see you.
Yes, ma'am.
Want to take a look at the bigger picture? Ted Thatcher is with us, president of Bright Lake Wealth Management. How are you feeling? Because the soft landing narrative is back. Goldman Sachs now less likely hood of a recession than they thought even 2 weeks ago. What are you thinking?
No, Nicole, I think that conversation very much is squarely in the crossholds here, or the crosshairs here. Obviously, the consumer, though, is really what I look to. Because if we look at the value in the financial markets, I think it's easy for us to start to say, hey, obviously we're at all-time highs or close to it now. Last week was the best week in the S&P all year. Are we out of the woods? And my eyes, again, go to the consumer. At the end of the day, the consumer sentiment numbers are still down year over year. And the most recent report highlighted that Americans are still very, very concerned about inflation. We see repos up. We see, of course, the average American, or the Americans, are holding $1 trillion in credit card debt now. And so it is simply my belief that it's impossible to have a conversation about a completely soft landing without also considering where the consumer is at. And I think that ultimately they're feeling a lot of pressure still.
S&P making higher highs, higher lows. NVIDIA high of the day.
Inflation and bank stress.
AMD just eyeballing AMD, looking for a breakout.
So I do think that at the end of the day, because of how high rates have been, it's put the banks under pressure. We do have to remember that at the end of the day, we're still higher in terms of the federal funds rate than where we were when Silicon Valley Bank and Signature Bank collapsed last spring. And so the Fed ended its bank term funding program. And so, at least in my opinion, there is still some pressure that the banks are feeling. Of course, we do still see, though, the tone that Jerome Powell has taken talking to the Senate Banking Committee from the last Fed meeting. Of course, it looks very likely that we're going to get a rate decrease here in September. The market's looking for it. And so hopefully we'll start to relieve that stress. Now, we are still, of course, above the rate of inflation the Fed's
Palo Alto Networks on the NASDAQ 100. Top 10, Palo Alto. All right.
I think that they're willing to accept
Adobe.
inflation number if it means keeping us out of the
In the top 10. Adobe looking well and good. NVIDIA still going.
Sure. Well, I think that I've gotten the question a whole bunch lately of, well, how do we stay aggressive and still look for good returns? Obviously, equity markets have performed very well this year, highlighted by NVIDIA, highlighted by big technology. And so I've started to have a lot of conversations with folks that are a little bit worried that tech's overextended. And so I think when it comes to strategic plays in the market right now, I would look at it in two fronts. First, from a macroeconomic front, and then secondly, I would kind of go toward a brand. And so we'll start with the first there. On the macroeconomic side, how often in the last 2 years, or especially in 2022 and 2023, did we hear about that teeter-totter, right? Of course, as rates have gone up with the Fed, bond values coming down, that relationship, that inverse relationship. Well, with us now being sort of poised in the marketplace to see rate decreases, I think a way to keep the foot on the gas is to say, well, let's look at some levered long-term bonds. And therefore, I look at a ticker.
Just letting these winners run.
A 20-year plus treasury bonds, triple leverage. Now, obviously, we got to be careful when we think about leverage, but with a lowering interest rate environment, that could be a strategic play to stay aggressive if you're looking to.
It's amazing how, you got to mix it up, right? You have to have the fixed income. I actually was talking.
S&P continues to make higher highs, higher lows, printing a higher low at the moment.
Annuities and those who stay away from them. Do you have any thoughts on that?
I think with everything, Nicole, we see so many times that things want to be black or white, right? Annuities are always the right choice, or annuities are never the right choice. I think for most folks, almost always, it's more in the gray. And so I think that there are, plenty of good annuities out there. There are plenty of bad annuities out there. It really comes down to the details. But I think right now, with rates as high as they are, if if you're trying to look for an annuity, the rates are pretty dang competitive. And so, if again, from a timing standpoint, that doesn't put you behind the ball there at all. I think it's actually an opportune time if you're going to look for one. Now, to get back to my other point there on the branding side, I do think that if we look at Nike, there might be some opportunities there as well. If you look at the company's history since its all-time high in 2021, the company has literally lost half of its value since then. And it's now trading at about 22 price to earnings ratio, which is 39% below its 10-year historic average. And so John Donahue was hired in January of 2020 as the CEO to, I think, really bring the company into the future. And he had previously been the CEO at eBay and the chairman at PayPal. And honestly, I think he got maybe mixed reviews upon his hire. But ultimately, while he has digitized the company in many ways, I think, unfortunately, the brand has suffered. Nike, at the end of the day, I would argue, is one of the top 10 brands in the consumer space in the country. And if we look at the year-to-date performance, Nike's lost 20% of its value compared to Adidas's gaining 20% in value. And so I don't see a categorical issue there. I was going to say, I don't see a categorical issue there. And across the S&P 500, it's doubled.
Very impressive. NVIDIA. Looking for AMD, watching AMD. Finally, AMD waking up.
Performance. And if we look ahead 2 or 3 years, I think we might look at this as a buying opportunity for Nike.
All right. Ted, thank you.
AMD's waking up.
President, Great Lake Wealth Management. Good to see you, Ted. Thanks. Coming up, Options Corner. Tom Wade is standing by. He will highlight unusual options activity for the day and how investors are looking to trade on recent news of Alibaba, Taiwan Semi, and Micron. Stay with us here on the watch list on Schwab Network. We'll be right back.
Bitcoin had a nice little pop. Bitcoin, and it's faded back into price action, but still looking pretty good.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
All right, S&P printing a higher low.
Trading the trending names every day. I'm Tom White, host of Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
All right, a little bit of profit taking.
Welcome back to the watch list. It's time for Options Corner, where we analyze unusual options trades that we're seeing throughout the day. We welcome in Tom White, host of Fast Market here on Schwab Network, taking a look at Alibaba. We've been talking last week about how some of the Chinese stocks have been.
All right, let's take a look at Dell. Dell's trying to pick up a little bit. Dell's trying to pop. Dell.
You found a bullish trade that you're going to tell us about here today.
underperforming for roughly the last year. Everybody expected that pickup at the start of the year in China as far as the economy goes, but it never happened. But we're starting to see better data. And they released earnings last Thursday. They beat on EPS, but missed on revenue. Now, what were some of the problems with revenue? Well, the competition on the retail side of their business is suffering a little bit with competition from JD.com and then PDD's Temu, those low-cost apparel makers, and everything's cheap on their site. So they've lost some market share there. But if you look at the logistics side of their business, the cloud side of their business, they did really well on that. They saw a growth rate of 6% year over year last quarter in their cloud business. That was the fastest pace of growth for that segment since June of 2022. So seeing a pickup there as the AI trade takes hold a little bit. They're starting to sell some cloud contracts based on some of their AI offerings. So if they see that turnaround in the consumer, does that help the retail side of their business? But did see some unusual option activity in here, really short-term positioning out in the August 23rd weekly cycle. So just 4 days to expiration. Trader bought over 6,000 of the 85 strike calls. Paid a debit of about $1.20 on those on average. So that break even of 86.
All right, higher low starting to lead to a higher high.
Percent above the current share price. So somebody thinking that we're going to extend the gains that we've seen so far this month. Stock's up about 6% so far in August, and this trader thinks by the end of the week we're going to be up even more.
Pretty amazing. I mean, especially since it already just in 1 month, or 6 months, let's say 14%, 1 month, 12%, but still seeing the upside potential there. Let's move on and talk about TSM. Those shares have been soaring over 65% this year, and yet more bullishness in the options market, right?
Yeah, the stocks pulled back from those all-time highs. The all-time highs were just about over a month ago, $193 on that. So it's pulled back pretty significantly, but made some inroads up or down about 0.5% today. Come off of the session lows a little bit. We're one of the world leading chip makers here. They're the foundry side of the business. They have over 60% market share right now, and they're really starting to drill down into the 3 nanometer chips. That's going to take care of a lot of the AI applications that they see out there. The worldwide semiconductor contract manufacturing, but those 3 nanometer chips are becoming the standard for the larger components, the large language models, running those for NVIDIA, AMD, and some of the other big tech names. So everything's working out well for them, except for certain parts of their business haven't done well, whether they were personal computers or smartphones. But the smartphone segment is really supposed to start to rebound with the iPhone super cycle. Remember, they produce a lot of chips for Apple also. So I think that's maybe what this trader is
AMD, looking for AMD to do something.
Into the fall cycle after that super
Dell.
cycle from new iPhones potentially.
All right, let's go see what else is working today. We had a good day today. Overall, broader market advance.
Trader bought 7,500 of those 175 calls, paid an average debit of $12.50. So paying a pretty hefty option premium for those. But that break
Albemarle coming off the lows. Albemarle looks pretty good. EQT, Match.com also breaking higher after a dip to start August, starting to move in the opposite direction. Let's see what that looks like. Match.com. Yeah, it looks okay. Higher highs, higher lows. Match.com. NVIDIA, of course. McDonald's having a splendid day. I sold too soon on Friday. I had the 280s. I sold on Friday for a profit, but obviously would have made much more had I waited. Now I would like to get back in. However, I'll wait for a dip. I'll wait for a dip to get back in.
Previously used in a lot of the computing. So AI was really a boon for this company, but I think because of seasonality issues and also different segments within their DRAM and NAND flash memory, different segments within their revenue generation starting to pull back here a little bit.
VKTX with a breakout. Okay, VKTX. VKTX. Oh, that looks good. Looks good. VKTX looks good. VKTX. Above the 50-day. Okay, we dipped below it 3 weeks ago. Got back above it last week. Following through. Looks good. RSI rising. Frano's looking for somebody to buy this company out. Viking Therapeutics. Okay. All right, let's go look at the Dow Industrials. Dow Industrials going into the last hour and 40 minutes. McDonald's having a good day. Intel briefly above 2150 and change. Intel. Okay, so the high of the day was 2186. Intel. Okay. After the dip, turning the corner. I like it better if they didn't, if they hadn't reduced or eliminated the dividend. I would have liked it a lot better, but I decided to exit last week on Intel. Just the removal of the dividend is going to require some selling by institutions or portfolio managers that have Intel in their portfolio if their trading portfolio is based on dividends. So once that gets going out of the way, we could see Intel following through. Maybe they reinstitute the dividend at some point in the future. Probably not until next year after they open the fab. Okay. Okay, AMD trying to do something. Let's see. Dell trying to break higher. Dell is trying to break higher. Okay, gets through this supply here. 75,000 shares. Doesn't seem like a whole lot.
Kickstart your morning with a full dose of commodities, technical analysis, economic data, and live reaction in global markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. And available on all your favorite streaming services. Futures with Ben Lichtenstein every weekday, 8 a.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
Thanks for swinging by, Carl.
Dell, because the earnings are next week, I'll probably look at a trade for the following Friday as well. That's a good idea. Maybe we'll do something like that. All right, what's Supermicro doing? Supermicro, SMCI. Supermicro at the highs.
Accelerate your market knowledge and shift your perspective into full view. Real-time example trades, full hours of trading insights. I'm Tom White. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market, weekdays at noon on the Schwab.
Fast Market, ready for you, ready to go at 12 p.m. Eastern on the Schwab Network.
AMD, looking for a follow through tomorrow. AMD. All right, there goes the S&P. S&P higher low. S&P looks like it's going to go for a higher high. There we go. There we go. AMD, giddy up, AMD. Do.
Sweet Green, well, this is falling after Piper Sandler downgrading the fast casual restaurant to neutral from overweight. Firm noted Sweet Green's infinite kitchen technology remains
S&P. Go, go, go.
Because when I had on Michael Harris from the New York Stock Exchange, he brings in and closes a lot of deals and gets these people to list at the NYSE, right? And he said he had a handful of AI tech-related companies that were due out. You know, he can't be too specific, but over the next year or so that we were going to see more of that. Does that sound right to you?
Yeah, it sounds right.
Why is that? What's the draw here?
So with the technology advancements every 10, 12, 15 years that continue to happen, where we saw 1999 Buffett.com, mobile tech revolution was 2016, and then now 2024 is really the AI revolution, where the infrastructure has evolved and everybody can start plugging artificial intelligence into their applications as part of the main tech stack.
Yeah.
So all of the builders of the artificial intelligence systems are now having a shot to really fund these companies and grow them at an accelerated pace because they've had technology breakthrough.
And they believe that it will be beneficial to them. Do you think they're on point when they believe that sort of thesis?
100%. It's a major advancement for the database and the ability for us to render data in our applications or for consumers to see information.
Okay, not able to make a higher high yet. Okay, AMD is trying to push through this area of supply. The daily looks like we could see a follow through as well. AMD looking very strong. NVIDIA. Okay, AMD is trying to do something here. NVIDIA flagging at the high. NVIDIA. Wouldn't be surprised to see a little profit taking.
Organizations using it for their benefit.
I mean, there's no doubt this group is a growing group. I mean, the numbers are better than other value type companies. So there's a certain love and attraction to AI and all that, right? Semis and all that. That being said, what are you doing mostly, Ryan, when you're running your company? Are you helping to get investors into some of these companies?
So we're focused on workflow automation and redefining the service industry and how businesses and consumers interact around repair, maintenance, inspection requests.
Okay, up volume has just been killing it all day. More than 5-1 on the New York Stock Exchange, 4.5 on the NASDAQ Composite, 5.6 on the SPY, 5.2 on the Qs, 3-1 on the Diamonds, and 3-1 on IWM. So markets are across the board seeing a broad market advance. Many stocks are rising. More stocks are rising than declining. All right, watching AMD. Watch AMD here. AMD is trying to go.
Looking at their technological sophistication of how we can actually embed them into the system to really alleviate barriers that are in place currently. So,
there was an article that analysts won't be needed anymore because of AI.
Right.
And I'm not saying that that's right or true, but it sounds like you're doing a lot of analysis without as many analysts, maybe.
Exactly. So with that, in terms of like a product manager or a investment analyst or principal that is evaluating these companies, you can retrieve more information in a formatted way through AI and using tools like that in order to determine what is best fit for either an investment or a product development or integration.
Which of the sectors are likely to do better based on demand?
All right, there goes S&P.
You know, is it data center management? Is it, you know, chips? Is it cloud? I mean, you know, where do you see the growth?
I think the chips, there's the ones that are defining the chips, like the computer makers, the hardware server makers, they're absolutely going to have a play. You're also going to see it within workflow automation, B2B SaaS businesses that are incorporating
Okay, looks good.
intelligence into their workflows. You see it from a actual database like the Oracle's using AI to change.
What a day. What a freaking day, huh? Beautiful, beautiful.
Into their database offering. So I think about it more holistically that AI is something that is going to affect the world across all of the verticals. Of course, similar to mobile, where you have the Apples, the Samsungs, those type of companies that actually built the hardware devices, you have the hardware producers, and then you also have the software producers that are benefiting from the new advancement of the tech stack. So we're seeing it everywhere.
Today we're talking a lot about AMD and NVIDIA. I mean, so in the news as well. We talk about them a lot every day. But, you know, those go into the realm of what you're talking about. You mentioned like Snowflake and some of those type of names. Which names do you think or have the biggest moat or doing it right? And, you know, you can talk about fintech, you can talk about AI, you can talk about semis, right? You know, which kinds of names have the moat? Which ones are the leaders in your mind that will continue to be the leaders?
Absolutely. Snowflake is a huge one.
Yeah.
Datadog.
Yeah.
So ServiceNow.
Yeah.
Fortive. There's a handful of players that really stand out. And I would say more so even the Google Homes and how they're using it to read everything.
Oh boy, NVIDIA, yikes.
20 years from the IPO today, August 19th. That's amazing. Did everybody buy the IPO 20 years ago?
Yes.
Ryan, thank you. Great to see you. Did you buy it 20 years ago? You did?
Exactly.
Tell me one thing. What did you think of that? How'd you get the shares? I mean, how'd that go for you? Pretty great.
Amazing. Could not have asked for a better buy. That was one of the only stocks that I owned that early in my life, to be honest. So it worked out well.
That's pretty cool, Ryan. You have the vision.
Yeah.
Ryan Gottfried, CEO at Utilize Sports. Thanks for being here. Coming up, GM announcing reprioritizing its investments, but it came at a price. We'll discuss what General Motors had to do as it plans to build for the future. Stay with us.
Wow, the Qs are just going uptown Saturday night. Looking good. NVIDIA looking good. There goes AMD. AMD trying the high of the day. AMD is trying for a ripper. Looking for a follow through. Bitcoin looks like it could go as well. NVIDIA is just vertical. Looks good. TGTX is breaking out. Okay, cool. Thank you, Frano. Good setups. VKTX. Yeah, that looks good. Nice move. Nice move. TGTX. Therapeutics. TG Therapeutics. Nice follow through, breaking out. Futures about to go uptown. There goes the futures.
changing trend in markets. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Welcome to Morning Trade Live on the Schwab Network. I'm Oliver Rennick.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, unlocking the power of Thinkorswim, the award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim Desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies. Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization, and track market trends with up-to-the-minute news and insights. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Wow, what a day. This is a really good day. Very good day. Very impressive price action. Wow, look at NVIDIA. Look at NVIDIA go. I like the 60-minute. That's a pretty chart on the 60. Look at that move. Wow. Very good, NVIDIA. Thank you so much. Making my day, making everybody else's day in the trading room. Among others, Dell, Qs, VKTX, TGTX, Tesla, lots of stocks on the move. So broad market advance, seeing many stocks being bought up on the dips, recent dips. Wow, impressive. Impressive.
We actually did post a new historic level today, 25.49.90, and no rejection of that upper level. Let's take a look at the charts, and a textbook example of what I like to look for, those two phases of price development. I wanted to start with the 5-minute candle chart, and then we'll look at a bigger picture. But here you can see, again, a 5-minute candle chart going back to the price activity we saw into the middle of last week to close the week out, some intraday volatility, a little bit of consolidation, and then a big move up Friday. And look at this, in the overnight session, all the way up to, as I mentioned, just shy of 25.50. Now, as you look at this, Nicole, your eyes should be drawn to those two separate phases of price development. You've got the horizontal phase, again, this big breakout phase that I mentioned Friday, and then again, sideways consolidation. So basically just value forming at higher levels. This is a 5-minute candle chart, but to be sure, this is not just on the 5-minute candle chart that this has been
In between classes?
No, in the middle of one.
Okay.
Don't blink because you're going to miss. It's almost an identical depiction, right? You can see, and we've been kind of grappling with the idea of, did we establish a bigger wide range area balance around this 2400 level, and are we breaking out of that? Or I think there's a different way of looking at it. Again, it's kind of like splitting hairs at this point, but was this two separate areas, 2360 and 2450? But either way, a vertical move right now, a high conviction move to the upside in continuation of this longer pattern trend to the upside that we've seen. So this is exactly what the bulls are looking for, right? They want to continue to see high conviction trade here now as we're in a breakout phase, seeking value to the upside in continuation again of this trend up. And they want to see value form at this higher level right now. Again, a best case scenario for the bulls in many ways, 25.49.90, a new all-time high in gold.
All right, and part of this is what you're watching with the dollar. That's part of the story too, right?
Yeah, there's been a lot of contributing factors to this. We were talking about it earlier this morning in the futures show, and weakening dollar being one of those, central banks buying uncertainty in terms of what's to come from the Fed. We've seen rates which have been coming off. There's geopolitical tensions. This is one of those textbook examples, again, of blindfold me, spin me around 10 times, hand me a dart, and I'll throw it and probably hit something bullish. Gold. Dollar weighing coming off to an 8-month low is bullish gold as well, Nicole. Take a look at some of the selling we've seen.
All right, trying to make higher highs. Market's extremely bullish today. NVIDIA still pushing. Wow, what an impressive day. With the chip stocks, among others, I mean, everything is moving. Value, growth. Okay, looks good. AMD trying to get going. AMD's trying to go. It's at the upper Bollinger Bands.
Still holding up above those end of December, beginning of January lows that we saw last year, beginning of this year, but that's something to keep an eye on down around 100.32. But yeah, weakening dollar, feeding into the move up we've seen in gold. Interestingly enough, crude oil not really getting that benefit from a weak dollar today. It's actually lower by about 2.33% as we speak. But yeah, gold's new historic highs, weakening dollar, tied to U.S. yields, and some of the anticipation ahead of the Fed later this week.
All right. Thank you for that. Good to see you. Ben Lichtenstein. Appreciate it.
S&P still driving highs. Well, I'd like to reduce some exposure. We'll probably see a follow through tomorrow, but I'm taking some profits off into strength with a little bit more than an hour and 20 to go. Hour and 20 minutes to go. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. There you go. Oh, look at the S&P. Boom. Holy smokes. Oh, oh man. Oh my goodness. Look at that move. I guess that's on that Reuters news that recession's unlikely or whatever. Like Reuters is supposed to know. Nice move. Congrats. Congrats, traders. Great trades. Looking good. Great shares in the trading room. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work. Very nice move there. Wow. Very impressive. All right, NVIDIA. Thank you very much, NVIDIA.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we saw the impact of the UAW strike last fall, and they end up paying much higher wages to those UAW workers, and so
Very impressive.
they choose to make some layoffs elsewhere, and so we think we're going to see more of these types of announcements across the industry, especially from the big three. Auto inventories are 4 years right now, and their comps are difficult. Coming off of a big year of year-over-year sales growth in the U.S., where these companies earn the lion's share of their profits, and comps are much more difficult, looking ahead out over the next few quarters. And so we do think you're going to see more of these types of announcements here, from the big three and from other companies across the industry.
Yeah, and you're a hold rating on GM. What about Ford and Stellantis?
Wow, nice move on the S&P. Nice move. Q's continuation. All right, shorts covering massively. Market's moving higher. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD is on the move. AMD. AMD, go time. Okay, Meta turning. Meta turned. Meta's turning. What's going on with Meta? Let's see if Meta can get something going here. Meta. Calls.
So at this point now, the other thing,
Meta.
and one of the things that we heard from a lot of these from the big three was that the EV demand had slowed down. They were moving to some hybrids. One of the committees was saying they should do more hybrid vehicles. Maybe that's what people want, but that's a little more expensive.
Meta looks like it might go. Meta looking for a follow through. Okay, watch Meta. Meta's turning the corner. Looks like it might get going. Okay, the S&P is leaving everybody behind. Look at that move. Wow, look at the liquidity. 160 million. Look at that, 150, then 160. You see that? Wow. Wow, that's impressive. What a day is right. Yeah, what a day. I would definitely be taking some off in the strength, no doubt about it, RT. Well, I don't think I understand what you're saying, but it doesn't really look like a bubble to me. It's just more stocks are moving now.
Do you expect that to change? Do you expect that? You said it's red hot, some of the demand for hybrids. Are we going to see red hot demand for the EVs? Because that would help these companies, but we haven't really been seeing that lately. Are people losing interest?
Certainly, they are. EV growth has slowed dramatically.
Yeah, I hear you, Rob.
Consumers have showed a lot more interest in
Money.
these vehicles.
Wow. Nice move.
Internal combustion engine vehicles, and they're a fraction of the cost of EVs because the battery is a fraction of the size. And so there's been a lot of interest from
Big move there, S&P.
consumers in hybrids. And if you look across the industry, the companies that have really been investing in hybrids, bringing a lot of new models to market are mainly the Japanese automakers. So Toyota, Honda, Nissan, and others are now there, in the market. They have dozens of hybrid models available. Many of those companies, whereas the U.S. automakers have been lagging, and so so we're more bullish on market share gains for some of the Japanese automakers, as well as some of the Korean ones like Hyundai, Kia, here over the next year or two.
Yeah. And which names do you have eyes on in the world of EVs, of the names that we follow and know and such? Which ones are your buys these days? We're out of time, but I don't want to leave without picking your brain on your EV buys.
Yeah, no, we had a buy on Tesla for a long time. We're at a hold now, and we don't have any other buys across the space looking at the EV companies. So we're largely on the sidelines. We actually have a couple sells, and we're looking at the EV manufacturers. We have a sell on Rivian and a sell on Lucid.
Right. Yeah, I remember you talked about that. What about Nikola? Nikola's back.
Yeah, so we don't cover that.
Nice follow through. Wow. Look at this market. Don't be greedy. Take some things off. Obviously, you want to take things off. Take positions off from time to time as we continue to move higher.
And we're looking at the growth that we've seen from the group, the sell-off or volatility we've seen lately. So what do we need to know? Let's ask our panel next.
Netflix, Nvidia, Meta, Broadcom, Snowflake, Tesla, Amazon, everything is looking good. Microsoft. All right, so S&P just keeps going. Wow. Wow, wow. Going to be hard to match today. Will be hard to match today, tomorrow.
That's my favorite client. Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab? Choices? Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management, advice, and invest and trade on my own. Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I think so.
Schwab. Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab. Cut the cord on the way you get market news. It's Market on Close. Join me, Oliver Rennick, for the biggest earnings coverage, insights from the smartest minds on Wall Street. Monday through Friday, 3 p.m. Eastern, available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Only on the Schwab Network.
Okay, Coinbase looks like it could get going. Watch Coinbase. All right, so I like it. I see what you're looking at there, David. Coinbase.
Go deeper with Thinkorswim, our award-winning trading platforms. Unlock support from the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders who live and breathe trading. And sharpen your skills with immersive online education, crafted just for traders. Also, you can trade brilliantly.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network. Welcome back to the watch list. Time to turn our attention over to Mega Cap Tech. So how are you feeling about the group, right? It was certainly a darling, a favorite, ran up big, then a lot of volatility. Are there some opportunities now that some of these names are off the highs? However, last week, big week, so a lot of them came back. Ali Mogherabi's with us, Senior Equity Analyst, West End Capital Manager. Michael Robinson, Chief Technology Strategist at Weiss Ratings. Thank you both for being with us. So, Ali, what did NVIDIA gain last week? 19% or something? People were watching the $100 line. Did we miss it? Were these the lows? If people wanted to get in there, what names do you watch that may have some room?
Well, certainly we think NVIDIA still has some upside. I mean, just for example, today's announcement.
Okay.
ZT Systems just tells you what a commanding lead and advantage NVIDIA has. It's forced AMD to provide that full stack software for this acquisition of Silo AI and now ZT Systems. So we're still confident in NVIDIA. Of course, they'll be reporting next week, and we'll see if they provide some good guidance. But we're still confident on that front, and also some of the other names, some of the other players that we think are actually major beneficiaries from this overall continuing surgence in AI and AI infrastructure, and that of course includes the Microsoft and Google. We currently don't have a position in Google, but I'll tell you what, with Google, that the reports that the DOJ may be seeking a breakup. Of course, the final decision, we won't know about the final decision. Probably it'll go to the Supreme Court, so it will take a long time. But with that, if these guys are forced to break up, the sum of the parts could actually be greater than the current valuation and/or the current consensus out there, which I think consensus price target is around 205, 206. So there's an opportunity for current shareholders.
Okay, looking good. All right, so the Q's looking good. Nice day today. Nice day. Nice, easy going. Nice, easy going kind of day. All right, NVIDIA just, hallelujah. NVIDIA. All right, starting to flag at the highs. Looking for a follow through tomorrow in NVIDIA. Earnings are next week. Next week. I misspoke saying it was this week. Next week, NVIDIA. Wednesday. And Dell as well next week.
Can it continue to deliver the amazing earnings per share growth that it's had? 455% last quarter, year over year, and everyone's going to be watching that to see how big this AI follow through is going to be. I think it's going to be a healthy report. I can't predict we're going to miss by 2 cents.
Okay, Supermicro, SMCI, Supermicro. They have a split coming up on October 1st. Supermicro hanging in there, looking for a pop towards 720. I got 520 short, 520, 510. Put credit spread. I'm short those 520s. I'm looking for a move up to 720. That should net me a good $200 per contract, I would think, before October 1st, as we ease into September, I would think. Chips have been really strong. NVIDIA just kicking butt. Okay, there goes AMD. AMD.
Yes, on Apple, wouldn't sell it. I hope the AI phone really ignites some sales and increase. We're going to know in about 3 weeks how good that device is. I was going to say, I actually agree with Michael on the rest of the names that he mentioned. We also like Palantir. The same with Apple, and especially, I apologize for not mentioning it, Meta. He's absolutely right. And actually, I think one thing that really differentiates Meta is just how quickly those guys can not only develop their AI technology, but actually So the effectiveness of those ads, the ROIs of those ads have skyrocketed for these guys. And absolutely, this year it's an election year.
Yeah, I'm looking at what you're talking about there, Scott. Let me see. You're doing February 2025. Okay, let me see that February 2020. I might do something similar. Do a credit spread. February. Okay, so you're looking at February and the 200 put. 200. Okay.
You know, when we think about large cap tech, what are we leaving out? Is there any other types of large cap tech that either one of you like?
I like it. Yeah, that's fine.
Large cap tech, I'm in all of them basically to some extent. There's some that are bad and some for a while, but I think overall this is a good place to be. We talked about Apple. Google is one I'm a little bit, Alphabet, I'm a little bit cautious on that one. I'm agreeing with Ollie.
Delta.
The Microsoft case, how long that thing dragged out, but it could make the street and analysts cautious on investing heavily. So
Okay, SPY, a little pullback there. SPY. AMD going. AMD's on the move. AMD. AMD on the move. Microsoft. Okay, let me take a look at Microsoft. Nice trade there, Steven. AMD going. AMD going for new highs. Microsoft. Ooh, nice move on Microsoft. Yeah, I like it. I like it. You're looking at Palo Alto? Palo Alto? Okay. Palo Alto. I like Zscaler too. Palo Alto. I was looking at Zscaler. Put it on the watch list. Let's see what it's doing. Zscaler. Zscaler. I like them both. That's true. That's true, RT. 100%. Yeah, yeah, right. Jason has a saying. Something along the lines of take the trade, see the trade, take the trade.
Trading Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles, courses, and more. All crafted just for traders. And with guided learning paths, stacked with content curated to fit your unique goals. You can spend less time searching and more time building. Trade brilliantly with Schwab.
Ethan, how's my favorite client?
Great. I started using Schwab investing themes, so now I can easily invest in trends, like wearable tech. Trends?
All that research sounds exhausting.
Nope. Schwab's technology does the work. So if I spot an opportunity in robotics or pets, I can buy those stocks in a few clicks.
Can't be that easy.
It is with Schwab.
Schwab investing themes, 40 customizable themes, up to 25 stocks in just a few clicks.
I'm Oliver Rennick. Get ready to cut the cord. Market on Close is coming up. Good afternoon and welcome to Market on Close. I'm Oliver Rennick. We've got an hour left and a really good start to the week here. It was a little bit choppy, a little bit sluggish to get off the ground, but it's moving. And we got the Russell up big, small caps trying to charge forward, tech taking part, bit of a high beta rally. Good stuff.
Man, what a day.
Look at that, falling through to the
Yeah, a lot of people are trimming their longs, so I would do the same. I would do the same. It's one hell of a move that we're seeing. AMD at the highs, NVIDIA probably more than likely follows through. Look at RSI, look at MACD stochastic, look at the volume. We're at the upper Bollinger Band, so we're getting close to first resistance, right around 130, 135. So maybe you want to take some off into strength.
looking like the leadership from that mid-July rotation that failed. Perhaps this is round two of the attempt again. So you got high beta stuff moving the most. SPHB about percent right now. Tells you a good bit about the day in general.
Man, what a day. What a freaking awesome day. Awesome day. Yeah, definitely. Definitely a good day. Thank you so much. Coinbase, looking for a follow through. Okay, looking for Bitcoin to get going.
Being well received here. A major breakdown in the dollar, losing against the Japanese yen overnight, losing against the pound, which is really moving right now, losing against the euro, which is ripping. So perhaps the U.S. economy's dominance around the world is going to be under threat here. If we need to have the Fed step in to give us a little jump start, the dollar comes off, markets interpret.
All right, nice move. Yeah, right?
Just look at the last couple of weeks where good data have been good for stocks, bad data have been bad for stocks. Dollar down, usually an environment in which data are missing. So I do kind of worry there's a little bit of complacency coming back into the market.
140 on 140? Yeah, okay, cool. Yeah, that sounds good, Aaron. I'm very happy for you. Very happy for you. Yeah, very happy for you. That's a good deal. I mean, that's a nice 11-day move. So you know what happened? Obviously, the market started moving lower. People got scared. You got the Japanese yen, Aussie dollar pair. That also added to problems. You got the 10-year yield popping. You got the VIX spiking to 66. Fear was out there, so people were just throwing away shares. What happened? They got short. And when the markets bounced and the Japanese yen and Aussie dollar pair started to fade as we were looking for on that Monday, we got a reversal. So everybody had to pile back in. And that's what you're seeing, 11-day rally off of the low. So you got all that money piling back into the shares and positions. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Looking good. Okay, cool. All right, so we've got a little bit less than an hour to go. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com at 3:04 p.m. here on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. I'm your host this Monday, the 19th. I'll be here for another 55 minutes to an hour. I got a hard stop right at 4 o'clock again today. Kids started school, so I will be right back. I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
We've now got a potential to make the first meaningful higher high for NVIDIA in a while here. You could kind of argue that happened in the last week as NVIDIA got back through 120. Fair enough, but it fell apart pretty quickly from that July 10th, the second high on there. Failed breakout, that was July 10th. That was the NASDAQ overlap at the NASDAQ high. We've done almost a full V rebound. So if we start trading above that July 10th level for NVIDIA 135, then like the trend is basically back on. So this is a pretty big moment here to start off the week. Of course, with Jerome Powell at the end of it, market feeling pretty optimistic he's going to give us what we want. Kevin Hanks and Jenny Horn are with me, our contributors here and hosts on the Schwab Network. You know, it does kind of just come down to NVIDIA. Jenny, back again. You know, when there's no news flow, where do you look? NVIDIA. And boom, you know, it's really making a move here. The whole semiconductor group kind of floating up with it.
And how remarkable that all these fears about like AI and the black hole. I mean, I think there's actually some reasonable narrative, like the fundamental picture with some of their shipments being delayed, and like with right now the earnings event that's looming. I mean, I think outside of Jackson Hole, NVIDIA earnings are like the most major market catalyst of the next 2 weeks. But of course, they're next week, not this week. But still, up 7 of the past 8 trading sessions, up 6 consecutive trading sessions, gaining over 23% in that period. That puts it on pace for its longest winning streak since March. But I mean, the momentum, the moves in which it felt like the velocity that we saw to the downside, no surprise to see that same velocity, what feels like to the upside. And actually, I was looking at the more long-term chart of NVIDIA, which shows you, like, basically, I know we talked about the correction. I was understanding that narrative, the pullback. Its valuation is high. This is what pullback? I mean, you look at the chart now. At 5-year weekly chart, you see like barely a blip over the last several weeks. I know we're off of highs by 8.6%, but like you said, we're almost at a perfect V recovery right now.
Yeah, no, it's so true. I mean, it looks like almost as good of a chart as it ever did with the bounce back. You just got to get that final kind of cherry on top to break out. But it does seem like, Kevin, when you know, there's no news flow, that we have reverted back to the momentum names. I know the Russell's doing really well today, but it's so crucial that for this, you know, since last week too, we're getting the Russell and NASDAQ up together. So as opposed to July, when we were trying to rotate and buy small caps at the expense of big caps, that wasn't a very good process. This is much more healthy.
Yeah, when I look at this market today, Oliver, and I appreciate Jenny going to the 5-year chart to make that sell-off look a little less dramatic. Trust me, for people trading NVIDIA, it was pretty dramatic at the time that it got down to $90. But today was such a low-stress day, Oliver, because look at the macro. Look at the dollar, look at the yield, look at crude oil, all softer today. And who took leadership today? All the previous leaders took leadership today. So this was a very low-stress way to start the week, where the leadership seizes control of the market and the macro does nothing to hurt the upside rally. So I expect, you know, we have some consistent earnings, a lot of consumer stocks, but nothing before the 28th when NVIDIA comes out. And now I think, in my opinion, we're in that dome where NVIDIA is going to start sucking oxygen out of this market, and it's going to be what everyone checks. Probably right after the E-minis, they're going to check what NVIDIA is doing going into this earnings release. And it looks like NVIDIA wants to go right back to 140 right ahead of earnings. That is amazing in the ability for it to come back to that level. But really right now, with the macro doing what it's doing and an all clear going into Jerome Powell speaking, I don't know what gets in the way, Oliver.
Yeah. Do you think that dollar down?
All right, so a little dip on the S&P futures. Look like profit taking. Not a bad idea to take some profits off the table. AMD still going. AMD is still going. So it's AMD's turn now, right? AMD's turn.
Goods and services are cheaper to foreign buyers. So it's a really good set of macro news for the U.S. multinationals. They love the lower dollar because it makes their goods cheaper. So, yeah, I think the dollar is a welcome change of tone.
Apple coming off the low. Apple coming off the low.
Well, there's a lot of reasons why it's happening.
Okay, so you got buyers at the low of the day.
It doesn't hurt U.S. stocks at all, Oliver.
Yeah. All right. Look, doesn't hurt right now. It also doesn't hurt started to get the constant drumbeat, basically, of
Awesome.
analysts coming back out, confirming all their bullish stances. We're at that moment where, to your point earlier, Jenny, is some were arguing, look, these stocks need to go through a valuation correction. It kind of seems like some of the analysts that I'm hearing are basically now trying to say, look, we got through it, we're healthy, and now it's basically like, it's clear sailing ahead.
How quickly the narrative changes.
Yeah.
Where it was just like 2 weeks ago, when everyone was like, the AI bubble has burst, dump your NVIDIA shares.
Sure.
I mean,
But the analysts didn't ever really freak out, right?
That's true. I guess maybe I was just reading, the sell side was really down on NVIDIA all of a sudden, though. And it was like, wait a second, this has been the momentum trade all year long. You can't give up on it because of one day with heightened volatility. And I know, to Kevin's point, if you were trading the same, it was brutal because it wasn't just one day at NVIDIA. It was several, felt like three. It was basically 3 weeks of pain. But I just think still now, most of the arguments being made.
Okay, let's take a look at some of these New York FANG index stocks. New York FANG, we want to see this continue to build above the 50-day.
These enterprise spend. I think right now we're talking about, say, hypothetically, we're in this recessionary scenario. Corporate spending, I think, is still a major concern. But
New York FANG is looking very strong. Okay, I'll get rid of this neckline. That's no longer applicable. Okay, get rid of this. No longer needed. This I'll use for a trend break. Okay, we got a trend break. RSI is rising. Everything looks bullish. Look at this. This is a beauty. Nice. So we waited until this got oversold again. We got a signal first week of August. Nice reversal. Beautiful setup. Okay, so let's go take a look at Tesla. Let's look at Tesla because that's a nice one. Nice trend change. All right, this is looking really good. Tesla probably keeps going.
Yeah, I expect the pressure on this name, it looks like the pressure is going to be to the upside as people start getting in ahead of this earnings report. It's gonna. I think it's gonna. I think Nvidia's gonna, like I said, really take up a lot of our attention.
Tesla.
And then a couple after that, probably.
Okay. All right. Good stuff. Thanks, guys.
Beautiful.
Of the session here. Heroes coming back to the forefront after a little bit of analysis.
Tesla.
And Jenny Horn. Let's talk some big picture.
Tesla, of course, reports again on October 22nd.
Joining us, Kunal Lewis is the chief economist at BNP Paribas and author of The New World Economy, co-authorship on 5 trends, investing in times of superinflation, hyperinnovation, and climate transition. Kun, thanks for joining us here on the Schwab Network. Appreciate your time.
Thank you for having me.
Hey, I see you guys got your book back there. Let's start maybe with the hyper-innovation side, because it seems we're back to relying on some of our big AI winners. Is that a major theme in your guys' discussion?
Yeah, certainly. So you have these 5 themes, 5 trends, and I think the most positive trend, of course, is innovation. If you have innovation, then you can solve the huge
225. Tesla.
Innovation and climate transition.
220. All right, looking good.
You need a lot more wizards, much more than doomsayers. If you have a lot of innovation, then I think, if you look to aging is not such a challenge neither. So I think innovation is the key for welfare, has been the key for welfare for over, let's say from the 1,800 on. And now, we see that innovation productivity has come down enormously over the last 20, 30 years. But you see with artificial intelligence, you see with 3D, which is more accessible now. With renewable energy, I think, and my co-author, strategist of BNP Paribas as well, Philip Gassens, we think that we're in for an era of much higher productivity. It will take time. It will be in the next 5 years, but probably in the next 10 years, we're looking for a productivity that might be 1 percentage points each year higher than it is.
All right, Tesla looks good.
Huge. One of the main
Tesla looks like it wants to go again. AMD, nice rally in AMD.
The US market has been basically index investing is just a kind of proven out way to capitalize on these companies gobbling up competition. I mean, basically one of the main ramifications of this AI innovation, it seems like, is a highly concentrated market, a few companies that are disrupting in a massive way that benefits the index, but also kind of de-diversifies our portfolios in some ways. So is that a good thing or bad thing?
Tesla looking good, looking for the follow-through breakout.
You put it very correctly. If you weren't in this magnificent seven big tech stocks, then you would have, the market would have outperformed you. So you need to be in these stocks, in these Nvidia, in Google, in Alphabet, and in Microsoft.
Our clients, but I think that we should at least consider that.
All right, looks like the S&P is going to turn the corner.
To happen even within the tech sector, but I don't think it's going to happen willfully. I think the market's going to make it happen.
Tesla looks like it wants to go.
Let me clarify one thing, because you said earlier a rotation within mega cap tech, and you just finished by saying a rotation within other areas of tech itself. So are you saying to be super duper selective within the mega caps themselves, or
Futures turning the corner again, looking like we're going to produce a higher high out of this, higher low. Nice trend.
Giving me the chance to clarify then. So I'm talking specifically the Mag 7 when I initially said rotating away from, right? So investors have shown a habit of anytime there's a movement in the market to the downside, we sell off the Mag 7, we go to cash, and then anytime it looks like all is clear, we buy back the Mag 7, and that's what drives the market back up. And so I think a rotation within mega cap tech that allows us to look for other names, the chip makers, for example, moving away from just Nvidia and AMD and rotating into other places that are semiconductor names, for example. Like, I think that is what's ultimately going to have to happen that helps to diversify a little bit more within the tech sector.
I'm told you have your eye on Cisco, Malcolm. You don't own it yet. Why are you watching that so closely?
Yeah, so Cisco, I know that Cisco's been one of the biggest losers in tech for the last 5 years running, but I do think that company, there is a little bit to like there. They do have a pretty good install base with their security customers already. And I think that Cisco is a company that's going to benefit from the push that's being made in cybersecurity, that large spend and the necessity of that spend on cybersecurity that's happening because things like phishing scams and others have been made more possible and made faster by AI. And so I would look for Cisco to be a beneficiary of the platformization push and also from the consolidation that's going to happen within cybersecurity next year.
Chris, you don't necessarily talk individual names, but the one name seems to matter maybe more than anything else right now, and it is NVIDIA. I did reference the fact they will report their earnings on August 28th. Your bullish view is pretty clear from what you've articulated today. What's really riding in your mind on that report?
Well, I think it's the biggest thing that's riding on the report is the momentum. We had a huge momentum coming off of, obviously August 5th. But if you look at what has performed and what hasn't off of that momentum, the semiconductor names have actually underperformed, albeit except for one or two, overall relative to the rest of the momentum area. Systematic institutional investors, position traders on a day-to-day basis are going to have to follow the momentum. They did it to the downside on the great carry unwind. They did it back on this reversal these last couple of weeks. And good results coming out of bellwethers like that, momentum bellwethers, are needed to keep that area at bay. They're not necessarily needed to significantly outperform the so-called whisper expectations for the whole rest of the market to change what is beginning to happen, which is a greater participation.
Lauren, you want to address that too? Just all that might be riding now on this earnings report, given the volatility that's been introduced in the last couple of weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's no question that NVIDIA's earnings are likely to drive the market as a whole. And whether that happens, of course, is a function not only of what the earnings are, but what guidance is. And there is potentially slightly less risk on the back of an earnings environment that has otherwise been fairly constructive, that you see a big market miss in the moment of an NVIDIA earnings miss. But where the stakes get larger for me, from an allocator and from an economist perspective, is that from my perspective, actually the biggest risk to the economy is now a major sell-off in the market. Now, it'd have to be sustained, but our research suggests that for every 5% drawdown on the equity market that is sustained, you get about a half a percentage point of consumer spending off of annualized GDP. That's a major number. May even be bigger in this economic cycle, where we know that the preponderance of consumer spending is now coming from high-income consumers who are so impacted by the ebbs and flows of the market. So it really can't be overstated how important that report is next week, something we'll be watching closely, not just for tech earnings, but for economic trajectory as well.
Malcolm, last question to you. We said Palo Alto, the earnings in overtime, you own the stock. What are your expectations here? How high is the bar?
Yeah, I don't think the bar is all that high for Palo Alto right now. I know investors and analysts are going to be listening to the earnings call, expecting this company with something like a 50 PE to justify that valuation, considering revenues declining, billings are declining, EPS growth has been declining for about a year now. But I don't think this is the quarter we're going to get that. That said, I still think it's early innings for the platformization pivot that the company is making. And so I think that there is tons of opportunity for Palo Alto.
AMD with a nice follow through.
Where they're going to deliver what those expectations are to the street.
Guys, we'll leave it there. It's good talking to everybody. Chris, Lauren, and Malcolm, we'll see you again soon. To Pippa Stevens now for a look at the biggest names moving into the close. Pippa?
Hey, Scott. Well, shares at Paramount are getting a lift following a Bloomberg report. The company is likely to extend its go shop period if Edgar Bronfman makes a bid for the company. Paramount has agreed to merge with Skydance Media. Elsewhere, some big moves for food stocks after a trio of downgrades to neutral from Piper Sandler, which noted a lack of industry pricing power. Sweetgreen shares down to 6%, with the firm saying while it believes in the long-term growth story, that upside is now reflected in the valuation. Coffee chain and Dutch Bros on track to snap a 4-day.
Everything is working. You got that right. All right, let's look at Google. Let's look at Google. Okay, Google trying to follow through. Microsoft having a good day. Stevens and Microsoft looking for a follow through. NVIDIA, many of you are in NVIDIA. What a move on NVIDIA. All right, looks good. What a move on NVIDIA today. That made everyone's P&L jump for sure. Beautiful day. Oh, Tesla. Tesla. All right, so here's Tesla. Tesla looking better. All right, so we got supply overhead on Tesla just north at around 230. There's 576 million. That's a big one. That's a big one overhead. Tesla. Thanks, thanks, John. Okay, BKTX is on the move. BKTX. All right, so that one's on the move.
We're back. AMD rallying today on news it plans to acquire server builder ZT Systems, the latest move by the chip maker to step up competition against the likes of NVIDIA in the AI arms race. NVIDIA investors, though, not shaken by that news because right there on your screen, the stock's up near 4%. Joining me now is Doug Clinton of Deepwater Asset Management. The firm recently bought that stock, that being NVIDIA. Welcome. So you finally decided to buy NVIDIA. The big sell-off a couple weeks ago was too much to pass up.
It was too good to be true for us. I mean, NVIDIA is a stock that they are the arms supplier of this AI arms race. And we've wanted to own it for a while, but for price. And we finally got that opportunity. The yen carry trade blew up. There were rumors about Blackwell delays, their new chip. And when the stock traded down into the mid-90s, you had a kind of forward PE 25. We felt like that was the right time to enter.
This news today of AMD and this deal, if you're an NVIDIA investor now that you're a new one, is it a snoozer to you? Is it meaningful in your mind?
I don't think it changes anything for the next 1 to 2 years. Let's put it that way. I mean, really what this is about is AMD trying to get more competitive in these training clusters, helping big customers, the hyperscalers, build out data centers and be more creative. It's something they weren't doing before. It's something NVIDIA is already very good at. So it's not, something that AMD is now doing, NVIDIA is not. I don't think it's a big threat.
You don't own AMD, but you do own Broadcom, which Stacy Rascon, who was with us just the other day, suggests it has the second best AI story behind NVIDIA. That AMD may be third, but the feel is that, at least I think in some corners, that it's a distant
BKTX, some buyout rumors.
Two pieces. One is the network.
Nice move.
They're a leader in networking, and when we think about data center architectures, you have to keep these clusters networked together. They can speak to each other essentially and operate more efficiently. That's a big part of their business. But the even bigger reason that Broadcom for us is a great AI play is their partnership with Google on TPUs. I mean, they're the provider in terms of Google building its own silicon. I think you're going to see more companies like Meta get more aggressive with building their own silicon as well. That's the next story for the 3 to 5 year picture, but not 1 to 2 for NVIDIA.
Okay, so August 28th, that's the date that's looming large, right? It's NVIDIA's earnings report. You want to just tell me as a new investor how you're thinking about that day?
Well, I felt like it was probably de-risked when we bought it at 95, but now I'm a little more concerned. We've run 30% in 2 weeks.
Back is crazy.
It's difficult. And I think that resets expectations going into that event. The thing that worries me, and I don't know that it's going to be an issue or not, but what worries me now that didn't worry me before is we do have these rumors of the Blackwell delay. And so if that turns out to be true, if it looks like there's maybe this air pocket in revenue a little bit as NVIDIA waits.
Okay, Qs look like they're going to go some more. The Qs. Viking Therapeutics looking for the follow through. Viking having a big day today. It's up 15%. Tesla's about to go for a new high. Tesla.
We're seeing from the hyperscalers in this area and the mega cap stocks in and of themselves, how much they're spending and what that means in the big picture. We don't really know.
We don't, and I also would argue, I don't know that the hyperscalers are overspending. I would take issue with that. I think that they are appropriately spending, and maybe some of them should even be more aggressive because when we think about AI, it is the most important technology maybe that we ever develop. And so I think it's critical for all of these hyperscalers to have a game in this race and really put their best foot forward, invest as much as possible, because if they miss it, that's worse than if they spend a couple $100 billion on CapEx and AI turns out to be real.
But you still have to get a return on the investment. And by the way, I don't mean to suggest that they're overspending. I mean, their spending rates are up 40 or 50% year on year. But the idea that they're spending so much that if there is any part of a bearish view or at least a cautious one on NVIDIA is the fact that as a result of that spending, they're over earning now.
Right. Well, I think for us, this AI bull market that we're in, I think it's still very live, very vibrant. I still think we have 2 to 4 years in terms of this AI bull market. And so maybe as we get toward the end of that, we can have a deeper conversation in terms of sort of over earning. But I think that this is the reality of NVIDIA in terms of earnings for the next few years.
Aside from your new buy of NVIDIA, Alphabet looks to me to be the only of the mega cap tech stocks that you own. We're earmarking 20 years of that company being public today. So why is it the only one outside of NVIDIA? What are your expectations here moving forward for that one?
We do also own Meta, so there's kind of our three horsemen of those three. But for Google,
I think I missed that one. My bad.
And those two have been two of our favorite plays on AI because they have reasonable forward PEs. I think they're earning very well, and they both control their own AI destiny. For Google in particular, though, this has been something I think you and I have talked about before, Scott. I think they need to find a hunger and urgency that they still don't have. I mean, last week we had this news with Eric Schmidt talking about Google basically being kind of soft. And I think we would agree with that as investors. We've said we would love to see them do a little bit more aggressive of a headcount cut and try to find that urgency in this AI race because they're still losing to OpenAI and they should be winning.
You don't think that Microsoft, lit a fire under Google by everything that's happened over the last year plus?
Not enough of one, unfortunately. I think they're talking the game. We've had quotes from the head of search saying that this is urgent for us. This is important. But we still haven't seen the action yet, and that's what we're waiting for as investors to get really excited.
Doug, good to see you. Thanks for being here. That's Doug Clinton. Don't miss, by the way, AMD CEO Lisa Su. It's a CNBC exclusive interview. It's coming up in the next hour in overtime. Up next, a rotational refresh. Tech leading the market for much of this year, but Datatrex's Nick Polis says 2 other sectors are ready to break out. He's going to tell us the best places to ride out the rally. We're back on the bell just after the break.
All right. Having a good day. Having a good day. Oh boy. We got about 26 minutes to go. 26 minutes.
Welcome back. There's some breaking news out of Chicago. Our Eamon Javers has those details. And Eamon, seems we're learning more about the policies of the Democratic nominee and Vice President Kamala Harris.
Yeah, that's right, Scott. One of the big questions has been with Kamala Harris's economic agenda. How is she going to pay for all of this? We're now learning some more details here. Kamala Harris spokesperson telling NBC News that one of the ways she's going to pay for her proposals is by raising corporate taxes. She's now endorsing a hike in the corporate tax rate to 28%. That is NBC News.
Wow. 28% on the corporate tax.
And finance the expensive plans that she wants to pursue as president. Now, that's not necessarily a surprise, Scott, because that puts her squarely in line with where Joe Biden has been. So no daylight there between the presidential nominee and the existing president of the United States on the Democratic side. But it is something of a reversal for corporate America, which has been enjoying 21% corporate rates since the Trump tax cuts. And of course, President Trump has said he will keep those in place and perhaps go farther if he can in terms of tax cutting. And one other thing to bear in mind about all of these proposals from presidential candidates when they're running out on the campaign trail, they have to get these through Congress, right? So one of the big questions is if Kamala Harris does win and pursue a 28% corporate rate, would she have the votes up on Capitol Hill to do that without Democratic majorities in both the House and the Senate? That would seem to be very, very difficult for her to do. But nonetheless, it's a signal of intent here from Kamala Harris saying that.
Okay, AMD still climbing. AMD, Tesla still looking good. AMD.
As you see outside the United Center in Chicago, site of the convention.
AMD
Climbing yet again.
on a bull run. Looking for a follow through.
Their longest winning streaks this year. Our next guest sees a few positive signs for even more upside. Nick Colas, Data Trek Research co-founder, he joins us now. It's good to see you. Welcome back.
Thank you.
You're pretty positive on these markets here?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. We had a bit of a shuffle 2 weeks ago, but that volatility has died down, and now we're reestablishing the same trends that we had in July. So the cyclicals are leading, small caps are leading, and that's good to see.
No volatility is going to reemerge. I mean, was that just
look, volatility will always be with us in some form. It never is absolutely quiet, but August tends to be one of those months where volatility peaks out for the year. It's about twice as likely to peak out in August as the typical month of the year. So we've just seen a big volatility storm. That was probably the peak for volatility. Are we going to get some more? Yeah, absolutely. We always do, but nothing on the order that we saw 2 Mondays ago.
Yeah. What about Jackson Hole? The market seems to be expecting a lot from the Fed here forward. What's the risk in that?
Yeah, you're right. There are pretty high expectations. We went back and looked at how markets perform around Jackson Hole. So the week before the Fed chair speak and the week after the Fed chair speech. And what we found is that markets tend to rally through both, but they definitely weighted towards the back end. So markets do better after the speech, after they hear what they need to hear from the Fed chair. So the returns tend to be skewed towards next week versus this week. And I think we're going to see the same pattern emerge now. Powell should bless a 25 basis point cut in September, at least in principle, and that's what markets want to hear right now.
But that's got to be already in the markets, right? Is that enough?
You know, it's funny. You would definitely think so, right? Because that's what the chatter is, and that's what the Fed funds futures indicate. But there is always uncertainty around these speeches. That's why the market tends to trade up a little bit into them and more after them, because they actually want to hear the words and they want to hear how it's said. So I'd say 60% of it is in the market right now, but the market still wants to hear the words, and that's what we should hear on Friday.
You like cyclical stocks here, correct?
Yes.
Why so?
So right now, I think we're in what we'd call a mid-cycle market. We're in the part of the economy where the economy is expanding, where there's no obvious recession risks in the offing. The Fed is about to begin reducing interest rates, and it's a classic mid-cycle market setup. And if you go back to every mid-cycle market from the 1980s till now, four groups tend to trade off leadership over the course of a mid-cycle rally, which can last years. On the growth side, it's healthcare is defensive and technology is more offensive. And then in cyclicals, it tends to be financials and industrials. And those four groups trade leadership back and forth over the course of years. We saw the tech rally happen in the first half of the year, supercharged by AI, obviously. And now we're seeing the cyclical rally come into the second half of the year with financials and industrials leading. And that's true for both large caps and small caps. We're seeing the same kind of leadership emerge across market cap ranges, which confirms that what we're looking at is correct.
Yeah, but you say that the economy is expanding, which, okay, it is. It's not contracting, but it's slowing. The numbers are kind of undeniable in that sense, which is why some figure we're in late cycle, not mid. How do you respond to that?
Yeah, look, mid cycles are not painless rallies, right? This happens every mid cycle. I've seen every mid cycle since the 80s. And it always happens this way. You get a period of growth, and then there's concerns. There's always concerns. But you need a true catalyst to end the cycle. You know, for 1990, it was the Gulf War I. In 2008, it was a financial crisis. In 2020, it was a pandemic crisis. You need a clear and present catalyst to truly end the cycle once and for all. And I don't see that catalyst forming. I do agree with you, they're slowing, but that happens every mid-cycle. We have periods of better and slower growth. But we shouldn't freak out and worry that, oh my God, it's the end of the cycle, just because we have a few weak data points.
No, but I mean, if you think a recession is possible in the next, let's say, 12 months, that doesn't necessarily portend a mid-cycle market, does it?
It doesn't, but again, you have to think about what is the catalyst? What's the call behind that recession call? Because we're going to have the Fed lowering rates. That'll lower the cost of money for consumers and businesses. We still saw, as we saw last week, strong retail sales demand. We track weekly gasoline consumption. That's still good. That's now up year over year. So there's plenty of positive points as well as negative points. And I'm not overly worried that we get a slowdown that results in a recession. Are we getting a slowdown? Absolutely. Labor markets are slower, but they're normalizing after a really long period of way above average growth.
And lastly, you like small caps?
AMD, NVIDIA.
Small caps are always a trade to us, never an investment. You want to be long small caps for 10 years, but there are periods.
NVIDIA.
And this is one of those periods, particularly because high yield
Still hanging out at the highs. Tesla.
Kind of hovered around high levels for a few days.
Tesla trying to push a bit higher as well.
Really rely on access to affordable capital in order to complete their growth plans. And as high yield spreads decline, which they're doing now, you should see small caps continue to outperform. That was the pattern in July. I think it'll reestablish over the next 4 weeks as well.
Nick, we'll talk to you soon. Thanks so much, Nick Bolas.
Thank you.
All right, up next, tracking the biggest movers as we head into the close. We'll go back to Pippa Stevens, who's standing by with that. Hi, Pippa.
Hey, Scott. Well, PC problems are putting one tech stock under pressure today. We've got all the details coming up next.
The market with Schwab Network. Tune in tonight.
Tesla at the high of the day. Tesla.
And on all of your favorite streaming services. Schwab Network available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
A lot of green on the board today. Still some red in Bitcoin. Scott Bauer back with the CEO of Prosper Trading Academy for a little check-in. some of the other stuff on the move here today. Maybe we'll get BTC positive tonight, Scott, but it's having some trouble today.
Yeah, and, you know, we've talked about this, Oliver. It is really disconnected from the rest of the market, especially the risk-on portion of the market over the last several weeks or so. Bulls are not happy about that. I still think much of this could be the government dumping a lot of Bitcoin, you know, with the whole Mt. Gox situation. But again, this disconnect here is something we really haven't seen for this length of time before. We've seen it happen in bits and pieces, you know, a day here, a day there.
All right, trying to push back up to the highs. Futures trying to push back up to the high of the day.
It's very true. Drop-off,
There's strength, obvious. Lots of money flowing into the market, into various stocks. Broad market advance.
squeeze on everyone. I mean, it's pretty amazing. Stocks look like they're about to click off the new highs at any moment. Bitcoin's still pretty far off them.
Absolutely. And then, you know, the age-old comparison to, is it a store of value? You know, look what gold is doing, right? And here we are. It's a risk-on environment, yet you're seeing gold at all-time high levels.
Gold just doesn't stop. I mean, buy and hold or what?
No, as we've discussed, I really think that it is, you know, if you're in it for longer term as an investment, yes, buy and hold. If you're trading it, I would never buy into one of the rallies. I have been buying on every pullback. So even if that pullback is 1-2%, not a big one, that's where I have been adding or putting on a new position, taking profits, get out. You know, maybe you miss a little bit of the upside, but I've been, it's certainly a buy the dip commodity right now, almost like we haven't seen in quite a while in any asset.
All right, Coinbase, looking at Coinbase. A number of people are looking at this on the long side. Coin.
That's pretty much the most reliable BTD around.
It sure is. It sure is. And there's no reason if you're trading it to just buy it or buy call options or whatever you want to do and just hold it. It's been a really, really good trade. You can look at that chart that you have up on the screen there. You've had every opportunity to buy something, get out for a profit, wait for the dip, reload. And so again, until that chart or that trend changes, that's the plan.
Okay. Now, as gold's continued its ascent, dollar has continued its descent, basically really getting beat up. Pound, yen, euro, you name it, everything hitting the dollar basket today, pushing it lower. What do you make of that, Scott, especially on a week where we're going to get a lot of central bank minutes and Jerome Powell?
I'd be cautious, of shorting the dollar here ahead of Wednesday's Fed minutes and then Powell and Jackson Hole on Friday. I think it's a little bit too far. People are trying to anticipate the very, very dovish rhetoric that may come out. I'd be really cautious of it. I really would, Oliver. I wouldn't be short the dollar here.
Think Powell might push back, make it clear he's not going to do 50 or something? What do you think revives the dollar at this point?
Yeah, I just think that there's been some intense selling and it's overdone. I do think he's going to reiterate that they're not anticipating doing 50 if he says anything at all. I know a lot of the Fed heads that have come out today and over the weekend are saying, okay, you know, maybe it is time for a cut here. But given the landscape of where we are right now, given not only the economic backdrop, but where the markets are near all-time highs, and of course the election right around the corner, I think the Fed considers all of that, and 25 is the safe play. Now, things can happen between now and 1 month from now when they make their decision. But as of right now, I think he's sitting back in his big chair, looking forward to Jackson Hole and saying, "Wow, see, I told you so."
Yeah, I like it. All right, look, I can see it. I mean, at this point, market seems to still be super, optimistic on their path when they've been wrong over and over again. The market's been wrong so many times.
Yeah, I know, and it's been unbelievable. I mean, he's been, so many times along the last 2 or 3 years, we can go back and say, yeah, you've been right. Oh, man, why didn't you do this, right? And now it looks like maybe...
All right. It looks like, Apple wants to go a little bit more. Apple. Buyers stepping up the low of the day. Initially dipping a bit this morning. ABCD pattern. ABCD pattern. You can look at A as the last few minutes of the trading. Last few minutes of this move here. The highs A, B, and C looking like D as we follow through and push above these moving averages. Okay, update. Apple. Okay, so a high on Friday, low this morning, higher low, looking for a follow through and a move back up to the 226 level, 227 maybe. Apple doing well. Tesla having a good day. Higher highs, higher lows on Tesla. Nvidia, of course, took off and just never looked back. Consolidating now, going into earnings, not this week, but next week on the 29th. Dell, of course, having a good day. Dell trying to break out above this high that we put in late Friday. Got close to that 112, 113.
Streaming services. So the co-founder and CEO of Fubo, who did hail the court's decision as a victory for both the company and consumers, has highlighted the decision will help ensure that consumers have access to more of a competitive marketplace overall.
Tesla trying to go again. Tesla trying to go end of day.
Yeah, definitely a win. But it is a big deal, sure. And I will say that the judge siding on this side, I think, again, shows the ways in which courts are right now taking a more anti-monopoly stance. This isn't like the first time we've heard one of these injunctions that are just like blocking basically these companies forming like what would be to me still like a cable type concept. So I think that this is an interesting way in which the world is like trying to consolidate, but I guess not fully consolidating. Analysts on Fubo, I mean, are relatively mixed. I think that no matter what, this was seen as a win. But again, this is a company that's trading at $1.79 a share today. We're up, 17%, and that's a matter of cents. I think that you have to consider where this name has fallen and like the value of Fubo as itself without any competition. I think, again, the fundamental story hasn't changed. So we're just rallying on the fact that basically competition isn't entering the market in the same capacity, but there's still issues afoot at Fubo, frankly.
Yeah, well, they've got a lot of debt, so it seems like that's also a possibility. The stock rallies a lot. Do they sell shares now at less than $2 to pay off debt? So point taken there. On the other end, though, apparently the judge could force these companies.
There goes the S&P. S&P pop.
The content, so that could help their margins. But look, anything at this point, it seems like now they're trading to a near dollar stock below $2 is like, boy, yeah, obviously some issues here that still are going to have to be resolved in time. Thanks, Jenny. Okay. The interesting one, though, is we see some of the limits of the Disney potential as everybody wants sports. All right, come on. Big picture discussion with our Schwab team. Heading into the bell.
Nice pop.
Networks on the other side.
AMD trying to go some more.
To push for that 5,600 here. All right.
New high of the day. S&P new high of the day.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hicks. Catch me on Fast Market.
All right, so there goes the S&P. Look at the liquidity here. You see that? Look at this liquidity. 149 million, 160 million, 149 million, 49 million. Beautiful. We just keep piling up. And down here at the bottom, you don't see these here. 166 million. Beautiful. Beautiful. 773 million. Nothing but liquidity coming in.
Catch me on Schwab Network anytime, anywhere, on any device.
Wow. Impressive.
Neil, how's my favorite client?
Quick question, Carl. Can you offer me the same choices as Schwab?
Choices?
Yeah. At Schwab, I can get full service wealth management.
Wow. Look at this freaking market. Wow.
Come on, you know Carl's the only choice you need, right? Neil, tell me you know this.
Gotta run, Carl.
Schwab.
Have a choice in how you invest with Schwab.
All right, we got a big week for the Fed. We've got minutes. We've got Jerome Powell and Jackson Hole. Kathy Jones joins us for the big picture discussion, Chief of Fixed Income Strategies at Schwab's Center for Financial Research. Great to have you here this afternoon, Kathy. Pretty fun week ahead. Minutes and Jackson Hole. So I guess I'll start with minutes. How does that kind of set the table for us this week?
Yeah, I don't think the minutes will be too interesting since we already know at the meeting they didn't change policy. And I doubt that they tweaked the language very much in describing the economy.
Pinterest going. Nice.
Economic reports of
Okay. So the markets are just ravaging the bears here.
tell us, yeah, they were on the fence. They were really more confident about inflation staying down, but they weren't there yet. Probably impressed with the resilience of the economy in the face of rate
Oh my
hikes,
goodness.
but not really giving us
Look at
too
this
much
liquidity.
indication. But Jackson Hole, we're hoping to get a bit more of an update on where the Fed is.
When the market was scrambling to really push cuts, possible emergency cuts, it was right as the stock market was getting hammered.
Wow.
I mean, right now,
Wow.
into the close. Any day now, we could be back at all-time highs, Kathy. Does that change any of the calculus, the sentiment, a broken record question to some extent?
Oh my goodness. Look at this market.
Still.
4 minutes to go.
I think the Fed cares less about the stock market than most people believe, but you also remember we had a pretty soft unemployment report when all that was happening. And that really was what led to the talk about an emergency rate cut and, going 50 basis points, et cetera. Now we had a stronger or more normal, employment report following that. So I think that now the market settled down a little bit in terms of expectations, and of course the stock market's up. So
Good job, Bill. Good job, brother Bill. Look at this freaking market. Oh my gosh.
are experiencing any problem. But again, for the Fed, it's the story now is really inflation is really close to its target. There are signs of some softening in the labor market and in the general economy.
Look at this freaking thing.
Perhaps, those risks of
Bears must be screaming.
have a restrictive policy if you're close to that inflation target and the economy shows, moments of softness or places of softness, why not go ahead and normalize interest rates?
Okay. When the data over the last couple of
Wow.
weeks,
AMD. Watch AMD. Look at this freaking market.
complicated, or is this generally enough, to your point, enough information now for Powell to at least just go 25 and kind of get us on the path maybe to more? Do you view that as like an extremely high probability? I guess maybe phrase another way is like, what odds should we have for 50 at this point? And do you think they'll go up or down this week?
Yeah, I don't think 50 is very likely. I think 25 is highly likely. I think they should go 50, but there's definitely still following this rule that when you don't have 100% confidence about the path ahead, that you go slowly and tentatively and you allow your.
Oh, what a day. All right. We got 2 minutes to go into the close.
25, but the economy really slows down, then they could cut another 25 and another 25 before the end of the year. If the economy speeds up or inflation looks stickier, then after 25, they could probably just stay on hold for a while and wait and see how things play out. Going 50 would take away some of the optionality for the rest of the year. And since it doesn't really seem necessary in terms of helping the economy out of the slump, probably 25 is the more likely step that the Fed's going to take.
Okay, very good point. All right, exactly what we needed. Thank you very much, Kathy. Appreciate it. That's our framework for this week for the Fed and for Jerome Powell and bonds. Gotten Chief Fixed Income Strategist at Schwab.
Oh, geez, look at this market. Oh my gosh.
Market trying to crack through that 5,600 call wall in the S&P.
Ay, ay, ay.
See if we melt.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving traders even more ways to sharpen their skills with tailored education. Get an expanding library filled with new online videos, webcasts, articles.
All right, folks. I'm speechless. Have a great evening, everyone. Take care. We'll see you in the morning. Have a good one. Ciao.